You damn right. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. It's a busy Tuesday for us around here. We're talking all flex finalists. I told you if you're a Cowboys fan, you need to be watching last night, and boy, did you see a good example of why you got to be paying attention to Tampa Bay. We'll get into that. Longhorns have a big game at MSG. Let's go. I'm Chad Hastings. It's Chad and Zay. The Zay part is this man, Isaiah Collier. What's up, Zay?
What's goody, Chad? What up, everybody? It's been a terrific day here at the Horn, getting out all these high school players for our flex finalists. It's been a great day. Happy birthday, E. Hogan. I heard that earlier in the morning show.
The 5-0?
The 5-0. Big David Robinson.
The half a hundy?
Yeah, man.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. He looks good for 50.
He looks phenomenal for 50.
He looks good for 50. I know he'd be looking at them carbs and whatnot, so
yeah.
it's paid off for him. He looks good for 50.
I've looked 50 for about 15 years, but he looks really good for 50 today. I'm not even quite there yet. Happy birthday to our man, E. Hogan. All right, let's go ahead and get right in here. Specs, set, piece. We'll talk a little bit about last night and then transition to the Cowboys. All right, and by the way, shout out to our man Zay, a great get Cowboy-wise. We're going to talk to Haley Sutton, a reporter for the Cowboys, studio analyst, does podcasts and a lot of cool things for the Cowboys. We'll get her perspective from the inside of this team coming up at about 12:10. But we'll lead into it with last night's game. Again, I told you to watch because that may be the Cowboys' opponent. And last night, the Saints controlled the game for 55, 56 minutes. It was 16-3. And then, Zay, Tom Brady was Tom Brady. They found a couple of drives. That's what I'm talking about yesterday. If you let the Bucs play an ugly game, if you keep them in it, that's the kind of thing he can do to you.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal for New Orleans Saints. I mean, to be up 16-3 with about 5:15 left before Brady went on that drive. I mean, if you're a Cowboys fan, you're really angry at Mark Ingram, former Heisman Trophy winner, Alabama Crimson Tide, because he had a play at around 6:09. It was like 2nd and 8. Andy Dalton threw him the ball, and he could have got the first down, but I think he tweaked a hamstring or had a cramp or something.
Yeah, something happened there.
And he went right out of bounds instead of getting that first down.
Yep.
The very next play, the Saints run an awful little quick slant, and which didn't work at all to Callaway, who had 0 catches yesterday. Then they had to punt, and that's where the run started. Brady drives down the field, got that pass interference call on Mike Evans, which was big. Touchdown. Then another stop. And then Brady, it's all she wrote. So you just can't keep him around. That's the scariest thing about Tom Brady. They showed a statistic up yesterday. I was watching the Manning cast of the game with Peyton and Eli, and it was hilarious because they put the statistic up. Nobody has more comeback wins under a certain amount other than Peyton Manning.
Right.
And then once he made that last touchdown, first it was a holding because the first one was to Chris Godwin. Then they came back the next few plays. And you're like, oh, he's still going to score. It's Tom Brady.
Right.
There was never in doubt. And, yeah, he hit that young running back, White. And,
Rachaad White.
Yeah, Rachaad White, and that's all she wrote. But, yeah, Peyton Manning's face when he scored that last touchdown, it was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. He had like a little smirk. He was like, this guy here, only him. To have the game that he had on Monday Night Football, you would think the Saints had his number again, and Tom Brady did what Tom Brady always does, comeback victories.
Yeah, unbelievable. So the Bucs win at 17-16. And again, if you're a Cowboys fan, right now that would be the matchup for the Cowboys. If they stay in that 5 spot, they'd have to go to the number 4 seed, and right now that is Tampa. That gets the Bucs to 6-6. Remember, the year the Bucs won the Super Bowl with Brady, they were 7-5 after 12 games. And then they just didn't lose again. Then they got it going. I'm not saying they're that good this year, but this is about that time when they did figure some things out. So 6-6 for the Bucs. They still lead that weird NFC South right now, but that is who the Cowboys would play if everything stays the same. If the Cowboys can't catch the Eagles for the division. Now, we still do have 5 games for everybody, and the Cowboys, if they can go get it, what they'll get could be everything. they could not only get, if they get the division, that gets them a home playoff game, and it might get them a bye. Because if you go get that division, you may get the 1 seed. Things are still out there for the Cowboys, but they are 2 games back of the Eagles. So, again, we're going to talk to Haley Sutton coming up here in just a second. If you're on Twitter, you can give her a follow at _Haley Sutton. She is new to the Cowboys this year, but a Texan by birth. We'll get a little bit of her story for you so you can become more familiar. But she has been doing work for the Cowboys this season, and interested to get her thoughts on kind of where this team is, because it feels like they are in such a good spot, not just scoring 54 points, but just feels like a solid culture in Dallas. It feels like a place you'd want to play. Now the question is, do they want OBJ to play there? We'll certainly get Haley's thoughts on it. I'm sure she's asked a player or two about Odell Beckham Jr. He did go to the Mavericks game last night. He got the chanting last night of OBJ because Cowboys fans in the house would certainly love to see him wear the star. Of course, coming up at 12:30, we'll get you a preview of Texas and Illinois. Big matchup tonight at Madison Square Garden. And in the 1 o'clock hour, our All-Flex finalists. We're going to take a breath this hour from the All-Flex finalists in terms of the announcements. We will get into the linebackers and D-line coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, and our man Cameron Parker is going to come in from the Flex crew to help us with that. All right, let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline and talk to Haley Sutton of the Dallas Cowboys. Studio analyst, does a lot of things for the Cowboys, an insider perspective because she gets to talk to a lot of these guys. It's got to be good conversations right now. Haley, we appreciate the time. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing good. It's a chaotic day today, so a good day to be on the radio, I guess.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of chaos going on. I know, but right now it feels like a lot of good chaos with the Cowboys coming off of a 54-point performance. But then yesterday was OBJ day. So do you have any updates for Cowboys fans on the OBJ situation?
Yeah, well, I was just in the middle of listening to Jerry Jones speak on the radio. I got about halfway through. The biggest thing is that Jerry talked about was that this is a deal that's going to have to be good for both parties. I know that the overarching conversation has been get OBJ here no matter what, but it's been interesting to see Jerry kind of go into business mode and strategically kind of talk about, we want to make sure that we are also getting the best bang for our buck out of OBJ, because you got to remember, this is an ACL injury he's coming off of. It's not an ankle sprain or even a knee sprain. It's a major surgery. He's not working out with the team as far as we know. He did have a medical done yesterday with the medical staff. They've looked at all of the MRIs, and so everything seems good. But something interesting that Jerry just talked about, actually, when he was asked, how confident are you in signing a guy without seeing him work out, he said, I'm not. Which is, like I said, just a little bit of a wrench in just this whole conversation. I know he's got one more day with the Cowboys. Today he's meeting with the leadership staff, so that typically comprises of Zach Martin, some of the older veteran guys on the team. So we'll be interested to see how that goes, and then we'll get a chance to talk to the guys tomorrow after practice. So, it's interesting. It's interesting how it's developing, especially given the timing of everything, the wide receivers that are already on the roster kind of stepping up and really being impact players the way we expected them to be. So just a lot of developments to keep up with.
Yeah.
Haley, Zay Collier here. The Cowboys are 2 games behind the Eagles in the division, and they have 5 games left, 2 against teams that they should beat. And the last 3 games are going to get pretty tough. Is there any sense of urgency that the Cowboys need to get to that number 1 spot ahead of the Eagles, or are they confident enough to be sitting at number 5, especially with everything's happened with Jimmy Garoppolo and Tom Brady and the Bucs don't look as good? Are they good where they're at?
As cliche as it sounds, I think no team has really embraced the 1 game at a time mantra more than the Dallas Cowboys, because it's not a secret that they've been inconsistent all year. They play, fantastic games like they did against the Vikings, but then the week before they played the way they played against the Packers. So I really think that this is a team that, because they are leaning on so much rookie experience, they absolutely cannot get ahead of themselves. And they'll tell you all day tomorrow. Mike McCarthy will tell you in every single press conference. Right now, we're just focused on our next opponent, which just so happens to be the Texans next week. I think they got a really, I'm going to use the word lucky for lack of better terms, but getting a slate where you draw the Giants and then you get the Colts and then you get the Texans, and then the Jaguars. I think that's a really good slate, especially coming off of what they did right before that bye week. And so I think it's just a matter of focus on the task at hand, which right now is the Texans. Now it'd be silly to say that they haven't had that Eagles game circled on the calendar since they lost, back a few weeks ago. So it's definitely been at the forefront. I think everything that they've been working on up until that point will go into effect for Eagles week. So I'm sure it's something that they have, circled. And even that last game against the Commanders is going to come down to being a big one too. But as far as the playoffs go, I think this team is really peaking at the right time. And my favorite thing about them is the accountability that they've had. The big issue prior to Sunday's game was penalties, the second most penalized team in the NFL. And they had a lot of conversations in that locker room. They were calling people out during meetings and really working through, that issue. And they've done that with every single issue they've had in the past. The run defense is another really good example of that. So I really think the strength of this team is just focusing on the now, which will kind of set them up to be successful in the future.
Talking Cowboys with Haley Sutton here on the Horn. Again, if you want to give her a follow, Cowboys fans, @_Haley Sutton. That's Hailey on Haley. Haley, in terms of this team progressing, obviously coming off of, coming through the Dak injury and then getting him back acclimated with this team, talk about Dak, Kellen Moore, the way this offense has come together, knowing what they have on defense, knowing kind of what the character of this team is. How have you noticed Dak and Kellen Moore adjusting? Because to me, it really feels like they're comfortable with kind of where they were in that Colts game. Around 30 attempts for Dak. They don't want to go too much over that. Over 30 carries for these running backs. I think a lot of Cowboys fans, this one included, likes those numbers. What do you think Dak and Kellen Moore think of it, though?
Yeah, I think there was one game, and I'm blanking on the game that it was at. I want to say it was the Packers game where Dak threw over 40 passes, and you saw they were just out of sync. They didn't play well. He had those two really bad interceptions in the game that ultimately, I think, proved to be the demise. It wasn't even the going for it on the fourth down in OT. It was those two interceptions. And Dak and Kellen have both talked about all season since he's returned that the theme of the offense is to be aggressive. I mean, and Dak talks about it every single time. He told us last week during locker room before the Colts game, he was asked, some of those passes that you're making, like, is that really the right decision? And he said, I'm never going to apologize for being aggressive. That's the way Kellen and I have kind of worked through our relationship. That's how I want to play. And a lot of times it pays off. You look at the pass interference call that Noah Brown got late in that, I believe it was late third quarter, early fourth quarter, they got the pass interference call drawn because that was an aggressive throw by Dak Prescott. So I think for the most part, it pays off. But I really think it just comes down to the trust. It's taken so long for Dak because he did come in late because of that injury. It took him a while to reestablish that chemistry with the guy. So now you're seeing, CeeDee Lamb. Everyone's like, where's CeeDee Lamb been all year? He's supposed to be wide receiver one. Well, now he's starting to get that chemistry with Dak Prescott. Michael Gallup, a guy who's coming off of an ACL injury, finally starting to look like the Michael Gallup of old, being that deep threat, that aerial threat. We saw that on display on Sunday. Keeping Noah Brown in the mix, I think, has been really helpful. And then you mix in these two rookie tight ends and Dalton Schultz. I mean, the offense is finally coming together. But you mentioned the run game. I think the run game has been the most consistent part of this team, especially as of late in developing the offense. And I think once the team started embracing the fact that they are a run-first offense, you started to see everything click. And I know the conversation has been, well, Tony Pollard is better. We want Tony over Zeke, blah, blah, blah. But they really are so complementary to one another because they have what each other needs. And so when you have two different options, you have a bruiser who's going to come in, he falls forward. He's going to break through on those third downs. He's a physical, aggressive runner in Ezekiel Elliott. And then you got a guy like Tony Pollard who's chopping almost 20 miles per hour on some of these carries. I mean, it's just insane the strength that they both bring to this offense. And so now that you've kind of got all the pieces clicking together, possibly bringing in an Odell Beckham, Kellen Moore described this as him being like a kid in a candy store now that things are kind of starting to get on track. And so it's been really fun just to see that development. And it's no shade to Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush came in and he did what he needed to do. But the reality is Cooper's not the guy, at least not in Dallas. He might be the guy next year somewhere else, but he just doesn't have that aggressiveness that Dak Prescott plays with, and that Kellen Moore is really trying to design this offense around.
Haley, this defense is top tier, and it all starts with Micah Parsons, and Dan Quinn's really been maneuvering these guys around and putting Micah Parsons in the best situations possible, where I think he's going to be Defensive Player of the Year this season. What has this defense meant to this whole team, and how do you see this defense? Because Micah Parsons seems like just a fun guy. I see him on Twitter all the time. He's always talking about Madden and stuff. We saw him last night with OBJ and Trayvon Diggs and whatnot. It just looks like the camaraderie is there in the locker room and on the field.
Yeah, it's so funny when people talk about Micah Parsons because, like, you forget that Micah's literally, 23 years old, and he is every bit of 23 everywhere else but the field. You know what I mean? Like, he plays like such a veteran already. We just sometimes around here have to remind ourselves that he's just in his second season. And so when you think about the development he's made in just 2 years in the NFL, it's terrifying for other teams to think about what he's going to look like in year 3, year 5, year 7, even, down the stretch. So for Micah to be doing what he's doing at the age that he's doing it at, we've run out of adjectives. We've run out of ways to describe how important he is to the defense here in Dallas. But I think what's been even more impressive is that everybody else around him is stepping up as well. You've seen guys like Leighton Vander Esch, leading the team in tackles, really finding his form again. You've got rookies like Damone Clark coming off of a spinal fusion who wasn't even supposed to play this season. And now he went from maybe he's going to get special teams minutes to, Anthony Barr has a hamstring injury, get in there and play 85% of the defensive snaps and make an impact. He had that strip sack that led to, or wasn't a strip sack, but he had that forced fumble that led to Malik Hooker's touchdown on Sunday, a rookie. And just all across the board, you've seen the depth on display. You've seen guys in the secondary. I just mentioned Malik Hooker, how valuable he's been. Jaron Kearse has been such a leader on the team. Donovan Wilson blasting through the middle on Sunday to take down Matt Ryan. To me, there is nothing that this defense cannot do in my mind. I think every single person on the defense can do whatever you ask of them. They're physical, they're tough, they're resilient. Resiliency is the theme for this year for the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy coined that, and I just don't think you could have picked a better word. And so it's interesting, too, because it took them probably about 3 or so weeks when they finally recognized what Cooper Rush, he's going to average about 150 yards and really kind of stay in that comfortability level, behind center. That's when they kind of started embracing. And Mike McCarthy even told us, he said, yeah, we're a defense first team. We're not going to shy away from that. We're not going to sit here and pretend like that's not our strength. And so I think they've just really leaned into it. And Sunday, to me, was the ultimate display of what this team is capable of all across the board.
Yeah, it was so impressive to watch. Haley, before we let you go, first off, I saw on Twitter that the gig with the Cowboys is a homecoming for you. What part of Texas are you from?
Yeah, it is. I grew up about 45 or so minutes south. I'm from a small high school called Red Oak. So my sister lives in Austin. I have friends in Austin. So Dallas is my home, but Texas is my place. So
that's kind of interesting. From Red Oak, Texas. I was born and raised in Waxahachie, Texas, so I know exactly where Red Oak is.
Oh, yeah.
I know exactly where Red Oak Hawks, correct?
Yeah, Red Oak Hawks.
That is it. Well, very, very cool to hear that, and congrats on getting able to come back home and cover the team. Love the first visit. We hope it's not the last one. Real quick, give me an offensive and defensive player for the Cowboys that you just love talking to. Oh, man, I'm going to talk to this guy. It's going to be a great time.
Oh, man. Offense for sure, and everybody makes fun of me around here. I am like the tight end's biggest fan.
There we go.
I just did a sit-down with Peyton Hendershot last week, getting to know him a little bit better and his story and the chip that he plays with. But him and Jake Ferguson are they are just hilarious. The whack-a-mole celebration that they did against the Giants is like the epitome of who they are. And so by far, whenever I need to pick me up, I'm going to chat with them. Zeke is also a very close second. I have a lot of fun chatting with him. He's just a really cool, down-to-earth guy. Defensively, I would probably go with J-Ron Kurtz. I think Kurtz has a really good personality. We bond a lot because we're both very into fashion. So a lot of times we compare outfits or, we're talking, about the latest fashion trends and stuff. He's incredibly trendy. So I would probably have to say J-Ron Kurtz.
Very cool. One more real quick from Zay.
Hey, Haley, what's up with the fines? I saw the tight ends got fined a hefty amount for that whack-a-mole celebration. Is Jerry taking care of that, or what's going on?
So the celebration was funny. I actually asked Peyton about that, and it was Jake Ferguson's idea is what Peyton told me. Jake is the kind of creative mastermind behind all of the things that they do. But they went to the leadership council, specifically Dak and Zach Martin, and said, hey, we want to do this. Can we do it? And basically the stipulations were we have to be up by 2 touchdowns. And if you guys get hit with a fine, we'll take care of it. And Peyton's big thing was like, listen, I don't want to get a fine because I'm not drafted like some of these guys. I don't have the money like some of these other guys do. We knew they were going to get fined. It goes back to when Zeke did it, whenever back the first time and he got hit and then turned it into an annual thing where he donates the money to the Salvation Army or whatever. Zeke's going to get one too. Him and Dak will get one probably later this week. It's just the NFL. How can I put this nicely so I don't lose my job? Trying to keep things neutral, if you will. So, unfortunate part of a fun celebration, but I'm sure they will have no issues taking care of those fines.
Very nice. Kids, that is Haley Sutton @_Haley Sutton on Twitter. Give her a follow. Haley, really enjoyed the first visit, and hopefully we can do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks you so Haley. Much. Now, Zay, I trust your recruiting abilities. I trust your talent evaluation. All you had to say was there's a badass reporter from the Cowboys from Red Oak. That is all you had to say. That is right there in my neck of the woods. That's fantastic.
Is that like y'all's rival or something?
It is. At times, I guess it's been a rival. Red Oak is a smaller community outside of Waxahachie that's even smaller than Waxahachie was.
Oh, damn.
So she grew up in a town even smaller than the one I grew up in.
Right.
But yeah, we had friends, and you would kind of intermingle with folks from Red Oak. If you're headed to Dallas a certain way on small roads, you're going to end up going through Red Oak. So that's very cool. Good to talk to her. Good Cowboys stuff there. Cowboys and Texans on Sunday. It will be a noon kick. And if you're interested in a watch party, we're going to have the crew up at Anchor Bar up there in Round Rock, La Frontera area. The Bills game is on at the same time. There's a Bills connection there with that bar, but also Cowboys and Texans will be on. So get out there, whether you love the Cowboys or the Texans, or maybe both. Want to get out there and check it out. Noon kick. All right, coming up tonight, it's Texas and Illinois in hoops. We'll get you a preview of that. I got some more NFL stuff for you in the crap bag. And then next hour, we will get back to the all flex finalists, because you know what? It's been a few minutes since we upset a parent or coach or teammate, so we're going to get back to that at 1 o'clock. Linebackers, D linemen coming up at 1 o'clock. We're even going to bring in Cameron Parker from the flex team and blame it all on him. Stay with us. It's The Horn. Okay, let's talk some underdog fantasy. I've been talking about the easiest place to play fantasy football and these pick'em games and how I like to generally pick higher. You're picking whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's game for your chance to win big. But come on, wouldn't you agree with me? Cowboys, Texans, any Cowboys stat, any Cowboys number, you got to be thinking higher, right? We'll see how they lay it out for this week. I'll get back to you on that. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. Pick between 2 and 5 players to build the pick'em entry. If you get them all right, you win. Also, check out that pick insurance option that increases your chances of winning. You can also look in on those rivals picks where you pick 2 players and you're having them go against each other based on yards or field goals made or, touchdown passes, things like that. It is a lot of fun. I've got it on my phone. I check it all the time. Trust me, if I can do this, You can do this too. Sign up today with the promo code HORN. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. It's Underdog Fantasy. Nothing I can say, nothing I can do. Oh, man. I'm so in love with you. I can't get out. I missed that one. Oh, my God. Dude, there are things better in this world than Disco Stones, but sometimes there's nothing more fun than Disco Stones.
Wait, they had different eras?
Emotional Rescue by the Stones. I refer to this era as Disco Stones. When the Rolling Stones felt like they were trying to grab. One thing I love about them is they'll tell you what era they're in if you listen carefully. And this song came out during that era where they were trying to figure out how do we work into this world.
This is fire. I love this song.
Miss You came out of this era. An Emotional Rescue. Oh, my God. Later in the song when Mick's doing the talking part, I'll be all night in shining armor, coming to your emotional rescue. It's incredible.
The first part, you kind of sound like Hannibal Lecter.
He kind of does too. Yeah. Oh, Emotional Rescue by the Stones gets us started today. All right, Rolling Stones. It's Chad and Zay. We just had a good Cowboys conversation with Haley Sutton, reporter for the Cowboys, as they get ready for the Texans. And when you look at what they've got left, you know, how much leeway is there? It's Houston and Jacksonville. You got to get both of those. I hate to say absolutely. I know it's the NFL. I get it. But, Zay, you nailed it. After that, the home game against the Eagles, we know, is the game of the year right now. But you finish at Derrick Henry and at your man Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
And by the time they get to Washington and Tennessee, what's the weather like in Nashville and in Washington when they get there? Who knows? So you have to beat the Texans. You need to control that game if you can, and you really need to go to Jacksonville and get after Trevor Lawrence. Those are the next two for the Cowboys. Eagles, it's kind of opposite for me because they have at the Giants and at the Bears the next couple weeks, then the Cowboy game, then New Orleans at home, Giants at home. There's still opportunities there. You, Zay, I know, and others I've heard talk about the wear and tear factor on the Eagles. Are we going to see that come through? That style eventually has to wear you down a little bit. Are we going to see them slip once? It only needs to be once. And then if the Cowboys beat them, the Cowboys get the tiebreak.
Yeah, and against the Titans this past weekend, Jalen Hurts, he didn't run it that much. I know he had that one rushing touchdown on the goal line, but go look at his stats. I don't think he went over 20-something yards on the ground. So they can win in different ways, but they do play with a certain physicality that could be very taxing. I think they'll benefit from that bye week more than a lot of teams will. But yeah, if you're still the Cowboys, you got to beat the Texans. You got to beat the Jaguars just in case, because you got two division matchups with the Eagles and the Giants coming up to end the season. Just in case. We all know those division matchups, they could be tricky. We saw what happened last night with the Saints and the Bucks. So you got to take care of your business because you never know. This is the National Football League. If you slip up in one game, that could cost you any given Sunday. So yeah, the Cowboys, I still think they're in a decent position to maybe get that number one spot, especially if they beat the Eagles in 3 weeks.
Yeah, they may do that. By the way, I need to double check that tiebreaker because if they beat the Eagles, if they beat the Eagles and had the same record, they would split the season series, and then it would be about the division record, I think, is the next thing they go to. So we'll have to double check along the way on if the Cowboys would indeed have a tiebreaker because, again, you're going to finish with division games for both. So there's a lot to be decided there. Thanks to Haley for her time. All Flex finalists. More will be announced coming up. Go to FLXATX.com if you want to see the finalists that have already been announced today. But let's get into this basketball game, Zay. I know you're excited about it. Texas and Illinois. I mentioned earlier when covering the Light to Tower hour that I was, Illinois 6-2, but 2 respectable losses to ranked teams this year. And I had forgotten about the TJ Shannon thing.
Yeah.
Until I heard Craig's report driving in today. So this is a former Chris Beard player that is now the leading scorer for a Big Ten power.
Yeah, averaging a smooth 20 a game, and he's getting that freedom on the offensive end that I don't think Coach Beard or Coach Adams gave him in Lubbock. You know, this is what he's been wanting. He gets to play a lot of point at times, and yeah, they give him a lot of freedom. Him and Coleman Hawkins, he's a solid player. I know Dane DeGea, I know he's second in scoring, but those games that he had big-time scoring games were against the non-ranked teams that they played. When they played UCLA and they played Virginia and they played Maryland the other night, all those games, DeGea, he doesn't play as much. You're going to see a lot of Coleman Hawkins, who's a stretch four that could really shoot that thing. He has NBA range. RJ Melendez, Puerto Rican cat, he could shoot it. He's about 6'6", has long arms. He's getting better every game. Jaden Epps comes off the bench, freshman point guard. He's tough. He could do a lot of things with the rock. And Sky Clark, who I've been watching Sky Clark since he was a freshman in high school because he played on Bronny James' team, LeBron James Jr. team growing up on the AAU circuit. So he's from California, went to Illinois. He's a former 4-star player. So they got a lot of talent. Plus Matthew Meyer, the Westlake alum, he would have been on our flex basketball list if he would have had that.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Matthew Meyer. It's a weird transition for him going to Illinois because with Scott Drew gave you the ultimate freedom, especially for him. Like he had the green light where he could shoot step back threes and crazy shots with like 7 seconds on the shot clock, and he doesn't necessarily have that under Coach Underwood's team in Illinois. So he's still kind of finding his way in this system. And plus, he's just a streaky shooter anyway. So this is going to be a really good matchup for the Horns. I wouldn't say it's a true road test because it's a neutral site, even though Illinois, you would think they would have more fans being closer to New York City. But yeah, this is going to be a big time test for the Horns, who we talked to Joe Cook the other day. They're not that high in the net rankings. Like that Creighton win and that Gonzaga win, they're not as big as they were when they happened because Creighton lost to Nebraska and Gonzaga, they've had their, they had a couple losses themselves. So they got to get wins like this because you're not going to have the best schedule until the Big 12 starts. I know you got Tennessee, you got to go up to Knoxville and play against Rick Barnes' crew, and you got Stanford also, but that Stanford team, they're not as good. Matchups like this, top 25 matchups, you got to handle your business, and this will be a good test for Chris Beard's team.
Yeah, to me, it's a tournament test kind of game. Neutral site. You're going to play in arenas that aren't as big a deal as MSG, but go to an arena that's famous like that. Get the travel in. They're doing stuff, and I was talking to Craig, like they've had stuff that was scheduled because they're in New York, right? Go see a Broadway play. And
it can be distracting.
Yeah, different things like that, right? Deal with distractions because that's what the tournament's going to be about. If you can deal with Broadway, literally, distractions here in New York, you could probably deal with something if they send you off to, somewhere, Greensboro, North Carolina, or
and Illinois,
whatever.
They've had true road tests this season. They played a couple tough ones at neutral sites in Vegas. They beat UCLA in Vegas early in the season. Then they lost to Virginia in Vegas. Both of those were neutral. They came back.
Oh, see, I didn't realize both.
Game.
Okay.
Yeah, they came back recently, and they went to Maryland, and they lost against a really good, underrated Maryland squad. So they've been tested, and yeah, something about Madison Square Garden, it just gives guys certain energy. I mean, it's the mecca of basketball for a reason. Hell, Jeremy Lin for 3 weeks looked like Oscar Robinson. That's what Madison Square Garden does to you. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a magical place.
It really is. Magical place.
Heck, it was like got Kobe, Michael Jordan, guys like that were playing, making all these other places legendary. Because when Kobe played in LA, it was legendary. When Michael played in Chicago, but they would tell you it was like their favorite place. LeBron, all those guys.
Yeah. So hopefully Marcus Carr, who's been having a terrific season, Tyrese Hunter, we know what he's brought to the table since he's transferred in. Serge Jabari Rice has been good. Timmy Allen, he finally had a really good game against Creighton.
Let's see if that keeps going.
We gotta keep that
keeps going.
Keep that same confidence, keep that same energy. But, the bigs for the Horns, they're going to be the X factor for the whole season. Dylan Dessou, Christian Bishop, Brock Cunningham. If those guys can bring a little something to the table every game, we know they're going to play hard on defense. Dylan Dessou, if he can hit shots from the outside, Christian Bishop, he's had a really good season thus far. If everybody can continue doing what they're doing, then the Horns should be able to get the dub tonight.
By the way, another reason this team needs to show they can deal with distraction. Where's that Final Four again this year?
H-Town?
Yeah, they would be a team that will be you're going to have different distractions than others. If you're that close, that's a whole nother set of distractions you could deal with. Let's see how they deal with MSG tonight. Texas and Illinois. You mentioned Brad Underwood. My household is familiar with him because my wife is SFA.
Okay.
So she remembers him when he was their coach, and she was crushed when he left.
Oh, yeah.
They loved Underwood on every level. He's a hell of a coach. So Beard going up against him, that's another great matchup here. Underwood is a badass coach, and that's how he got this job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this Illinois team, they have a lot of transfers and freshmen that he plays. So they're still trying to figure out things, but the talent is there for damn sure. And TJ Shannon, he's still a streaky guy, but him being left-handed, that gives him an advantage. Like sometimes he looks like James Harden, and sometimes he looks like a guy that's going to be sent straight to China after his college career. So, that's just what it is. That's what it is. That's what it's been like for his whole career. This has been his best season because he's the ultimate green light and he's the ultimate number one option for them. And this is a personal game because he played for Chris Beard. We saw how he was. He was like looking at the bench last year when the Red Raiders came to the ATX and he hit a big shot and looked right at the bench.
Oh, yeah.
Looked right at Chris Beard.
Yeah.
So it's personal. It's still personal for him, even though he's now playing for his home state, the Chicago native in Illinois.
Sounds like two interesting lines. Yes, this is James Harden possibility over here. This is you're headed to China right over here. These two lines. Just look for the sign above you. You'll know which sign, which line.
Nothing wrong with China, man. Stephon Marbury, he thrived in China.
Yes,
I
he
see
did.
Dwight Howard doing big things in China. If your career is done in the league and you've done your 15 years or so, and you've made probably about 5 All-Star games or something like that, they could treat you like a king.
Yes, they can.
In China.
Money to be made.
Yeah.
The basketball folks have definitely been telling folks that over the years. All right, coming up, your 1 o'clock hour with the All Flex finalists. Up next in the crap bag, though, I'll give you some NFL numbers and notes. 2 different teams won the turnover battle by 2 this week and still lost. Tell you who they were on the Horn. Like that tight end highlight being in the Cowboys promo. All right, let's talk sinus and snoring specialist. A good night's sleep last night. Maybe it wasn't the number of hours I was looking for, but there's a lot of work going on right now. We're trying to get ready for the All Flex finalist announcement today, but I did get a few hours, and because of sinus and snoring specialist, I sleep so well and so soundly. That's the key here. If you're not sleeping like you need to, if you've got sleep apnea or think you might have it, if you are snoring and you're keeping folks up, if you got sinus infections, sinus issues, allergy problems that can be so prevalent around this area, you need to get it checked out at Sinus and Snoring Specialist. Look, I'm 47, about to turn 48. If you're in that range or you're a little older than that, don't let it continue to get worse. Get it checked out. Heck, if you're a little younger than that, you're just getting into your 40s maybe, it's something to look at because I've been feeling so much better since 2017 when I got the balloon sinuplasty procedure done. They got rid of my allergies for good and did some other things as well. Call and set up an appointment today. 512-601-0303 or go to sinussnoringent.com. It's Sinus and Snoring Specialist. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. Well, I like the speed.
I felt like I'm on drugs just listening to this.
That is fantastic. Okay. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out if this is something that would have led to Metallica or something that would happen after the Metallica period. Saxon?
Exodus.
Exodus. Ooh, a little later. Okay, Exodus. It's good stuff.
Bonded by blood.
Bonded by blood. Yes. Exodus and the Rolling Stones getting us started. I don't think they were ever on a bill together. They should have been, though. Should have been at some point. Let's get Exodus and the Stones out there on tour. Chad and Zay with you. Coming up in your 1 o'clock hour are all Flex finalists. Again, the folks in charge decided that Bucky and Aaron would handle, the high-profile stuff. The pretty positions.
Yeah.
The ones everybody likes to talk about. Skill stuff. Quarterbacks. Bucky's obviously associated with running backs down to his core. So they talked about running backs today. But once we got into Light the Tower and that 11 o'clock hour, that is when I jumped in, Craig jumped in, Snoop jumped in, and we got to those offensive linemen. But now, Zay, we're going to get the next hour, we're going to get to the guys that try to mess up all your plans.
Let's hit some folks.
We are going to get to the guys that remind us that this is a contact sport and not flag football. Linebackers and D linemen are coming up next hour. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited. Talked to a few guys we're going to have on this list coming up on Twitter, and just great gentlemen. You wouldn't think that these guys would rip your head off on the gridiron, but these guys are class act guys. They thanked us for putting them on the finalist list, and yeah, this has been a very special day from somebody who's played high school sports in this area. This is amazing what the Flex team's doing, what everybody behind the scenes is doing, everybody that makes our job easier, Chad, because you and I, we just really go to these games and we do our research too, but there's so much going on behind the scenes for people who don't get on these airwaves, and yeah, we couldn't have done it without them. But yeah, this has been a fun, great day.
It really has. It really has. So we'll get more of the defensive side of it. Also, the long snappers. Oh, I just found a piece of information about one of our long snapper finalists that you must know. About 1:30 or so. So excited. This kid is talented. All right, coming up, we'll get that for you in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll keep talking NFL. Cowboys peeking in on what the Bucs were doing last night, because maybe that's the opponent, or can the Cowboys go get that number 1 seed? We'll keep talking about that. Longhorns in Illinois and basketball tonight. Real quick crap bag here. We'll hit a little NFL. Let's go.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. This one won't take long. That's what she said. In the NFL this week, 8-4 if you win the turnover battle. It's that time of year where you're reminded if you're pretty bad, you can even win the turnover battle by a little bit and you're still going to lose. These 4 teams did it. New England and Buffalo. New England won the turnovers. They lost the game. The Chargers, here's a shock. The Chargers won turnovers over the Raiders, and they ultimately lost that game. That was a weird, clunky kind of NFL game. But check these two out. The Denver Broncos and Russell Wilson, they were +2 in turnovers against Baltimore and still lost the game. By the way, Zay, how much of that game did you watch? Baltimore-Denver. Did you watch any of it?
Way too much. It was red zone for sure, but way too much on red zone.
Me too. I think I saw 12 plays, and that was 12 too many.
10-9. Good Lord.
Like getting individual, eyelash hairs ripped out of my body. Just unbelievable. Is that what those are called? Are those called eyelash hairs, or the whole thing is an eyelash? How does that work? If I pull an individual one out, is that an eyelash?
Yeah, a lash.
So the whole thing is an eyelash, but the little one is an eyelash too?
Who knows? Women be wearing them in sets now where you could just go snatch it off their face and stuff like that. So I don't know. Ask someone like that.
What's that Chris Rock line about you're not dating them, you're dating their representative? both physically and emotionally. All right, and the last one was last night. The Saints. The Saints were +2 in the turnover battle. This is back to what the Cowboys have to learn from last night. The Saints were +2 in turnovers, and they just let Brady hang around. You cannot let him hang around because he'll find a little rhythm and he will get it going. By the way, I know it didn't count. How nice was that pass to Chris Godwin in the end zone?
Oh, man.
How do you find that window? It's amazing. It is amazing to watch. That's the kind of timing the Cowboys must throw off. It has to be about the defense, the running game. The Saints didn't do near enough in time of possession last night. That time of possession was basically even. And Brady, I'll say it again, a 37.2 QBR, but it didn't matter, Zay, by the end of the game because he got a little rhythm going. They got a couple key calls. By the way, New Orleans, when it's 3rd and long and the Bucs still have that one timeout, you might want to eat that with a run.
Yeah, they try to throw it to Taysom Hill, which he could have caught it. He got smacked around pretty good, but that was a dart by the Red Rifle.
It was a dime by Dalton, though.
That was a dart, boy.
He put it right on him, and then Dean, I think, that made that play to get it to hit him. Yeah, that was rough. I might have eaten that one and made the Bucs take the timeout and punted the ball because you had to punt anyway.
Yeah, if I'm Andy Dalton, Taysom Hill, you're not allowed in the QB room this week. That's BS. Go there with the wide receivers and work on catching from the gun. Because that's, I know you're a do-it-all guy and whatnot, but you're trying to sabotage my job in my eyes. You want that number 1 spot? Is that why you dropped that thing? Because what do we have to play for? We're New Orleans. This is just a conspiracy theory.
That's a good conspiracy theory.
What do we have to play for? We're New Orleans. Taysom Hill could be like, I'm the one scoring all the points. He had a touchdown last night.
Yeah, and also for Andy Dalton, I get that you want to have a good overall demeanor. You don't want to look upset. Why does he now look like he won a contest to become an NFL quarterback? Have you seen that silly smile he's got on all the time? What is he doing? Dude,
I haven't noticed.
He looks like he won a contest. Be a quarterback. It's like, I get it. For every time they showed him last night, he just had a goofy grin on his face.
Maybe he's just happy that his Horned Frogs are going to get a chance to win the national championship.
That's what Aikman said. Aikman said he's so excited about TCU. Also, as we come out of this week of the NFL, there are 3 teams in the NFL that are at 500. I think that's a good sign for the league. The Bucs last night, unfortunately, a playoff team right now, but hopefully they'll get above 500. New England and the Chargers are the other 2. So you have 14 teams with a winning record, 15 teams with a losing record in the NFL. I like those numbers. That is, now 14 is the number of playoff teams you get as well, but the fact that you have a clear delineation between winning teams and losing teams, and you don't have a lot of average teams right now by record, I think that's good news for the NFL. Cowboys and Texans coming up Sunday at noon. Obviously, we're talking about last night's game. We'll get this weekend set up for you as we roll through the week as well. A little bit more cleanup today from the things that happened over the weekend. But also today, it is the All Flex finalists. Let's talk linebackers and D-line coming up. We'll get the long snappers in there as well. An extended flex discussion coming right up on the Horn. Yes, indeed. Let's go hour number 2 on a Tuesday. Not just any Tuesday. It's an All-Flex Tuesday. It's the finalists announced Tuesday. That's right. If you've been checking FLXATX.com throughout the morning and into the afternoon, you know that we've been announcing the All-Flex finalists, and we are going to get to the ones who try to destroy your plans coming up to start this hour. We'll get you the full recap there. Before we do it, let me just remind you, we got, of course, Ball Don't Lie coming up when we're done. Rod and Harge, by the way. Rod and Harge are going to have your receivers and defensive backs today at about 3:45, and then at 5 o'clock, right before we get you to Texas basketball, they're going to have the return specialist finalists for the All-Flex team this year. That's coming up. 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock tip for Texas and Illinois. If you are a high school football fan and you love Under the Lights, don't worry, there will be an Under the Lights this week, but it's a special day and time. They're going Thursday night at 8 after Longhorn Weekly, and they are out and about. Go out to Bush's Chicken on Brody if you want to check those guys out this week. Also, real quick update on the soccer on World Cup. We've got a World Cup report coming for you in the 2 o'clock hour with Glenn Davis, but let me get you the scores from today. This has to be an upset. Spain is out. That has to be a big deal, soccer people. I'm not a massive soccer fan, but Morocco has taken out Spain. They advanced 3-0 on penalty kicks today. Portugal and Switzerland are just underway. They have no score, and they are 5 minutes into that match. So we'll get you updates on that. Also, since we are about to do some all-flex talk, we thought we'd grab one of the flex folks to do it with. Let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. You've heard him on this show before. You'll hear him on this show again. He is the one and only Cameron Parker. Cam, how are you?
What's good, guys?
What up, Cam?
Man, and we should mention the voice of the McNeil Mavericks this season.
That's right.
Probably called, he's calling other teams and games around the area. He's getting it done. You excited about today, Cameron?
Oh, yeah. It's an awesome week for the Flex crew, and all the Austin area high school players work their tail off, and it's a great way for us to kind of honor them, right? Give them the props, because not all these guys get the props that they deserve. And I think what Snoop and Zach and Derek and all you guys at the Flex fam and the Horn fam have done a great job of putting this together.
Yeah.
It's great to be a part of.
Yep, it's a very cool deal for all these kids and the parents and the coaches, and everybody's been working hard. We know there's going to be some arguments out there, and we've already heard from some folks about people that maybe didn't make the finalist list. Unfortunately, we couldn't make that finalist list, as long as we would have liked to, and gone 20 or 30 or 50 kids in a position.
Oh,
but
trust me, we were having 3-hour-long meetings because
We
of
did.
those reasons.
No,
so
we-
we definitely looked at everybody thoroughly.
It was passionate. There's no doubt about it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and dig on in. Again, we've talked about the guys today. If you missed quarterbacks and running backs, that was on B&E. The kickers and punters are out there. The offensive line, including centers, that's out there. Flex ATX, FLXATX.com. Now let's talk about the guys that try to ruin your plans. And we will start with the defensive front. Gentlemen, let's go D-line for the All-Flex finalists. And why don't we start with Longhorn fans' favorite recent flip? His name is Colton Vasek. By the way, my bad on the Westlake front because I mixed it up yesterday. Colton is number 91.
Yeah.
Our man Wyatt Dollar wears 92.
Yes.
I mixed those two up yesterday.
Okay.
My bad. Wyatt, if you're listening, Wyatt listens in the,
I think Wyatt listens.
between classes. He
That's my
listens
dude.
between classes. Wyatt,
One of
shout
the
out.
few Westlake dudes I like, too.
Shout out to 92. But 91 is the guy that makes our finalist list. Again, flip from OU to Texas. Longhorn fans love that. He's got interest from Clemson, OU, Oregon, and many other big dogs. 48 solos, gentlemen, and 14 sacks. Colton Vasek trying to finish off his career, Zay, with 4 state titles.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He's just a force to be reckoned with. That's why Steve Sarkisian, Pete Kwiatkowski, and this coaching staff are so happy to have him, especially with the flip from Oklahoma. How can you not love that? We've been talking about that for the last few weeks. And Cameron, he's just a guy that causes havoc, and he kind of starts what's already a really good defensive team in Westlake.
Yeah, he's a kid that this season when I had to watch Westlake games as a Texas fan, it would just be so frustrated to watch him and how talented he was, but to think he was going to play in Norman the next few years and have to face him every year. And I'm very, very glad he flipped. He's a kid that, honestly, I don't know if he's going to be an early enrollee for Texas, but if he is, he's someone that could potentially play in that first game. I mean, the sky's the limit for this kid. I think he's 6'5", maybe 6'6". I've seen some measurements, 225, an incredible edge rusher that can eventually, I think, be a 3-down lineman. I mean, you saw what he did in the beginning of the game against Brennan last week. Just immediately makes an impact on an incredible Westlake team. Had a phenomenal year as a junior, came back this year, 14 sacks, does it all over, gets to the quarterback, wreaks havoc. He's an incredible kid to watch and exciting for Texas fans to be able to see him the next 2 years. I know a lot of hype about Ethan Burke, right? His former teammate, 6'7". Just wait until you guys see Ethan Burke and Colton Vasek on the field at the same time together.
Now that'll make Westlake / Longhorn fans really happy. If you're a fan of both of those, that'll really, really make you happy. All right, we're getting started with the D-line finalists for the All-Flex team. Zay, you're up next.
Shout out to Jet Jones out of Round Rock, number 44, 6'1", 285 pounds. Last year was first team All-District, and he's a 3-year letterman, 29 solo tackles, 51 total tackles, 5 sacks, and a ton of QB pressures. Took on a lot of double teams this year for a pretty stout and very tough Dragons ball club. And yeah, got to see this team live against Lake Travis. It didn't go the way they wanted, but this defense and this team, they were a force to be reckoned with, but they had a lot of injuries this year.
I'm going to tell you what, Cameron, if you go see them play, there are certain guys that aren't really that imposing. Jet Jones is not one of those guys. If you go watch Round Rock play and you didn't see Jet Jones, you were either in the bathroom or you were at the concession stand. That dude is noticeable, and he is a problem on the D-line.
Yeah, I think he's like 6'1", close to 300 pounds. And he's the guy that's talking to other coaches in the area. Usually you have like the tier 1, which is Colton Wright, Princewell, who we'll get to, Damon Wimberly. But Jet Jones, for a lot of coaches, they think he's right there borderline in that top tier. Say, you mentioned the injuries that he would kind of deal with. I think he missed a game, and I think he played injured for probably most of the season. Round Rock defense, too. He's an incredible lineman. I believe he's a senior. Unfortunately, would love to have seen what he was going to be able to do completely healthy. But he's a guy that he doesn't get mentioned a lot with Damian and Vasek and Princewell, but he's someone that is definitely deserving to be in that conversation.
All right, going through the D-line finalists. Next up, let's go to Stony Point. I got a couple that I'm going to have to give a try here. Let's go Chima Onyejiaka. Am I close there? Maybe? Kima. My bad. Kima. That's it. Kima he's had a good year. Big number 11. How about 112 tackles, 40 solos, 11 tackles per game, 7 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. This is a 24 kid, guys, so a junior, still got development coming. And if I'm reading correctly, not only plays football, but plays soccer at 6 foot 270.
Damn.
He's a soccer player. I got to deal with that dude somewhere out on a soccer field. That's crazy, Zay.
Yeah, watching the World Cup right now. Don't see too many 270-pound dudes running around, but I know that definitely helps with him on the gridiron. And Cameron, you've seen this guy in the district that you call going against McNeil. He's also a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he's a guy that you notice on the very first play. If your offensive line, if your guards aren't up to speed, he's someone that's going to cause trouble immediately. 112 tackles, the most out of any of our All-Flex finalists, and just a junior too, 5 sacks as well. A really good defensive line at Stony Point, and he's a big reason why. Unfortunately, they didn't make the playoffs because they would have been a fun team to watch with Cam Cook and Braylon James, and then also Keem on the outside. But comes back for another year. I think he's the kid that will end up playing college football the next level.
Yeah, keep an eye on that name as we get through next season. All right, Zay, who's next?
Griffin Willis out of Lake Travis, big 99, 6'2", 275 pounds, was first team all district last year. I want to say he was the defensive line MVP last year also. 62 total tackles, 62 total tackles, 20 solo tackles. Had a monster year this season for a Lake Travis team that went very deep into the playoffs. And yeah, Griffin, just like majority of these guys, you definitely notice him once you look at this Lake Travis defense.
Cameron, am I wrong? Is Griffin the guy that I was reading today is going to Navy? Do I have that right?
Oh, I can check for you real quick.
I think that is right. If I'm mixing that up, that's my bad. I believe it was Griffin Willis. I was reading one of his teammates was giving him some love for that, if that's the case.
That's what I'm talking about. Salute to him.
By Navy, he may have committed.
Yeah. Thank you for your
He is being recruited by Navy.
Thank you for your service, kid. We met his dad at 7 on 7. Really nice guy. I know he's a big fan of the station, but obviously a fan of Lake Travis and that crew on the defensive line. So congratulations to Griffin Willis as well. D-line finalist for the All-Flex team. All right. I believe Cameron mentioned his name, and it is a nice fancy name. I think I got this one right. Princewell Umanmielen of Manor. Arizona State's interested. Arkansas is interested. A lot of others are. Florida, for some reason, is interested. I'm not sure why they would be interested in a Umanmielen. Well, they've got his brother there already. That's why. 65 total tackles, 38 solos for Princewell. If you've seen Manor play, you cannot miss him. 22 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 6'5", 225. Cameron, I know this is a guy you've gotten to see up close. We've all seen this guy up close. Zay and I were out at the, what was that, Vandergrift Manor? The game we saw?
Yes.
So we would have seen him out there, and I know you've seen some Manor games live as well this year, Cameron.
Yeah, probably the best defensive front, I think, in the district was Manor. They had 3 incredible guys, all 3 deserving to be on this list. And Princewell comes from a football family. His oldest brother played at Charlton State. His second oldest, Prince Lee, who was recruited by Texas at Florida. And Princewell will probably end up at Florida as well. I mean, he's a freak, 6'4", 225, incredible edge rusher. And you mentioned the stats, 8 sacks, 22 tackles for losses, an incredibly athletic kid. And not too many kids you can say played SEC football like I believe he'll end up. I know he's got an offer from Ole Miss last week. I think Matt Rule offered him the day he got the head coaching job, which tells you everything you need to know about this kid. Incredible season. And he had 2 other teammates alongside that front for Manor that were a lot of trouble for offensive lines this year.
Oh, I like that Matt Rule comment. I hadn't heard that one. What do you got, Zach?
Congrats to Tony Shannon out of McNeil. So Cameron definitely seen this guy play once or twice. Number 40, had 59 total tackles, 39 solo tackles, and 2 sacks. The junior was all over the field. Is great sideline to sideline. Cameron, what'd you see out of Tony all year long?
Yeah, just a great kid. What you hear from people at McNeil, talk more about who he is as a leader and a teammate than what he does on the field. And his stats were great. He even had a rushing touchdown this year. I love seeing the big men get some love. They would put him in that jumbo goal line package right as the fullback. And he got a couple touches. A great year for Tony Shannon. Led the team, I believe, in TFLs, a couple sacks as well. An outstanding player, an outstanding human being as well.
All right, rolling through the D-line finalists for the All-Flex team. Let's go back to Manor. When you're facing the Mustangs, you do need to find number 3. That's Umanmielen. But if you don't figure out where 51 is, you're probably in trouble. Jaden Cofield, 6'3", 325, 50 tackles, 37 of them were solos. He is a Texas Tech commit. Coach McGuire is excited about that. He committed all the way back in April. Arizona State, Baylor, TCU, and others are interested. But Jaden Cofield, big-time player, Zay, that Manor defensive front. He's the reason the middle of that defense is so crazy to deal with. Umanmielen on the outside, him in the middle. Like Cameron just said, it's maybe the best front in the district.
Yeah, that Manor whole squad, just one of the most talented squads in the area. They had a lot going on behind the scenes, had a lot going on with injuries and whatnot, which is due to their record. But yeah, those defensive linemen that they have, Cam, they're just absolute studs. And look for them to bounce back next year and have a better season.
Yeah, a lot of coaches, when they look at the Manor, they were impressed with Cofield the most because of what he did in the middle. A lot of teams would try and pivot away from the side that Uman Mielen was on, obviously at 6'4", but Cofield was right there to greet him. A Texas Tech commit, as you mentioned, and 2 of 3 guys who I think should be on this list. Another one was Ike Esewune, another Manor guy, postal commit. It felt like he blocked every field goal and punt that Manor faced. Do we have a snub list yet? Because I think Esahune's got to be on that.
Actually, if you check social media, I think the snub list has begun. Yes, absolutely.
The people are making snub lists.
Yes. Yeah, that's the flex snub list will be built up. So Jaden Cofield of Manor on the list as well. Zay, who's next?
One of my favorite things, fellas, and we talk about it, with college football, when you have a big defensive line wearing a single-digit number like this guy, number 7 from Weiss, Chad Otutu, 290 pounds, 6'2", 10 tackles for loss, 60-plus tackles, 2 sacks. He's only a junior, and I heard in that game against DeSoto, he was causing havoc and making it hard to get the ball to guys like Jonte Cook, who will be coming to the 40 acres next year. But, yeah, Chad Otutu, he's an absolute monster.
Yeah, and Cameron, we got both sides of that Weiss line represented earlier. We talked about Gerald Mays, the freshman offensive lineman that's one of our finalists. This is, of course, the defensive side of the ball. The Weiss Wolves definitely doing some blocking and tackling, building some young talent.
Yeah, Tutu is a space eater, 73 total tackles this year, the stack TFLs. Just a junior, getting looks already from SMU and Sam Houston State on a really talented Weiss team that I think is going to have really a bounce-back season next year. Probably going to have a brand-new coach, I believe, but Otutu is a player to watch out for next year. A great season this year. He'll be at the D1 level in 2 years as well.
All right, let's get to the most important part of my day, and that is making sure that a door in this building doesn't come off its hinges and I receive a world's strongest slam because somebody's not on this list. Ladies and gentlemen, big number 98 at Lake Travis is Jacob Henry, and like his dad, he's versatile. The man can do a lot of different things. I was watching some film on Jacob last night. It's a class of 24 kid, if you don't know. So still some development to happen here. I can't wait to see what happens, guys, in his senior year. 46 total tackles is what I saw on the list. In talking to Mark, I want to say he said it may be up around 50, 52, something like that on the total tackles. But from that position, it's incredible. Got a couple sacks as well. The idea of a defensive tackle, Zay, is disruption. Jacob Henry is a master disruptor for Lake Travis.
Yeah, and you could tell the wrestling background really helps him on the field. And if he didn't get hurt, I feel like he would have been a huge part in Lake Travis' success on moving forward in the playoffs. But his injury, I think, set them back a little bit. Even though it's Lake Travis, Jacob Henry, he causes a lot of havoc there on the defensive line. And, yeah, look for him to have a monster senior year next year. And who knows if he'll go the wrestling route for college or if he'll go the football route. Either or, he'll have offers for both.
Yeah, wrestling, football, powerlifting. The Lake Travis. Hank Carter's already said when he graduates, he'll have every weightlifting record, Cameron. So he's going to be able to do whatever he wants to do. Jacob Henry, definitely one of those names. His senior year should be something to see.
Yeah, and he's an outstanding athlete, obviously, and a great player and had a great year. And I'm glad because I do not want his dad when Christina told us that, hey, we might want to look at Jacob Henry's stats because Mark Henry may be bursting through those doors, as you mentioned, Chad. Yeah, I got a little scared because they asked me to look at the defensive lineman. So there's obviously Jacob Henry's going to be on this list. I don't care if he had 0 sacks or 2 sacks. I do not want to mess with the world's strongest man.
Yeah, no, and I think the best part of it, in knowing Mark as long as I have, I love talking with Mark about really anything. I love to talk pro wrestling with him or football. You've heard him on the shows. He loves talking Longhorns. But when he's talking about his child, it's a whole different level, man. He's breaking it down on the whole football dad level. So it's cool to talk to him about that. Jacob Henry is a finalist on the All Flex team. All right, Zay, where are we going next?
One of our favorite players, Chad. We've seen him multiple times out of Dripping Springs. Rocks number 11, the 6'5", 215-pound Thompson Vickery. Had 66 total tackles, 21 solo, 7 sacks, and he led Dripping Springs in sacks for the second straight year, and he'll be back next year for his senior season.
Man, definitely somebody to watch. Cameron, I don't know if you've gotten how many Drip games you got to see live, but to me, you can't watch that defense play and not notice number 11. He's incredible.
Yeah, a lot of the love goes to the offense, and rightfully so, but the defense has been outstanding the entire year as they made a step up. Only gave up 176 points this season and in 14 games. That's about 13 points per game, guys. And Vickery was the guy that when you would watch Drip, just like his teammate at linebacker, who we'll get to a little bit later on, he's someone that you would instantly watch out for because he would be in the backfield, it felt like, every single play. And any time an opposing team would try to pick up some yards on the ground, Vickery would be right there. 6 sacks, 8 TFLs, and just a junior as well for a Drip team that might be losing some key contributors on offense next season, but their defense will be just as good.
Also, guys, my favorite Vickery story from the first game against Vandegrift, he had a puke and rally. He threw up on the field. They called a timeout, got him a little hydration. He came in and he made 3 tackles the next 4 plays.
Dog.
It was incredible.
Dog. Oh, he mucked up the whole offense for my Bowie Bulldogs. Like, he
yes,
was
he
all
did.
over the field. And when I was looking, when we were putting these guys in different positions, I was wondering, defensive line, I swear he's a linebacker. I swear he's a strong safety. They will put him
everything.
at any place on the field just to make plays. Kind of reminds me of little Micah Parsons, and especially with him rocking that number 11 and how Micah's used all over the field too. Look for him to have a terrific season next year also.
All right, we got 2 more D-line finalists to get to. My last one is going to be Big 99 at Vandegrift. Let's go back to that game with Drip and Vandegrift in game 1. Damian Wimberly, Dripping Springs had their way a little bit with him. They controlled him, but as the season's gone on, it's kind of what the all-flex idea is about, right? Guys that continue to get better and better. 72 tackles for Damian by the end of the year, 51 solos, 14 TFLs, 13 sacks. And gentlemen, while Dripping Springs controlled him in game 1, last Friday night, they did not control number 99. He had big plays. He and Yendo had a huge sack on a 4th down play where they got to Novosad. 99 was in Novosad's face throughout the night, disturbing whatever they were trying to do. Damian Wimberly deserves every bit of this all-flex finalist list.
Yeah, he's an absolute problem. Every game, he's gotten better and better. His motor has gotten better and better, and he's played at such a high level. He's made so many big plays, especially this past week against the Dripping Spring Tigers, and he should hang up that last play, Austin Novosad fumble on the goal line. He should hang that up on his wall somewhere because he had a lot to do with poking that ball out there and securing that Vipers victory to allow them to play against Katy this weekend at the Alamo Dome. And Cam, Damian Wimberly, he's an absolute star.
Yeah, faced a lot of double teams this year. A 6'4", 245-pound stud, going to be playing at SMU, and really an all-around stat line. I mean, he had 12 sacks this season, only behind Colton Vosick and Caleb Dickey at Crockett. Forced fumbles, total TFLs 13. Also 4 pass deflections too. So he's getting those arms up. He's got a lengthy wingspan that makes him just an incredible player in the defensive line. And, you know, he was a big reason why Vandegrift made it as far as they did last year in the playoffs, and a big reason why they're 1 game away from the state championship again this year.
No doubt about it. All right, let's get one more defensive line finalist, and then we'll take a break. One more, Zay.
Yeah, Cam just mentioned this guy last, but definitely not least from Southside, South Austin, Texas, just like your boy out of Crockett High School, number 33, 215 pounds, 6'1", Caleb Dickey. He also plays running back. He's just a sophomore, had 118 total tackles, 75 solo tackles, and bear with me, 21 sacks. Second to Colton Vosick, as Cameron just said. The man does it all, plays both sides. Like, how do you have enough energy to tote that rock at the running back position, then turn around and get 21 sacks on the year? Caleb Dickey was absolutely amazing. He's just a sophomore, only going to get better. And yeah, big time year for him.
That is very cool. There you go. There is the finalist list for defensive line. We'll take a break here in a second. Real quick, Cameron, anything on Caleb Dickey?
Yeah, great story. Just a sophomore this year. His brother Cameron is the starting quarterback. And in this area, you know, there's so many great players. We mentioned Uman Mielen, Damian Wimberly, Colton Vosick, but it was Caleb Dickey at Crockett, who had the best stats out of anyone. 2 sacks in the playoffs as Crockett got their first winning season in 15 years, guys, and it's because of Caleb Dickey and his brother Cameron. They're going to be back for 2 more years.
That is very cool. Great news for Crockett fans there. All right, Cameron Parker hanging with us this hour as we're getting the All-Flex finalists out there. Let's move back to the linebacker position. Up next, we're announcing the All-Flex finalists. We'll get linebackers and the long snappers in before the hour is done. Stay with us, and remember, if you want to see all the names that have been released, FLXATX.com. Don't move. It's the Horn. All right, rolling through a Tuesday. It is the All Flex finalist reveal day here on The Horn. The Doors, Light My Fire. Gotta love that.
Jim Morrison.
That's the one they performed on the Ed Sullivan Show. He was told not to say the word higher. He looked directly into the camera and said the word higher, even though he was told not to, because it's a drug reference.
Oh, man.
You know, they got nervous. And the famous story is they got back to the dressing room and they burst in and said, "What did you do? You were told not to say it." And he just kind of sat there and he said, "You'll never play the Ed Sullivan Show again." And Jim Morrison said, "We just did."
Man.
And walked out.
That's fire.
Yep.
I like that.
That is Jim Morrison in a nutshell. All right.
Reefer Madness had everybody going crazy back then.
It really did. Yeah. It loosened a lot of folks up
Yeah.
to do a lot of crazy cool things. The Doors, Exodus, and the Rolling Stones have already been a part of the show today. More All-Flex finalists coming for you. Quick update on soccer. Portugal up 2-0 now on Switzerland. I am told that it was an upset, that Spain is out, and they didn't even hit a penalty kick in the game with Morocco. So 35th minute, Portugal up 2-0 on Switzerland, and we've got a World Cup report coming for you in the 2 o'clock hour with our man Glenn Davis going back over the Brazil win as they had a nice win yesterday, and they continue in the tournament. All right, let's get that official Flex 30 sounder rolling because we're throwing finalists out. Here we go.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to The Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right. Once the defensive line does its job and disrupts everything, sometimes the idea is the linebackers show up to clean everything up. Let's go linebackers on the All-Flex finalist list. You want me to start here, Zay, or you want to start?
I'll start.
You start? Go ahead.
Yeah, let's start in Leander, Texas, Rouse High School, number 36, 6 foot, 220 pounds, Zach Lacombe. Had a terrific season, 122 tackles total, 81 solo tackles, 10 tackles per game, 16 tackles for loss. He was everywhere. He was dominant for the Rouse Raiders this year.
There you go. Zach Lacombe of Rouse. Cameron Parker, did you get a look at Rouse live this year?
Didn't see them in person, but been very familiar with Lacombe's story, man. He started on varsity level since his sophomore year, I believe, an absolute playmaker on a Rouse team that I think battled through various injuries this year. An incredible stat line. I mean, you mentioned the 16 tackle for losses, 2 interceptions, a couple pass deflections as well, showing his ability to not only defend the run, but also drop back in coverage. A great year for Lacombe at Rouse.
Zach Lacombe, an All-Flex finalist at linebacker. All right, we've been talking a while now. I feel like we're a little dehydrated. I think this list needs an IV. IV Webb from Anderson. 103 IV if you're out there. I'm sorry for the dad joke. I couldn't resist.
Don't do Ivy like that.
I am so sorry. 103 solo tackles, 172 total, 17 tackles a game, 22 TFLs. Had a chance to meet IV and his dad at 7-on-7. A really nice young man at Anderson. And Zay, he does it all for that defense, man. He absolutely is all over the place. Certainly their leading tackler.
Yeah, all them tackles that you said. I knew those guys that got hit by him needed IVs after the game. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But yeah, he was very good for Anderson team that probably in their minds they underachieved, but they played in the toughest district in Texas, in my opinion. So it would have been tough for anybody, but IV, he did his thing and held up for that defensive squad and got them some big time dubs this year in a very, very tough district.
Cameron, this is one of the first names that I kind of committed to memory as I was trying to learn about the area's linebackers. Lots of folks know about Ivy Webb.
There's some great names in our linebacking core for the All-Flex. We're going to get to a few of those, but Ivy Webb is up there, and he's a stat line just like Caleb Dickey from Crockett. Where I saw it at first, I was like, is this correct? Did Max Preps messed up? I mean, 172 tackles, guys. That's an incredible stat line. 7 sacks. He's blocked a field goal, forced fumbles, 103 solo tackles as well. Not always great when you have 103 solo tackles from a linebacker, but man, his stat line is incredible. an incredible season for Ivy Webb and possibly the best linebacker in the Austin area.
There you go. All right, linebacker finalists for the All-Flex team. Who you got, Zay?
Shout out to Lake Travis' very own Tevin Lewis, 5'11", 195 pounds, which, Tevin, you don't look 195 pounds, dog. I've seen a couple of your games this season.
Yeah.
If you 195 pounds, you damn sure don't play like it. You look more like 210, 215, but number 30 is a 3-year Leatherman, 48 solo tackles, 71 tackles total. And yeah, he was very solid for the Cavaliers defense this year, right behind great players like Jacob Henry and guys like Griffin Willis. And he did a lot for a very good Lake Travis team this year. And Cameron, I think he's one of the most underrated, but that's why we have these flex finalists, should be rated guys in all of Central Texas.
He's someone that I believe started off playing a little bit safety in addition to linebacker, so he has that quickness. I think he's gained a lot of weight too, strength-wise. He was listed at 190. I think he's a little bit above that, like you mentioned. Outstanding kid for Lake Travis this season. A great defense all around for the Cavaliers, and a big reason why that linebacking core.
So Tevin Lewis is on our finalist list for linebackers. Now let's head to Hutto, one of the great names we learned very early on. No, it's not said like that, even though it might be spelled like that. It is all good with Brody Bueno from Hutto, 6'3", 225. He is a senior, 138 tackles, 43 solos, 4 TFLs, got an interception, 3 fumble recoveries. Zay, another one of these guys that just does so much for a defense. Brody Bueno, he's been on our radar all the way back to 7-on-7 times. It's the first time I saw him was out there with the 7-on-7 group at Hutto.
Yeah, he looked good for the Hippos all year long, all over the field, sideline to sideline. And I think he's also another guy that's underrated and that's definitely very deserving and then some on this list. And yeah, Cam, this is just another guy that could do a lot for that Hippo D.
He's someone that might be playing the Naval Academy as well. I believe he got offered earlier this season. Also, first team flex list for best name, Bueno.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, he's
no
very
doubt.
good. Very good.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. It's perfect. All right, so here's Zay. I think we're up to a guy that Cameron might know a little bit about.
Yes, absolutely. Bobby Holland, number 42, terrific season this year. Only a junior, and he had 78 tackles, 15 tackles for loss, a fumble recovery, and an interception. Cam, tell us a little bit about Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby's a kid that started at linebacker his sophomore year, and there's a lot of linebackers who will get a lot of reps at sophomore, but starting is different, right? Because that means your coaches trust you as a player, as a teammate, as a leader, and he stepped up. We mentioned Tony Shannon being a defensive line finalist. Bobby Holland was a big reason why this defense was so good. Didn't have the year offensively that Coach Hermes wanted to, but when you look at McNeil's stats, their defense was sneakily good, and a big reason why they were in pretty much every single game they played in. A great season for Bobby, and he's also just a junior as well. Will be back for one more year for a really talented McNeil defense.
All right, here's another guy I think Cameron's seen play football a little bit. We'll go to LBJ for this one. Speaking of great names, Latravion McCutcheon, and he plays up to that badass name. 6'2", 205 is how he's listed. He's got offers. I saw on his social media, his 17th offer was from Oklahoma State. The 18th was from Nebraska. He says he'll choose in February Houston, SMU, UTSA. They're all interested. I've seen him play live, Zay. I get why they're interested. McCutcheon is everywhere.
Yeah, following in Big Bro's footsteps. I was also a big-time recruit out there with Lincoln Riley at USC, was once upon a time a Oklahoma Sooner, and before that was Alabama commit, but he has all the measurements and is a lot bigger than his older brother, too, that plays in the secondary. I think McCutcheon is one of the best players in the state.
Cam, you've covered LBJ and called some of their games. Tell me about McCutcheon.
Yeah, Trey, phenomenal athlete, outstanding kid. He's taken a few quarterbacks out of the game with his strength and size and his ability to just absolutely hammer an offensive player. One of the first guys Matt Rule offered as well, the Nebraska job. I believe Mike Gundy offered him as well. Was once committed to Minnesota, decommitted back in October. Definitely going to be a D1 commit and comes from an outstanding football family.
All right, we got 3 names left on the linebacker list. Let's hit the break here. We'll get the 3 linebackers and the 3 long snappers, the all-flex finalist list rolling on. If you missed any of it, go to flxatx.com. Don't move. It's the Horn. All right, let's talk a little Apple leasing. Any make, any model, any car, any truck, whatever it is you're looking to get into, that's what Apple Leasing wants to do for you. They want to make it easy. They want to make it simple. They want to take away all those dealer hassles for you. Remember, they get the same discounts and incentives that the dealers do, but they are going to take those hassles for themselves, and they're going to pass the savings on to you. So you call them up, have a couple easy conversations, and tell them what you're looking for. They go out and do the searching. You don't have to do that. They're saving you all that legwork. They're saving you all that time. Go into a place and finding out they don't have the selection that you're looking for. That's what Apple Leasing can do. Then they'll come back to you with all the options they find, and then ultimately they'll deliver it right to your driveway, just like they did for me, and drive away your trade-in if that's what you need them to do. 346-9977. It's that simple. 346-9977. Tell them we said, hey, here at the Horn, or you can just go online to appleleasing.com. Rolling through a Tuesday, all flex finalists being announced. I like the riff there, but I don't quite recognize it. Who is this, Zay?
Is it Rat?
It is Rat. Yeah. Did you think maybe you're supposed to say RATT or something?
I don't know.
There
How
he
could
is.
it-
Okay. If Steven had started singing, I would have gotten it. What's the song called?
In Your Direction.
In Your Direction. Isn't that a Rat song I'm familiar with? But that is definitely Mr. Piercy and Rat. The Doors, Exodus, and the Rolling Stones have also been a part of the show today.
Yo, man, you're 0 for 2 on your medal today.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I'd have known it if he sang, I promise.
Oh,
you.
okay.
We're
All
just,
right,
we got things to do.
Yeah, we're on the schedule.
That's
I
my
get it.
excuse. We're on a schedule. We got to move fast. All right, so we're finishing up the all flex finalists on the linebacker side of things. Our man Cameron Parker is with us, and if you want to jump in at flxatx.com, you can find the list of the players that have been announced so far, the finalist list. So far, we have Ivy Webb of Anderson. We have Brody Bueno of Hutto, Latravion McCutcheon of LBJ, Zach Lacombe of Rouse, Taven Lewis of Lake Travis, and Bobby Holland of McNeil. So we got 3 more guys to get us to 9 linebacker finalists. Gentlemen, let's go to a guy that I know Dripping Springs fans wish had been playing on Friday night,
Man.
and that is Luca Pacucci. I noticed early on in the game that he wasn't there, but boy, what a season he had. 94 tackles, 42 solos, couple of sacks, an interception. Is a class of 24 guy, much like Vickery. He'll be coming back. Think about that with that drip defense, that Pacucci will be back, Zay. But, man, I was looking in the binoculars. I saw that kid on the sidelines. He looked so upset that he wasn't playing. He's a machine, and I know Drip wishes he was out there.
Yeah, just the way he plays. He plays so ferocious and throws his body out there. You could see why he was hurt for that Vandergrift game. But yeah, he's an absolute star. And just like Vickery, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with next year again, even though they're losing a lot on the offensive side. Defensive, they're going to be just as good as anybody. So yeah, the Tigers, look for them to have another terrific season in 2023.
Yeah, Cameron, if they keep their same jersey numbers, number 11 and number 24 are going to be focus points when people face that drip defense next year.
I don't have any stats to back this up, just eye test, but I swear Dripping forced the most 3 and outs defensively, and it was because of Luca Pacucci, also first team last name in the all flex list as well.
Yep.
It's a kid that was all over the field, and like you mentioned, didn't play against Vandergrift. 2 matchups where the first one, Chad, you were at. Vandergrift missed a lot of players on their side of the ball, lost that game. Drip loses possibly their most important player on the defensive side of the ball. They end up losing on the 1 yard line to Vandergrift last Friday night. But he comes back senior year. Thompson Vickery comes back. Kyle Cook comes back. The receiver Jack Tyndall, who had a fantastic game, I think 150 yards on the ground against Vandergrift. So a really tough loss to stomach for Dripping Springs, but they're going to be back next year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Congratulations to Luca Pacucci. He is one of the finalists for the all-flex team linebackers. All right, Zay, what do you got?
Congrats to Walker, also Brooks from Round Rock, number 25, had 73 total tackles, 46 solo tackles, 8 tackles per game, an interception, and a forced fumble. He was very solid on an already good stout. We talked about Jeff Jones and Ball Don't Lie. You're going to hear more guys on the secondary on that Round Rock squad.
Mhm.
Walker, also Brooks, did his part on a very good Dragons team this year.
This just in, Round Rock can play defense, Cameron. I don't know if a lot of people know that. Dragons can play D.
Yeah, also Brooks was all over the field this season. Interceptions, forced fumbles, pass deflections, 3 sacks on the year. Incredible combination with Jet Jones on the defensive middle of the line. Curious, any relation to Will Middlebrooks or like cousins or something?
This is also Brooks, isn't it?
Also Brooks, yeah.
There's also Brooks and Middlebrooks. Come on, man. See, my dad joke with Ivy Webb just infected the whole discussion. That was
mine was not as good.
That was the problem. That's what happened. That's where it all went wrong.
Both of you guys sound so white.
That
It's
is
amazing. I love it.
That is terrible. All right, let's see if we can finish off here with Reed Vines of Cedar Park. He is a junior, class of 24 kid. I'm just going to say 88 solo tackles, Zay. I think that kind of says it all. This guy has been another one of those names early on that you heard at the linebacker position. He does so much for Cedar Park.
Yeah, he does. The Timberwolves, they're always good. And they started off a little slow this year, but they picked up where they usually left off, and that's getting to the playoffs. And yeah, this guy, Cameron, he was also a star. 88 solo tackles. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, he had a great year last year as I think he was just a sophomore. Big impact in their playoff run, and not the year for Cedar Park that they would have liked, but he did a great job stepping up. They had some injuries too on their defense, like a lot of teams, but they were impacted. Started off, I believe, with 0-3, 0-4, maybe 1-4. But he comes back for a senior year on a strong Cedar Park team that was able to turn it around in district play and end up making the playoffs.
All right, so there are our 9 linebacker finalists. We'll go over D-line and linebacker again in the 2 o'clock hour, but that gets us the linebackers. Now let's get the long snapper finalists in there. That's right, we're hitting every position. Zay, we got 3 of these guys. Where are we starting?
Yeah, this guy has 100% success rate on snaps. How can we not put him in as a finalist? Number 44 out of Lake Travis, Jacob Wilsley. He is also a center and only allowed 1 pressure and gave up 0 sacks this season. Got an offer today to be a long snapper at Sterling College, so congrats to him on that. But yeah, perfection, that's how you get on this list, because that's very hard to do. Doesn't matter what position you play.
Perfection is good. All right, with all due respect to all the other names on this list, this might be the top of that list, because the long snapper, one of our finalists, it is Gary Seidenberger from Fredericksburg, and that's just a lot to say. Number 44 for the Battling Billies. He does a lot for them, by the way. He's a 23 kid, so a senior. He runs track. So 6 foot, 220, 2-time district first team linebacker. There's an 11 tackle game this year. There's a 12 tackle game this year. So he's going both ways, plus the long snapping. 100%. You were talking about 100% success rate. He's got that on field goals. He's got interest from Tarleton, Sul Ross, Texas Lutheran. He's had some visits / offers from them. Congrats to Gary Seidenberger. Also congrats, because he'll be a part of the San Antonio Sports All-Star football game that's coming up on January 7th. And gentlemen, here is the piece of information everybody needs to know. His favorite Powerade flavor is Mountain Berry Blast, and his favorite Whataburger order is the sweet and spicy bacon burger. That's a smart young man.
Very smart.
That is my go-to at Whataburger as well, Gary. Congratulations to you, sir. You are an All-Flex finalist, and apparently you are also an All-Flex Whataburger orderer.
Man, you hear this guy, Cam? He's going all the way to their orders and stuff. That's some deep dive in there.
Come on now.
Hey, Chad, what's going to be his major in college? Do you have that yet? Or
I don't have his major in college. Wait, no. None of your business. That's his major in college.
That's great. All right, last but not least, now, this should be put on a different type of pedestal maybe, because this team scores a lot, which means there's more room for error when you score more. Because this guy is 97 for 97 and still going and snapping extra points. 17 for 17 on field goals. That's not high, because this team's always scoring touchdowns because Westlake Chaparrals don't kick often. He's also 35 for 35 on punts. Shout out to Jake Helms out of Westlake.
His numbers would be better, but they don't need a long snapper to kick off. That's how the Westlake numbers work. Yeah, we don't need a long snapper for that. So yeah, that's awesome though. The fact that he's been perfect through everything. I'm amazed they kicked 17 field goals.
Right?
Well done, defenses.
Yeah.
Let's just give a round of applause to the defenses that faced Westlake and forced 17 field goals this year.
Let's keep it real. And Cam, you could probably attest to this. They were probably 4th string guys in the game at this point. Salazar's probably like, oh, we're up 70. Might as well get our kicker some practice. We don't know when we'll need him.
Yeah, real quick on Helms, I believe he took a visit to Vanderbilt last month. I think he's a junior, right? So he's someone that is going to be getting a lot of looks at his senior year, maybe even locally here in Austin with the Longhorns.
And that is so cool when you get stories like that where you got guys with a chance to specialize and, especially now that they're protecting the long snappers in a way they didn't used to, and you get a chance to maybe head to college and do that. These guys are extremely talented, but we also did want to include those specialists, the long snappers. All right, there you go. That's our part of it. They didn't want to let us release any of the rest of it. Wide receivers and DBs, that's Rod and Harge coming up at about 3:45 or so, and then 5 o'clock is the return specialist. Cameron Parker, we appreciate your help, sir. Anything else you want to add on the All Flex front before we let you go?
Not All Flex, but are we moving our radio station to the Alamo Dome in honor of Texas just having their second stadium there now?
I think we're gonna
Might as well.
I think we're gonna do a side campus. I think that we're gonna have to build a side campus and send it
A remote office.
a remote office right across from the Alamo Dome. I think that's gonna be true. Cameron, we appreciate the time, brother, and we will talk to you coming up this Thursday and Friday because you're gonna be helping us out producing while we're out at Total Men's. So folks will be hearing from you later in the week. We do appreciate the time and all your hard work, sir. Have a good one.
Cheers, boys.
Thanks, Cam.
Good stuff. That is Cameron Parker calling those McNeil games this year for IHS Fan and doing all kinds of stuff for us here at The Horn. And again, he'll be with us Thursday and Friday. We'll tell you about those shows coming up Thursday and Friday where we're going to be out at Total Men's locations grabbing those toys again. The toy drive. Going to ask you to bring some new unwrapped toys out to the Total Men's this Thursday and Friday. We'll give you the details coming up. Also up next, we'll hit a little NFL. Cowboys getting ready for the Texans. Did you watch the Bucs last night, Cowboys fans? And did you learn anything? Plus, we will tell you about those All Flex finalists, where you can see the full list, and the ones that we've brought you today. That's coming up on The Horn. I feel like somebody who could dance way better than me would be acting like a robot during this song. It just feels like right? It feels like
Can you robot to this? I don't know. It's more of like a pop lock.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
Look who's suggesting this. It's me. Of course it's going to be wrong. Completely wrong. Hour number 3, Chad and Zay. It always starts with a Zay's choice on the beats. What do you got, Zay?
The Fixtures, which is a duo. DJ Quick, AMG.
Okay.
DJ Quick out of Compton. Played them before.
Yeah.
That's a good individual career. Decent duo career, The Fixtures. They hide. This was their only song I really remember.
God, that one will crawl inside your head and never leave. I'm going to hear this the rest of the day now.
I haven't heard this song in a long time.
Dude,
it just popped up. I was like, oh, yeah.
Dude, I'm
I gotta play this.
be at the grocery store picking up some paper towels later. Burp, 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 burp. Hey, how are you? I need 2 of those. Burp, 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 burp. It's going to be in my head all day.
Yeah, it's a good groove.
It's awesome.
A good groove.
All right, the Fixtures with a great beat to get us started this hour. Chad and Zay on a Tuesday. Yes, there's been some NFL talk. Yes, we previewed Texas and Illinois, but also lots of all flex talk with the finalist announced. We will get back into that. Real quick, let's remind you, Texas and Illinois tonight, 6 o'clock tip. Zay, let's get a little bit more from you on this basketball game. We were talking about it earlier. In the progression of Texas, we've seen 2 really nice home performances, just wearing Gonzaga out and then getting a kind of a tough, hard-fought win against Creighton, answered all the questions there. Now they're going to a great neutral site in MSG. What are you looking for, like first 5 or 8 minutes tonight?
Just to see where the nerves are. I mean, this is a different environment than you've played at home. With the Moody Center and the Corral, you have a legit home court advantage at this point. This is a true road test, even though it's not at Illinois, it's a mutual site. It is at the Garden. So guys might have some nerves because this is the mecca of basketball. Think of all the players that have played at Madison Square Garden. Hell, think of all the events and all the shows that have been at Madison Square Garden. People say it smells like a circus. That's just a weird aroma or something, but you'll go down the elevators and whatnot, and you'll see all the plats of all the people that have rocked the place, whether that's on the hardwood. Kobe dropped 61 there. James Harden has.
Yep.
LeBron, MJ's double nickel game comes to mind. All the times he used to dominate the Knicks teams with John Starks and Patrick Ewing and Oakley and those boys. So, there might be some nerves there in an atmosphere that you aren't used to being in. Hopefully the first 5 minutes they could get that out the way and then get back to playing basketball, because I wouldn't say Illinois is as good as Gonzaga or even Creighton, but they match up better with Texas maybe than both of those teams, because they don't really have a traditional 5. They have Danny DeGeha, the Baylor transfer, who is a big man, is a traditional big, probably around 6'10", 6'11", over 265 pounds, and he is their second leading scorer with 11 a game, but he doesn't play as much as you would think. All those games where he had big-time scoring games, those were against the mid-majors that they played, not against UCLA, who they beat, not against Maryland, who they lost to, or against Virginia, who they also lost to. So this Illinois team, they've definitely been battle tested. They haven't been scared. TJ Shannon's been playing with ultimate confidence, averaging 20 per game. Matthew Meyer, that he could go off for 20 at any moment, even though he's been very streaky and very up and down in Coach Underwood's offense. He's just kind of getting acclimated. When you play 4 years under Scott Drew, going into a new atmosphere and a new ball club, it takes you a little bit to, get used to how everybody on the court plays, and they have a lot of transfers and freshmen with TJ Shannon and Matthew Meyer, the freshman Sky Clark. He's a big-time player, big-time recruit coming out of California. And then RJ Melendez, he could really shoot the ball, might be their X factor on the squad. Coleman Hawkins, he's a stretch 4/5 that can really step out and shoot. That's going to be a huge job for Dylan Dessou and Christian Bishop. So I think the Horns should get the dub tonight, but it won't be an easy one at all.
Yeah, this Illinois team comes in ranked about 17, I want to say is the number tonight, 6-2, and we mentioned it earlier, 2 close losses, 2 ranked teams. So this is absolutely a good team that they're facing at Madison Square Garden tonight. 6 o'clock tip, 5:30 pregame. All right, we have been talking some all flex today. If you go to flxatx.com, you can see the finalist list. And all the way back at 7:30 this morning, we started it with the quarterback finalists. To save time, I'm going to leave schools out of it, because if you know the name, you probably know the school. Here we go. Finalists that have been announced today: Austin Novosad, Will Hammond, Braden Buchanan, Cody Stover, and Bowen Staub at the quarterback position. Running backs: Cedric Alexander, Andrew Petter, Quentin Joyner, Jack Kaiser, Rashawn Sanford II, and DJ McClellan. In the 10 o'clock hour, it was kickers and punters. Kickers: Hunter Ryu. I always mess it up. Is it Ryu?
Don't ask me. I botch everybody's name.
Is that right? Hunter Ryu. I think that's right. Hunter Ryu of Lake Travis. Kai Karuki of Round Rock. I said I wasn't going to do schools. And Patrick Helen. Punters: Sam Eccles, Connor Schutte, and Owen Norrell. In the 11 o'clock hour, it was the offensive linemen and Ian Reed, Blake Frazier, Jaden Chapman, Easy from Lake Travis. I'll just stick with that. Big O. Justice Trumpler, Broden Elliott, Hudson Stillwell, John Bragg, Jake Williford, Alex DeVille, Gerald Mays, and Tyler Knapp. The centers: Jackson Harrison, Jackson Key, and Blaine Mueller. And then once we got to our show, it was linebacker time. Ivy Webb, Brody Bueno, Latravion McCutcheon, Luca Pacucci, Reed Vines, Zach Lacombe. These are good names. Bobby Holland, Walker Also Brooks, and Tavin Lewis. Defensive linemen: Colton Vosick, Kima Prince Williu, Jaden Cofield, Jacob Henry, Griffin Willis, Damian Wimberly, Jet Jones, Tony Shannon, Chad Otutu, Thompson Vickery, and Caleb Dickey. Long snappers: Jacob Wilsey, Jake Helms, and Gary Seidenberger, my man that knows how to order at Whataburger. He's got burger in his name. Of course he knows how to order.
That's genius.
At the Whataburger. I will say it again. If Whataburger ever takes the sweet and spicy bacon burger off the menu for any reason, I will chain myself to the nearest store.
What you mean? You can't improvise? You can't change it up? Like, what if they did do that? What's your next go-to?
Chain myself
come on.
to the nearest. No,
Whataburger's too good for you to do all that. They got other options.
I love Whataburger, but I will go in. I will probably adjust my order and have a nice meal, and then I will ask to speak to the manager, and we will talk about it.
I ain't gonna lie, the sweet and spicy burger is serious for sure. And Whataburger, they do a good job of bringing in a new burger every month. The bacon blue burger, that one, I'm not a big blue cheese on a burger type of guy. It has to be real specific if I do that. It was still good.
I don't want one all the time though, but every once in a while.
Though, have you had the chili cheese one?
No.
Yo.
What's going on over there?
You haven't had the chili and cheese burger with the Fritos on it?
They have a chili cheese. They have a Frito pie burger?
When you feel comfortable enough to have a cheat day, because I know you're all about your calories and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a cheat day.
And the muffin top. Whenever you ain't worried about that, go ahead and treat yourself. Do it fast, because I don't think it'll be around much longer.
Limited time.
Very limited. Unless if it gets on that all favorites list, like the patty melt and sweet and spicy. But yeah, the chili cheeseburger, on point.
Fair enough. All right. Point. I just learned a couple of things. I learned that burger is available, and I learned that Zay thinks I have a muffin top. That's not good. That is not good. We need to work. I
said you got rid of it.
I did get rid of it.
About it.
I did. That's true. I do worry about it sometimes. All right. So we got all that going on today. Thank you so much to our Flex crew, the Flex folks. Thank you to all you high school football fans. I know there's going to be arguments. I know there's going to be discussions. And yeah, we probably do need to have you help us build up a snub team, because we're already getting all kinds of people sending, what about these stats? What about those stats? And our response probably needs to be, those are the stats we asked you for in October and November. But anyway, no, it's okay. I understand. Everybody's got their arguments, so you're going to get those to us. We'll get that snub list put together at some point. Don't worry.
Yo, for everybody who's salty about their kids or salty about their school and players on their school getting snubbed like that, look, don't get after the people presenting the specific positions today, because we all voted for all positions, and there was more than just the on-air staff that you hear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like some people are getting after. I saw somebody tweet at you and I for not putting certain guys on the defensive line list, and it wasn't just our decision.
Yeah, y'all don't think they actually give me power on all this, right? You don't think they just let me decide? I mean, come on.
How many votes do you think we had total for, let's say, probably at least 30-something? On their staff, off air staff.
Oh, yeah, no,
Flex
there's a lot of
crew.
people.
There's a ton of people.
We should bring them all on air and make them tell us why they voted the way they did. Just drag everybody through this thing.
because we're getting crushed.
Come on.
Oh, say, Chad, what the hell are y'all doing this, guys? Like, we had our votes, then everybody else had their votes. Our votes only put up a certain percentage.
Yeah,
That's it.
And I also should point out that the list was ultimately rubber stamped. And I don't know if rubber stamped is the right way to say it. The list was ultimately checked off on and verified by Craig Way.
Big time.
So
that's huge.
I'm just saying.
Hall of Famer.
It's not like we put Craig Way in a room and distracted him with something and then said, okay, let's make this guy a linebacker and make that guy. That's not what happened. Craig Way ultimately signed off on this. So just want to make sure you understand that too. All right, so we got a lot of all flex stuff out there. Quick update on soccer. Portugal 4-1, 60th minute over Switzerland, and Morocco took Spain out today.
Yo.
Wow. Penalty kicks. That was earlier.
Spain's a basketball country. They're like ranked the number one basketball country now over the U.S. for some reason, even though U.S. just won the Olympics. I don't know how that works out. I think it's over a certain decade or something like that. But yeah, they don't care about soccer like they once did, Chad. Guys like Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, and Ricky Rubio changed the narrative.
Guess so. That's got it. That'll hurt us. That would hurt a Spanish soccer fan right there if you said that. Oh, so y'all are a basketball country now, huh? By the way, we haven't mentioned this yet, Zay. The Heisman finalists have been mentioned. They are Caleb Williams of USC, and then 3 of the guys fighting for the title. Stetson Bennett of Georgia, Max Duggan of TCU, if he can get himself on stage, if he's not completely worn out, and C.J. Stroud of Ohio State.
Yeah, even though I don't think Stetson Bennett is going to win it or deserve to win it. I knew he'd be in New York. I asked Brian Jones if Stetson Bennett have a chance, and this was why, just because you can't knock the record. You can't knock going. Now, the Heisman is for this season. It shouldn't be anything about last season, but still, you got to look at the success they had last year at Georgia, winning the national championship, coming in this year, having all of those guys go to the NFL, and then having really not really lost a step at all. Stetson Bennett has been solid all year long. Yes, he is a clock manager guy. Yes, if they had other quarterbacks maybe better, would they be able to win at Georgia? Probably, but you can't knock what Stetson Bennett's done, and I think he deserves to have that trip to New York.
So I'll ask the snarky question that maybe some are thinking, but they won't ask it out loud. Is there any chance the Heisman on certain years can go like baseball Hall of Fame, and if it's just not needed, it's not needed? Can we just announce, like, let's all not go to New York because we really don't have a winner?
Yeah, I don't feel like anybody should win it.
Like Caleb just got beat. Duggan's team just got beat. Plus, I love Max Duggan. We all do. But I don't think anybody thinks Heisman when they watch him. I don't think you just brought up, Bennett. We all know what he is. Great team guy. But Heisman, not quite. And then C.J. Stroud, the way they got beat by Michigan, the last time we see him, his team gets busted up. Not that he's responsible for all those missed tackles on defense, but I'm not sure. Maybe he might be the only guy that kind of feels Heisman-y to me, but I feel like whoever wins this, I'm going to, like 3 years from now when you say who won the Heisman in 22, I am going to forget.
Yeah, it's a weak season. I mean, I think it's Caleb Williams to lose just because of all the stats that he put up this year, but
because it is a stat. A lot of times it's a stat award and it's a flash award. You got to have those moments where you're grabbing the country. The problem is 3 of the 4 in their last chance to grab the country lost.
Right.
And the other one's just on a badass team where he doesn't stand out.
Yeah, and I bet you a lot of those guys that have won the Heisman that you see, Caleb Williams getting in. Did you see the fingernails thing? Like, I don't like stuff like that.
The what now?
The fingernails thing, Caleb Williams.
No.
So on his fingernails, this is what he does to multiple teams throughout the year. He'll put muck, which substitute the M for F.
Yeah.
And then the team he's playing, so this past week it was Utah. He had Muck Utah on his fingernails. So
he literally
F. Let's say the F was on the pinky.
So he
finger
literally paints the F word and the team every week.
I don't know if he's done it every single week, but he did it for Utah, and I want to say he did it for UCLA.
I wonder if he does it just for those rival kind of teams.
I don't know.
He's not doing that for like some weird non-con, is he?
I don't know, but it clearly backfired because they asked Cam Rising about it, and he was just cussing during his presser. Like, Cam Rising was like, yeah, I saw that. Clearly, it didn't work for him. He didn't say it along those lines, but that's how he basically said it. Like, yeah, that's good for him, I guess. So it's just, that's not Heisman-esque.
I don't know.
Even though Baker Mayfield was a Heisman, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know.
I'd respect the idea if he went one step further. Knuckle tat. That's what I'd respect. Tattoo the F word on one of your hands and then paint the other team on the hand each week. That I would respect.
Right.
But, I don't know, fingernail polish?
It's weird.
So does he do, like, is the nail a color? Or is he just put little letters?
Let me try to find it so I could send it
It's like
to you.
black on his fingernails.
It's so hard to describe. Yes, it's kind of like black on his fingernails.
That's a long way to go, man.
Oh, he's out there.
Couldn't he just make up a T-shirt? Well, you couldn't do that because they wouldn't let him wear it. I was going to say do T-shirt during warm-ups or something. Oh, that's crazy. All right, so the Heisman finalists are out there. Bennett, Duggan, Stroud, and Williams. That will be Saturday night in New York. Tonight in New York, it's Texas and Illinois. We'll keep setting you up for that one. Up next, it's why December 6th matters to us. We've got some birthdays to hit, including a birthday that's, well, kind of important to me. It's not important to all of my people, but it's still important to me. Next on The Horn. And stay tuned for that report. Right now, let me tell you about Twin Peaks. They've got those jersey giveaways for Cowboys games. Hey, Cowboys-Texans, noon on Sunday. Get on out there just for catching the game with them. You get a chance to win one of those great jerseys. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for more details. Plus, don't forget about the holiday bonus cards. Grab a Twin Peaks gift card in store through December 24th, and you'll score a bonus card for yourself that is valid in January. How about your holiday parties? Maybe have some family or friends in town for the holidays. Show them a good time. Great scratch food and even better scenic views at Twin Peaks. With plenty of shareable things on the menu, this is your place for holiday gatherings. Contact your favorite location for more info today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
World Cup updates brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. DaspitLawAustin.com. 512-865-6710.
Brazil put on a dominant performance yesterday, dispatching the Korea Republic 4-1. It was over quickly. Winners of 5 World Cups, more than any footballing nation. Brazil seeks a 6th and is a heavy favorite. Brazil danced, dribbled, and passed their way to a comprehensive win that included the return of Neymar, who scored and assisted. This is the Samba-style Brazil, again reminding us that this is a beautiful game, a fun game. It was just too easy against Korea. Meanwhile, the great Pelé, the legendary footballer and world star, a man synonymous with the game, Brazil, and a 3-time World Cup winner himself, was back in Sao Paulo watching from a hospital bed fighting health issues. With the spirit of Pelé, Brazil has navigated this tournament in easier fashion than anyone, being able to rest squad members in the group stages. Friday, all of Brazil hopes the carnival will continue. Brazil takes on Croatia in the quarterfinals, and one legend will be watching, the great Pelé. I'm Glenn Davis.
This update brought to you by Daspit Law Austin and Soccer Matters. Monday nights at 7 on The Horn.
This special World Cup 2022 coverage on The Horn is presented by Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLawAustin.com. John Daspit and his firm are personal injury attorneys. They are committed to working for you 24/7. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, your first call should be to the Daspit Law Firm. 512-CALL-NOW, 512-CALL-NOW. They are bilingual. They'll fight for your right for compensation. That's DaspitLawAustin.com, 512-CALL-NOW.
my love. Do you ever dream of candy-coated raindrops? Yes, yellow rain. Woo!
Oh my God. That's a great start right there.
Oh, that's the jam, man.
That is a great start. All right. Legend?
No, not even close.
No.
No.
Okay.
Actually, the group is a horrible idea.
The group is a horrible idea. All right, I can't wait to hear it. Who is it?
Soul for Real, Candy Rain. I want to say this is a one-hit wonder.
Okay.
They have like a little kid singing. That's who you hear hitting the high notes. But the rest of the three were grown-ass men. What the hell are we doing?
Oh, that's fantastic. Soul for Real. All right. I've never heard of Soul for Real. So it's okay that I haven't heard of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
very okay.
One hit wonder.
Yeah.
This
Like
did
you
this-
see three brothers, they all in their 20s,
Okay.
20-something, going to clubs and stuff, saying, man, y'all need something.
One of
See a
their
little 14-year-old who can hit a high note and say, you know what? Get in this group.
nephews could probably hit a note. Okay, Uncle Jerry, I'll go on tour with you. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
All right.
No chance.
Soul for Real, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We are having a good time on a Tuesday, getting ready for Texas and Illinois, talking about last night's game with the Bucs over the Saints. What did you learn if you're a Cowboys fan? I'll tell you what I learned as a Cowboys fan. There's one person that needs to be focused on last night's game, and it is Dan Quinn.
Yeah, Danny.
Get in his face, Dan Quinn. Hit him from the edges, Dan Quinn. By the way, let me just declare it right now. If all of y'all are wondering, hey, I wonder what Chad's going to do when the Cowboys and the Cowboys, that's what I'm going to do. I want to see that team advance because we're talking about birth, Zay. We're talking about birthright here. Yes, I am a Bucs fan. I do love my Bucs, but I also believe in rooting for the best team of the two. It's the Cowboys. They need to beat the Bucs if they beat them, and that's why I'm going to Dan Quinn. Get somebody in his face. Neville Gallimore, get in his face. Lawrence, come get him off the edge. Parsons, Sam Williams, disrupt what he's trying to do. The Saints defense has so much good talent on it. They just didn't get enough upfront pressure when they absolutely needed it. They backed off a little too much. They relied on trying to cut. You can't do that. You can't lay back and cover. Brady will pick you apart.
Yeah, they gave him too much time. I mean, Mark Ingram, you get that first down and the Saints win, and now the Bucs are battling with the Atlanta Falcons for that number one spot. But that did not happen. Tom Brady did what Tom Brady does, and that's what makes the Tampa Bay Buccaneers so scary. Even sitting at 6-6 and having the terrible year that they've had in their standards, you know, I gotta go back and watch that Week 1 game with the Bucs winning 19-3.
I don't know if I want to watch that ugly, clunky game
Yeah, because
again.
clearly that's not the same Cowboys team that we're seeing going into Week 13. And yeah, I think you're going to get a completely different Cowboys team where Micah Parsons and, like you said, Dan Quinn, you just got to keep dialing stuff up that you've been doing all year long if you don't count that game. And that can be successful against this weak Tom Brady offense.
When you also have to make them pay for the injuries on the offensive line. They said it last night. One guy that they would want to play is playing. Wirfs is out now for a little bit of time. I don't know if he'll be back for the playoffs or not. And they pointed out that Brait is out. And that team just has so many injuries. They're getting healthy in some spots, but they're still banged up in others. Cowboys need to make them pay on the front. That's what I learned watching that game last night. That, and if you give Tom Brady 2 seconds, he might kill you with it.
Yeah, that's all he needs. One of the quickest releases in NFL history. And
He's still
that
how
pass
pretty
to
is
Chris
that
Godwin,
throw,
come
man?
on.
Good God.
Like the ref should have just took the flag back and say, you know what, that throw was so unbelievable. F the holding.
I don't know what to do.
It doesn't
Yeah.
even matter. But the fact that they were able to get pushed back after that holding call on that touchdown pass to Chris Godwin and still be able to get a touchdown in. Rookie Richard White had a nice little reach around. Rashard White, reach across the goal line for the score. And yeah, that's all she wrote.
It's crazy.
I think the Cowboys, they're in a good situation. We talked to Haley earlier, who was absolutely amazing. And she says, Dan Quinn, he's figured out this defense and what everybody needs to do and how everybody can succeed. You see Trayvon Diggs, he's having a great year, even though he's not having as many turnovers that he forced in 2021. I think he's had an even better year because with those turnovers that he forced last season, he gave up a ton of yards. He's not baiting guys like he used to. He's playing sound defense. We saw what he did to Justin Jefferson in that blowout win in Minnesota. He's been solid, and yeah, they just keep it up with these next 2 duds on the schedule, then they should put themselves in position 3 weeks from now when the Eagles come into town.
Yeah, moving on without Anthony Brown. Not that Anthony Brown's the greatest corner ever, but that Achilles injury's tough, man.
Especially when you lost the nickel earlier in the year. What was his name?
Oh, right, Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's gonna be interesting. That's why that upfront pressure is going to be so important for the Cowboys. All right, so we hit a lot of that football stuff too. Let's get to why today matters. It is December 6th, and that means something extra special for me. Here we go. All right, on the birthday front, we're going to hit some big round numbers after I tell you it's the Freak's birthday today. Giannis Antetokounmpo turning himself into one of the best basketball players we've ever seen. He's 28 today, Zay.
Oh, my God.
Right in the middle of his prime, getting better by the second.
Yeah, he's scary. I mean, coming into the league, he was only about 6'9", probably under 200 pounds or around 200 pounds. Now he's about 6'11", 242, dominant. No one gets in the way, has a great Euro step, only needs 2 dribbles to get from one end of the goal to the other end of the goal.
And he doesn't actually travel.
In NBA standards, he doesn't travel. If it was college basketball, then he'd definitely be called for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. And I don't think people talk about his defensive stuff. He probably had one of the most memorable plays in NBA Finals history on blocking that alley-oop on DeAndre Ayton in that 2021 NBA Finals.
That's a good point.
Around getting that alley-oop to him from Drew Holiday that kind of sealed the Bucks winning that Finals that year. So
that was one of the freakiest combinations I've ever seen of being a freak and basketball IQ.
Oh, it's stupid.
It's crazy.
It's stupid. And his background is great. He has that one Disney Channel or Disney Plus movie, Rise, where it talks about him and his brothers and his upbringing in Greece and how low poverty they were in and how he's overcame that. Very humble and great guy.
He does need to stop throwing ladders at people, though.
That was a bad moment.
That was his bad moment.
Everybody has a bad moment. That was his.
That was bad, yes. Thankfully, the ladder didn't hit anybody when it fell. All right, so there's a 30, a 40, and a 50 we need to celebrate today. The 30 is my man Johnny Manziel. Johnny has made it to 30. Now, come on.
What?
Now, come on.
What?
A lot of y'all didn't think he was making it to 30. All right, shout out to Kerrville Tivy. Tivy fight never dies. Heisman Trophy 2012. We do need to get that statue going at some point, Aggie. Stop running from the history. I know he's a kook, but he's our kook. Johnny Manziel, happy birthday. He made it to 30, Zay. I'm so excited.
You're acting like he's Ricky from Boys in the Hood or something, and he overcame living in South Central during that era.
No, I'm saying he survived.
I know.
We all thought he was going to maybe live so hard he killed himself. The man is 30 today, and hopefully Johnny is happy wherever he is, and hopefully he is okay with being Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, I mean, the dude lived fast. I think he slowed down a little bit. He's playing in one of those bootleg leagues that they have, that little like arena looking football league.
Yeah, it's like a fan choice football.
Him and T.O. are on the same team. It's a tough watch.
I wasn't even going to mention that part.
It's a tough watch.
It is tough, but I hope he's enjoying himself. I hope he's enjoying life. At some point in my lifetime, I would like to see that statue because Manziel is Manziel.
Oh, wow. Statue?
Heisman Trophy winner. They got a statue of the other guy.
I think they probably would put a statue on Northgate before they would do on Caulfield for Johnny Manziel.
I will okay both of those. If you give me a statue of him at Northgate doing this, that would be good. I would enjoy that.
I know he was arrested a few times on Northgate. He know that.
He may have been. All right, the 40-year-old guy today, Zay, is an old school that I did not know, but Robbie Gould, the kicker, is 40 years old today. Can you tell me where Robbie Gould kicked in college? Because I forgot this one.
I have no idea.
I couldn't even see it in my brain. I was guessing. I guessed the conference right. I guessed Iowa, It's Penn State.
Ah.
No clue. Had no idea. And our 50 is our own Aaron Hogan. Happy 50th birthday.
Happy 50th,
to E. Hogan. I've known E. Hogan for a minute or two. We met back in the late 90s, probably 98, maybe the year I met Aaron Hogan. Aaron Hogan, I was literally producing when Bucky and Aaron were first on air together. The very first time they did a show together, I was producing. And shortly after that, I watched Aaron Hogan go on the air in this town and say in a very clear voice that Troy Aikman, was it overrated or sucked? I don't think it was sucked. I think it was Troy Aikman was overrated.
That's what I'm talking about. He's starting off hot in your young career.
And he backed it up for 3 hours. I disagreed with every bit of the 3 hours. But he backed up what he was saying for 3 hours. It was impressive. Happy birthday to Aaron Hogan. He will start his next 50 years tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. with B and E.
Yeah, shout out to E as their former producer for Bucky and Aaron. I owe E a ton for the progression of my radio career. Love that guy.
Also, Zay, today is National Microwave Oven Day. Do you have any concept of life without a microwave?
I probably wouldn't be here, Chad, without a microwave. Not gonna lie. So whoever invented the microwave, thank goodness for you, us guys out there who can't cook or can't even touch a spatula without getting weirded out because you're just so unfamiliar with any type of kitchen utensil. Thank goodness for the microwave because TV dinners have been a part of my life for 30-something years.
So, I think you'll enjoy this one. Early 80s is when it happened with the microwave. So I grew up about 8 to almost 10 years without them. Didn't have them around. I can still see it. I step outside the house in Waxahachie. I look down the street. My mother and one of her friends are rolling something towards the house. I didn't know what it was.
Right.
It was our first microwave. She was either not borrowing it. She was getting it from them. They were getting a new one, and she was getting the hand-me-down microwave. She rolls it up the driveway into the house and then starts to explain what it is. And my dad, being a physicist, started explaining, you see, Chad, the microwaves are going to penetrate the meat. And I had no idea how great it was going to be, but that was the first microwave. So this is probably, I'm guessing it's like 81, 82, somewhere in there. I can still see it rolling towards me, the first microwave we had.
Favorite microwave thing, that frozen TV dinner style. Not like a leftover, but something that you need the microwave, only works for a microwave.
Egg rolls.
Egg rolls?
When we were in middle school and junior high, Sam's would sell these bags of frozen egg rolls, heated up, yellow mustard, boom. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Man,
Hot Pockets is a silver medal. The egg rolls is first place.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Also, that's the only reason that we had a lot of ramen back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Ramen right there in the microwave. Boom, boom. Let's go.
Yeah. Give me a good frozen chicken pot pie.
Ooh.
I am set. Like, that's the most lazy bouginess I could possibly do.
That's great.
I am set. Just an OG chicken pot pie, frozen, solid microwave. Got to heat it up for about 8 minutes. But still good to go.
Your wife is a lucky woman because she married a man that thinks that a frozen chicken pot pie is bougie. That's the best thing I've heard all day. Bougie stuff.
I said lazy bougie.
Lazy bougie. I thought
bougie.
you just said bougie. I'm like, what are you talking? Sorry, lazy bougie. That is that.
Man.
It is lazy bougie.
I keep one pinky in the air when I eat it, though.
Dude, the microwave made all of us that can't actually prepare food make us believe we can.
Yeah.
It's been doing it for years. So shout out to the microwave, National Microwave Oven Day. All right, coming up, Stems and Seeds. Before we get out of here, we'll get you set for Texas and Illinois tonight at Madison Square Garden and get you set up for the next finalist that will be revealed for the All Flex team. We'll tell you when that's going to happen. Coming up on The Horn. All right, wrapping it up on a Tuesday. Zay, should I know this?
Yes and no.
Famous name?
Yeah.
Single artist?
Yeah, we love her.
We love her. Dirtier side, cleaner side?
Dirtier side.
Is it a
Watch out. Well,
not all the way like not all the way like Little Kim Dirty?
no,
but,
not all the way.
no. Yeah, I don't know. Who is it?
Eve.
Ted Cummins.
Yeah.
Okay.
What y'all want?
Got a good edge to her though. Good edge. And let me think for a second. Greatest tattoo in music history?
Oh, yeah.
I can't think of a better one. Sexiest tattoo in music history. Let's go with that.
It's up there.
It might not be the coolest, but it is the sexiest, most well-placed tattoo or tattoos that maybe has ever been.
Oh, Eve was so fine. She had her own show on UPN, and she couldn't even act.
Well, there you go. That'll tell you. That'll tell you. Yeah, Eve, not hard to look at all, and a lot of talent to go with it as well on the music side. So Eve, Soul for Real, Rat, The Doors, Exodus, and the Rolling Stones. Now that is a big old batch of music right there. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Let's get you stems and seeds. Thank you, Snoop. avconsultations.com, 255-8678, bringing you the stems and seeds. We mentioned the Heisman finalists coming up. We'll get more into that as the week goes on. Texas and Illinois. Zay, you said you think Texas gets the win.
Yes, I do. They might start off a little slow, but this Texas team should pick up where they left off last week against Creighton. Look for the three guards, Sir'Jabari Rice, Marcus Carr, and Tyrese Hunter to have big games along with the bigs. Look for Timmy Allen to continue the success he had against Creighton too. He finally picked up where he left off last year and, looked like that Pac-12 first teamer before he came to the 40.
Yeah, let's hope we see that continue. It's a final in that other World Cup game. Portugal, geez, go easy on them. 6-1. They beat Switzerland and took them out of the World Cup. Earlier, Morocco upset Spain in penalty kicks. And keep listening for those World Cup reports from our man Glenn Davis, brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. All right, real quick, Zay, on the basketball side. Did you see this crap about the women's basketball tournament in Vegas?
Oh, my gosh.
Where my Texas A&M team, DePaul, and somebody else, Purdue, I think, are saying, yeah, we're done, we're out, because Vegas didn't have enough EMT emergency folks around for a tournament over at one of the casinos, and a player laid on the floor for 50 minutes.
Oh, my gosh.
Waiting for EMT.
Joke. Yeah, I don't know what leagues or what tournaments they have in Vegas for these women, because I saw one previously and it was like in a ballroom at one of these hotels, not even in like an arena or a gym, a ballroom. It looked like where the guys,
terrible.
It looked horrible. It looked like where the guys in the NBA were practicing in the bubble in Orlando. It was awful. And
it looked like where you do the walkthrough before breakfast.
Yeah, and NCAA, they should be ashamed of themselves for that.
Oh my God. Bravo. By the way, that's a brand new coach for my A&M team. Bravo to her and her team for saying we're done. And those other two, they rescheduled some things. But yeah, that's terrible, man. Come on. Let's get the basics taken care of. By the way, you're in Vegas and you're not planning for an emergency? Come on. It's Las Vegas.
Touche.
You're 24 hours of an emergency. That's all you do is emergency. Yeah. You're not ready for a basketball player to hit the floor?
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's crazy. All right, so Texas and Illinois tonight at 6. Up next, it's Rod and Harge. Coming up at 3:45 or so, it'll be the wide receivers and the DBs. They'll start rolling those out, the all-flex finalists. They'll get you the return specialists at 5. Check out FLXATX.com for the full list of anybody you missed today on the finalists. Shout out to all of our great high school football talent in this area. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Wednesday show. See ya!
Welcome back to another edition of Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Oh, it is a truncated, abbreviated edition of Ball Don't Lie. We ain't got a lot of time, so let's get right to it. We got Texas, Illinois, big-time college basketball game happening tonight for the Jimmy V Classic. We'll get into it and break that down coming up here later on in the show, but also we'll start off the show breaking down the Texas-Illinois matchup. We got Texans Tuesday coming up next segment. As a matter of fact, Texans Tuesday also can help us break down the Cowboys. Cowboys got to play the Texans coming up on Sunday. I'm a Texans fan, so not looking forward to that at all, but that's all good. We'll get into that coming up. Thursday night football added a little late night drama for everybody, fourth quarter drama, and Tom Brady did what Tom Brady always does, and that's find a way to win it late in clutch time. He's always clutch. We'll get into that. Odell Beckham Jr. is visiting the Cowboys, went to the Mavs game last night. We'll see if the Cowboys can close the deal with ODB. Also, Bijan Robinson visited the Cowboys too. What does that mean for Bijan Robinson's future prospects on the 40 acres? We'll talk about that. And yes, it is an all flex day in the ATX. Happy flex to everybody out there. It is time to reveal the all flex team finalists, and we'll have that coming up for you at 3:45 for your flex, but also at the top of the 5. We'll do that before we're off air. We're off a little bit early at 5:30, so let's not waste any time. Let me introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, for the first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 acres and chase his dream and the cheese. Pimping ain't easy, but for him it's a breeze. Mike Hardball Harge, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, brother?
Top of the charts Tuesday. We got a lot to get into. There's so much to cover, and like you said, we don't got a lot of time. But let me talk about my boy that sits across from me. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's a former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study. But he's not a fan of white condiments, but he is a fan of you, the listeners. He is my man and yours, Rod Bates.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you're right. We're here for a good time, but not a long time.
Already.
Off at 5:30, but for a good reason, because the number 2 basketball team in the country.
Hello.
All right, is going to have the stage. So we're cool to get bumped by that. And a man who knows that team really well gets a front row seat. Well, he's got to pay for that seat with his time because he's working. But still, he's a man that can multitask. That's why we love him on this show. He's also the Idillionaire, one of the hardest working members of the ARN family. He's got a hustler spirit, period. He is, actually, we don't know what he's paid also, but he's underpaid. But he's the real MVP, my man Patrick Davis. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Ready to kick it off on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Had some fireworks late last night. Hopefully no fireworks tonight. Hopefully just an old-fashioned butt whooping the night.
Oh, man.
Go on the road. But,
I'm with you on that. Unfortunately, Texas, I saw the Texas women fell out of the
top 25.
Top 25.
Yeah.
Ain't good. I know somebody's not happy. We know who that is.
Yeah. Coach is having the meetings. He's having some
if you listen
Those
real close
are-
right now, you can hear him yelling.
No, I'm serious. I'm sure those ladies are getting the bid. They will be back in the top 25.
I will say Roy Harmon, who is one of the best players in the country, was hurt for a long stretch of the
Very
beginning of the
true.
season.
Yeah.
So her coming back, getting back healthy will help this team out a lot.
No doubt about it. So obviously, we talk a lot of Texas basketball discussion. Texas, Illinois. We're going to talk about that and break it down and talk about, Texas right now have their biggest road test of the season so far. And it is a neutral site because it's the Jimmy V Classic. So I guess both teams technically on the road. But Texas hasn't had a test like this versus a ranked team to Illinois 17th.
Yep, ranked number 17. Yep.
Right now. So we'll get into that and break that down. But we are really excited about it being a all flex day on the Horn right here because we're going to get into that 3:45, but we're revealing DBs and wide receivers for the all flex team, our finalists for the all flex team, and also we'll do return specialists.
Yes.
So we'll do it at 3:45, and we'll also do it at 5, like top of the 5 o'clock, right before we off air, and then we'll give you a little bit of a preview for Texas, Illinois, right before you get the official pregame for Texas basketball. So really excited about that. We'll also review some of the other choices, but if you want to see what has already been presented so far from the All Flex team, just go to FLXATX.com or go to HornFM.com or go to FLXATX on all of your various social media platforms. It's up there as well. It's been great coverage so far. I've been listening to it. Trust me, I'll give you the guys that I fought for too that didn't make it.
Yep.
All right, I'm giving them some love too. I said that's like I'm giving them some love too. Fall for those guys.
Got to.
It's a lot of good players and really when we had this discussion, I'm glad we did. We had that 3-hour call. But we did realize how much talent is in the area. I mean, it's thick and rich. Everybody talked about the different players that they thought deserved recognition. So I'm gonna get recognition anyway for some of the guys who did make it. But we'll give you our finalists as well for the DBs. That's close to my heart. All right, the money makers, baby.
There it is.
We do the roll call. DBs always the money makers. I've been following a lot of these guys around the area, so we're really excited about this. My man Harge, who's a quarterback, so he's got to know the divas really well. He's gonna handle the wide receivers for you.
Got to know them divas. Got to make sure get them the ball, or else they gonna come to the huddle. I told you I was open. I told you.
You dealt with a lot of that, even in high school.
Oh my goodness, even in high school. Hey man. I know I can beat this dude off the line. I'm like, I know, but I don't have enough time.
Yeah, and by the way, they're not always open. Let me assure you. Sometimes it's called baiting. I'm baiting him.
Yeah.
I know he think he's open. He is not open.
Yeah,
all right?
That film study on the next day when I'm like, remember when you came to the huddle back at the 3-minute mark?
You see this whole play
You
right
see
here?
this whole thing. You barely got off the line.
Hey, he's still open.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that. We'll have some fun with it. But really proud of the All Flex team and all of our All Flex team as well. But the All Flex finalists will be revealed coming up later on today. We'll finish the team. But go to FLXATX.com and you can actually see the finalists that have been revealed thus far for quarterback, for running back, O-line, and I believe. Actually, we did. O-line is considered centers. I think they did long snappers and kickers.
They did.
Kickers and punters, too.
Yep.
Sorry. I'm not trying to. I want to make sure I remember the kickers and the punters.
We got to make sure we have them.
And they did linebackers.
That was another one of the fights, too.
Yeah, they did linebackers and D-line as well. So we're just bringing it up the rear. Last but not least, the skill position. The truest of the skill position guys on the outside.
No doubt.
The speed, baby.
The
money
speed,
makers.
baby.
All right, we'll come back with that at 3:45. Let's get into this Texas, Illinois, and also transfer portal news. There is transfer portal news on the 40 acres. We'll get into it, and we expect a lot more. The portal officially opened yesterday, so we expect a little bit more. But I believe I count 10 names total, and we'll give those to you that are long players that were on the roster this past season that are now either in the transfer portal or have just no longer on the roster for some reason.
Before we get into all that, can I give a little bit of breaking news?
Do the damn thing.
The other day, Baker Mayfield was asked for his release by the Carolina Panthers, and we all know he started the season with the Browns. Then he went to the Panthers.
Man.
Now he is signed with the L.A. Rams. The Rams are not going to be with Matthew Stafford. We were talking yesterday possibly about Shano, trying to make a move for him, seeing if he could fall to them, but he had to go and clear waivers. Well, the claim was made, and the Rams have now picked up Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and I did see that my man Shano did say, he kind of hinted that they weren't looking at Baker Mayfield seriously.
Right.
And I don't know why, but I thought they should. Maybe they should have, but
should kick the tires at least.
He said, quote, this is what Shano said, quote, we look into everything. But that would surprise me right now, and we've got to discuss it this afternoon and stuff. I've always been a fan of his, but I feel real good about our players.
Yep.
Oh, we like our guys.
We like our guys.
That's one of those. Hey, those
we see how that turns out, right?
We like our guys. They like Purdy.
They like him
Purdy is Purdy.
He's ready. What'd you call him? Pump fake Purdy.
Pump fake Purdy, man.
There
they like him. I mean,
Yep.
they're not asking him to do a lot. He had 5.4 yards per attempt.
Yep.
Basically in the last game versus the Dolphins.
And they've got Josh Johnson now. They officially signed him to a one-year
That's
deal.
right. They
So
officially
they
signed
have
him.
Josh Johnson on his
And I think
37th team. I think there was 37 teams in the league. But
Officially it's 14, but that is more teams than touchdown passes he's thrown this career.
There it is.
And Jacob Eason, I believe, is also there, he's had like 10
Yeah, he's had
10 pass attempts and 2 interceptions. So.
Oh, yeah.
But like I said, Shano loves a bad quarterback. He's attracted to them like women are attracted to a-holes and d-bags. Like he loves because women like projects, right? Ladies love a good project. Like, oh no, he's a good man. Just give me some time. I can change him. That's Shano.
Yeah.
I can look. I'll get this quarterback. Even Trey Lance is a project.
Yep.
He's
Very
a big
true.
project guy. Even though there were some rumors that he actually preferred Mac Jones. My man Sims reported that.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, don't hit me up with Chris Sims' hatred on the Spec Sex line. 512-337-3776. I know what he said about the Big 12.
The Big 12 just ain't good.
Hey, he played in the Big 12, and he doesn't like the Big 12. The Big 12 wasn't kind to him.
Right?
So
How
you can
often
understand
does
why he
Chris
doesn't like
Sims
the Big
come
12.
back to Austin, Texas? Very rare, right?
No. He hasn't been back. He hasn't been back since he played, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, he just doesn't come back, really.
Yeah, at all.
Shano comes back.
Yeah.
Shano loves it. So Shano comes back. You don't know when he comes back, but he comes back and hangs out, have a little retreat randomly. But Sims does not.
We'll know it's him because of his flat bill.
Yeah.
We'll recognize Shano
All the
because
time.
of his flat bill.
All the time. All right, let's get to this big matchup tonight between Texas and Illinois. Gentlemen, I know you guys are excited about this. First big road test for Texas. Heard Chris Beard on the Craig Way report talking about there are certain steps, right, stages that you have to go through in a season, and this is one of those. First big road test versus Illinois in the Jimmy V Classic in Madison Square Garden. So it'll be, you'll get to play in one of those basketball meccas, hallowed ground, if you will, for basketball at any level. So I think that'll be pretty cool for all the guys maybe who haven't played there. But it's a good test because Illinois, they'll have, I love this storyline. Terrence Shannon is basically he's their best player. And he is a senior guard who transferred from Texas Tech, played under Chris Beard. He's averaging nearly 20 points per game, which is the best average for his career so far. And he's hitting on nearly 49% of his shot attempts from the field and close to 39% of his three-point attempts. He's the force. Right, that makes it go. The great news for Texas is that Chris Beard actually knows how he thinks. He actually knows his skill set really well, and you'll probably have the most thorough scouting report possible on Illinois' best player.
And I believe that Terrence Shannon Jr. believes that he understands how Chris Beard goes to work
true.
as
He
well.
knows that defense.
He does definitely know
That's
how.
a great point.
He understands how he's going to try to take away
Yeah.
your strengths, at whatever it may be. The funny thing about it is, and I got a chance to be on the conference call yesterday with Coach Beard, and I asked him the question about the defense, the perimeter defense that Texas plays and how important it is.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things, and this goes to what Patrick talked about against Gonzaga, how the best way to stop them from getting the ball inside is pressure on the basketball on the perimeter. And that's something that he talked about yesterday. And that's what they're going to have to try to do. They're going to have to play good off-the-ball defense, but more importantly, their on-the-ball defense has to be more effective. And I wanted to ask you this, Patrick, because you get a chance to sit close to the floor every single game. Is Tyrese Hunter really only 6 foot? And I say really only. I'm 5'11". But he looks like he's longer and he plays bigger than that.
He plays bigger.
He plays bigger.
I will say I do not believe he is taller than 6 foot. This has been a question asked multiple times by different people at the games.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. I do not believe he's over 6 foot.
Okay.
No.
Okay, because he looks,
no,
like
he
you said,
plays bigger than he does, and he's longer than, he's definitely got arm length longer.
Yeah. Wingspan.
His wingspan's definitely bigger. But no, I do not believe so.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
No,
I just wanted, because I'm like, man,
that's
I
a credit
saw
to
that,
him. That's
and
a
I'm
credit
like,
to him.
Man, I think he's bigger than that, but he's really not bigger than that.
No, but he's got really good footwork too.
Yeah.
Which
and he's bouncy too.
Like the thing is normally when you get defensive stance, you drop pretty low. He doesn't drop extremely low in defensive stance either. He's able to keep moving, so he's able to stay up a
with
lot
the
higher.
wingspan.
Yeah. So you're able to get up and stay a little bit higher
It's crazy.
on guys.
Like an animal in the wild, he can get big when
Yeah,
he needs to.
yeah,
but it's not really
exactly.
able to get. He can
That's-
play
that's a
big.
great
Hey,
point.
when you're
That's
not
crazy.
as tall as some other people in
I'm
basketball,
a 5'8" corner, so I know this.
Yeah,
this
you had that, but that
You
was like
play big, man. Get
you
big.
you have to basically learn because like they'll treat you defensive stance normally, and they're like get down in your stance, and you're like I can't get down. He can throw the ball in my head if I
Yeah,
get down.
no doubt.
He's 6'5". I'm 5'11". He's gonna throw it over my. So it's like I can't get down.
Yeah.
The difference was for me. I can't move, so I had to get down to get around him. But Tyrese Hunter can move laterally very well, so he's able to not necessarily have to get down all the way in defensive stance, which helps him be a little bit bigger when you get on the court and you have a defender who's also going to be bending down because you got to protect the ball because he'll pick your pocket.
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
And this is the same type
point.
of team that Texas wants to be as well. A defensive-minded team. Brad Underwood.
They both are.
He's one of the best coaches out there. I remember him when he was at Stephen F. Austin back in the day during recruiting and some of the tournaments I used to go to coaching AAU. I used to see him all the time. And the way that they practice that defense and the intensity that they play with, that's something to pay attention to. They got Matthew Mayer, who was at Baylor.
Yeah.
And
Defensive
Westlake guy, too. Westlake guy,
Yeah,
too.
no, he
So-
gets it. He just wanted to tangle it up with Brock Cunningham one more time.
One more time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he hadn't got going offensively, but defensively, he's still a problem.
Because he's
and
so
he can
long,
still rebound.
6'9". He's
He can still
6'9".
rebound.
Yeah.
No, he's another, but he is. He's a guy like Brock Cunningham. Of if there's a ball on the ground,
Junkyard dog.
yeah.
Yep.
One of them
I
dudes.
was. I think in the game against Texas, I know a game with Baylor last year. He ended up breaking a tooth or knocking a tooth out. Ran to the locker room and was back on the bench within like a minute. You're like, man, that's special to have a mouth problem like that. Just be like, nah, I'll just bleed through it. We're good.
I'm gonna go get my mouthpiece this time. I'll be back.
But not only that, the lack of vanity too. Is he's like, I don't go down.
Let me go play.
Snag
I'm
on
trying to
tooth for a
hoop.
while. It's all good.
I'm trying to hoop.
No, I love that. But Illinois, the thing that makes them dangerous, and you guys just named a few reasons why they're dangerous. They're so inconsistent. They got really high highs and really low lows this season. Defeated UCLA in November, lost in Virginia, beat Syracuse. Pummeled Syracuse, but then lost to Maryland in their conference opener. They just have really high. They're just really inconsistent right now. But they put it together. They can really be a dangerous team.
This is going to be a huge test for Texas for a couple reasons. One, this is the best defensive team and most physical team they have played this season.
Right.
So there's a team that we saw even in the Creighton game, there was stretches where they weren't scoring well. You cannot get in a 6 to 8 minute stretch of one or two baskets. And this is the type of team that can put you into that stretch if you're not shooting well. Two, they played one road game. That road game, they were the home team at.
Right.
And it was in Texas. The fans were all Texas fans when they were playing Northern Arizona. And in that game, in the second half, they didn't get up for it and did not play well offensively in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
So the question is going to be, can you play a full 40 minutes? Can you go into the half and come out of the half? What I say is Chris Beard will tell you, the most important 8 minutes he'll talk about is going into the half and coming out of the half. Because that is setting the tone of what they're going to be worried about in the locker room. And if you can come back out and break every adjustment they just made in 4 minutes, then that team is going to be lost, and it makes it a lot easier for the second half. So those 8 minutes are going to be big. But if they can respond in that second half and not have scoring droughts, that'll say a lot about this team going forward.
Yeah. And another part of this game that we're going to need to pay attention to is the same thing that you and I have talked about for quite some time. On the Texas side, we talk about forcing turnovers and how you create momentum off the turnovers. Well, they do the exact same thing. They force 17.9 turnovers per game, ranking them second in the Big Ten and 31st in the NCAA. So you got to remember, they score 20 points off of turnovers too. So they are just like Texas in the fact that they want you to turn it over so they can create instant offense. Because if you turn it over and they can score, that's what the game's going to come down to. That's why I believe that the line is 2.5.
2.5.
Because both teams have that type of the defensive
they're defensive-oriented teams.
Yeah.
And I would say that Illinois is pushing the pace.
Yep.
They're 24th in pace. And this is obviously kind of a switch, a flip from where they were last season and in seasons past. They're pushing the pace a little bit, and so that'll be a test for Texas as well. This is a team that wants to get out in transition as much as possible. And like you said, they would love live ball turnovers so they can get out and run.
Yeah.
It's an impressive Illinois team. They got 2 losses on the season, but I mean that's
they went to slouches. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They didn't get beat by teams that aren't.
They've been battle
good.
tested already.
Yeah.
And this is another one too. Of you got to hit your free throws in this game. There's a good chance that a point of this game it will get into a little bit chippy, just because it is 2 physical teams that want. You're fighting for every spot on that court.
And Illinois needs this win. They're gonna be desperate.
They do.
They're gonna be desperate. Texas undefeated. They're desperate right now.
Yeah. No. But I'm just saying, like, you're gonna get it, and Terrence Shannon and Matthew Meyer, they're coming with something. They know this Texas team.
Yeah.
They know Chris Beard.
Yep.
They want to win.
Yep.
So there are some guys with some personal stuff, and it'll get chippy at a point, most likely. And it's just, all right, man, hit your free throws. Don't get in too much foul trouble. If you got to play smart at points, but that I think they can do that, because it's not one thing where when we talk about Gonzaga, it's like, oh no, these guys know how to take it at you, and you're going to get you in foul trouble. They won't be in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Illinois is going to have the exact same problem as Texas.
Good point.
That you're both going to be chippy. You're going to see it on one end, and then come back down the other, and the refs will just call fouls on both sides. Be like, guys, calm it down.
Yeah.
Like we just need to calm it down.
Yeah.
We're both. It's a road game. Y'all both feel like you've got to fight for it. I get it, but we'll calm it down.
Yeah.
So we could see that. So hit your free throws, which has been a problem with Texas in years past. They've been okay this season, but haven't really got to line a bunch either. But if you can hit your free throws, big in a game like this.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too. Both teams average 80 points per game. Both of them do, and they're only giving up. Illinois is only giving up 60. And Texas is giving up 55.
I do, yeah.
Per game.
The margin for error in this matchup, it seems they just match up really well with Texas in a lot of ways because there's so many similarities. So I agree with Patrick. Those small things like hitting your free throws. One of the things I think Texas may have the advantage, and maybe they don't, depending on how Illinois, how deep they are. Texas has been really deep this year, and even in their big matchups versus Creighton and the Zags, they got a chance to see that depth. I mean, we'll see in this matchup on the road, different environment, if that's something Chris Beard decides to utilize in this matchup. I don't know matchup-wise if it's something that he wants to do.
Like a guy like Arturo Morris.
That's what I'm saying.
You're curious to see how he plays today. If he is a offensive spark plug, but can he show up on the defensive end, and can he not get frustrated if they start trying to really play him and fighting through screens and pushing on him? So those type of things, it's just as a young guy like Morris, you want to see him progress. Just curious to watch him play tonight.
Yeah, and Texas has been in their big matchups feeding off the crowd because they play at home. That's a big part of Beard's culture, and we love that. They're not going to really have that. Longhorn fans travel, but I don't know how that'll work on the road in the Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden either. So it'll have to be a team that kind of builds their own momentum.
And let's put it this way: if anyone's there and they're not a Texas fan, they're not a fan of Texas.
Right?
Like, they're all rooting for Illinois.
I agree.
Because nobody's like hating Illinois just to randomly hate Illinois. A lot of people hate Texas just to hate Texas.
You'll see, a lot more, you'll be more horns down, maybe the horns up potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
And don't forget to 3-point percentages. We know what Texas has had their ups and downs. Illinois makes 9 3-pointers per game, almost 10 3-pointers a game. But I'd always credit it to that perimeter defense that Texas plays. They're going to put pressure on their guys, and they won't have that many open looks.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. That's a good point too. The 3-point. If Texas is on from 3-point range,
it could be beautiful.
As I said, they could actually separate from Illinois.
Right.
But we don't know. We're not right now based on the sample size, very small. That's not likely to happen.
Not very true.
Very true. Versus a defensive team like Illinois.
Very true.
All right, so we'll come back. We'll talk more about that coming up in the 5 o'clock. We got a Texans Tuesday. I know, but Texans Tuesday actually turns into a little bit of a Cowboys preview too because they play the Cowboys coming up. So we'll get into that and also review the Thursday night football matchup last night. The Bucks beating the Saints. They're division winners. And right now they're the division leader, I should say. And they are at 500. So that's how the NFC South is working out. So we'll get into that coming up on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about Bud Light because, yes, it's Tuesday. But when you get home from work and long day on the job, potentially you want to decompress, just want to start the evening the right way, Bud Light is the perfect way to do it. That's usually how I do it. And trust me, Bud Light's the perfect beer for any occasion. Doesn't matter. Probably when I go home, I'm going to put something on the grill. Hey, I'm probably going to pop the top on a nice ice cold Bud Light to get the party started. That's what Bud Light always does. That's why it's the number one light beer in the world. It is the world's favorite light beer for plenty of reasons, but because it fits any and every occasion, especially those football occasions for your football festivities. Nothing better than a nice ice cold Bud Light, America's favorite game and America's favorite beer. As a matter of fact, last night when I was watching Monday Night Football, got a chance to do it with a nice ice cold Bud Light. That's the way to do it. And remember that Bud Light also the official domestic beer sponsor of the University of Texas, Texas Exes, Lifetime Longhorns like myself, and the Red River Showdown. So now you Longhorn fans out there, when you're cheering on your favorite team, you can do it with your favorite beer. That's the Bud Light. Remember, Bud Light brewed right here deep in the heart of Texas since 1982 by Texans for Texans, and proud of it. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a Top of the Charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. And it's very eclectic, and I always appreciate Patrick's efforts to broaden our horizons on a Top of the Charts Tuesday. It is also a Texans Tuesday. And, I mean, the Texans, I'm not laughing at the Texans. No. I'm just laughing at their situation.
I am.
But no, they have to play the Cowboys, and I gotta tell you, this is a bad time to be playing arguably the second best defense in the league. I'll say the San Francisco 49ers are the best defense. Mm-hmm. So we'll call them the second best defense in the league. It's a bad time, gentlemen, to be playing the second best defense in the league, and that's what they got to do. I went over these stats yesterday, but it's a Texans Tuesday, brought to you by our good friends at Bud Light. So shout out to our good friends over at Bud Light. But I got to give this stat because it just shows you how destitute the Texans are right now. The last 3 games, they've scored 39 points and allowed 35 points off of just interception returns for touchdowns, fumble recoveries for touchdowns, and kick returns for touchdowns.
Yeah.
They've allowed 3 defensive touchdowns in each of the last 3 games. And the Cowboys have a knack for forcing turnovers and for actually scoring off of those turnovers.
Hello.
Last year, they led the NFL scoring none offensive touchdowns. And this year, they got a couple already, too. Well, probably more than a couple. They probably got a few if I tracked it back. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 of them. Got one this past weekend. Guys, what are the chances of the Cowboys bludgeoning the Texans and covering the number, which I believe at this time is
17.
Okay.
17. And I think because of the fact that the Cowboys scored 33 points in the fourth quarter and some of that on the defensive side of the ball, I loved your little stat right there where you're talking about how many they scored opposed to who they've given it up to on the defensive side of the ball. So the key, if you're playing fantasy football and you're looking for a defense, who's ever playing the Texans, you're going to get a lot of points.
That's a great take. And it's a great.
If
that's
you're
that's
playing
some great
the Texans,
fantasy
your
advice.
defense is
right
going
now,
to make some
yes.
plays.
Listen to Harch. Listen to Harch.
Because it is
right.
it is definitely one of those things where it's really embarrassing to think.
Oh no! It's
last week, Kyle Allen's QBR was 3.
What?
3.
Hold up. What? Say that again.
Kyle Allen's QBR was 3.
Is that real? Are you serious?
I'm looking right at it right now.
His QBR was 3. I can't even legally date his QBR.
You can't do nothing.
His QBR cannot walk on its own.
You're right.
You're still trying to beat his Similac.
He has an infant.
The QBR is still counted in months.
Yes.
That is crazy. I cannot believe that.
And let's put it in perspective. Deshaun Watson's was 28.5.
Well, at least it's legal.
Yeah. Legal for nothing.
It's a young professional, potentially.
It's just unbelievable to watch what is happening to the Houston Texans.
Mind-blowing.
I mean, we all understand what the tanking's all about. We get that, but you can't just be that bad. These are professionals.
They are inept.
You are getting paid money to go out there every single week, and this is what is showing up. I understand. Tank. But make it competitive.
No, but be disciplined.
Right.
It's the thing of I don't care. You could be really bad at football and you can still be disciplined and not have the mistakes they're having.
Agreed.
You can have it to where Brandon Cooks has basically told the team, I'm going to not try for the rest of the season. Hey, man, if he throws a ball and it's 5 feet away from me, I ain't going for it. And if it's picked, I ain't tackling the guy either.
Right. That's basically what is happening.
And that feels like the team is like, man, you want me to tackle him on offense? You're like, yeah, we're throwing a lot of pixes, man.
They are.
You're
gonna need to tackle
some
him.
help.
But yeah, the special teams, like this could be Kevontae Turpin might get in the end zone in this one.
No, you're right about that. They're bad.
Special teams, that's right.
Honestly, the defense is the best phase of the Texans.
Because it's Lovey's thing.
Because they're like a middle of the road pass defense. They're the worst rush defense in the league. Middle of the road pass defense, mostly because people decide, you know what, I'm going to work smarter, not harder.
Right.
Why the hell am I going to throw it against the Texans when they can't stop the run?
Yeah,
that's part of the reason.
Because Jalen Petrie's all right, Stingley's really good.
Yep.
They have some talent in that secondary.
Jalen Petrie, I'll just give it since we're talking. Let's talk about something good for the Texans. He did have 16 tackles in the last game for the Texans and had an interception.
Because nobody else was playing.
I agree. But you talk about a rookie.
Yeah, he's balling.
And this is a guy actually that he was actually leading the NFL in missed tackles at one point early on in the season. So this is a guy that's getting better. He does have an interception. He had an interception versus Cleveland. 3 interceptions now on the year. Second rookie in Texans history to have 15-plus tackles in a game. So that was a great pick for the Texans right there.
I believe that interception was in the end zone.
Yeah,
so basically stealing points off the board too.
Yeah.
Yes. So check this out. Remember I just said about getting the defense that's playing against them? Cleveland's defense scored me 31 points last week. That came in from a texter.
No, Hard. That was some great fantasy advice you just gave.
You're in the
I hate
playoffs
to say it,
now.
but you're
in the playoffs now.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll tell you the fantasy advice. Whoever is playing the Texans, put them in your fantasy lineup. I don't care who they are. Put them in. This team is bad.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it's undisciplined.
Yeah.
It's the talent is there. There's more talent there than they're playing.
Well, because you know that early in the season they were competing down to the fourth quarter.
They got ties.
They were losing games, but exactly. But then teams were separating because they just don't have a really deep roster. But like Patrick said, you can tell it's obvious guys have checked out.
Yeah,
guys are checking out. This is just lack of focus in some of this. Now, yes, they are a bad team. They're not very talented, but a lot of this is lack of focus and lack of discipline, as Patrick said too. Here's another stat for you that I gave yesterday, but it's a Texans Tuesday. Cleveland, when they played the Texans, they were they scored 27 points, which were the fourth most in NFL history. In Super Bowl era. So not even Super Bowl era. The most by a team in the Super Bowl era for a team without scoring an offensive touchdown. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, and we start looking at this organization as a whole from top to bottom, and I want to give Patrick credit because he brought this up a little bit yesterday. I'm disappointed in what Pep Hamilton has brought to this team. Now, is it because he doesn't have the pieces? Is it because you're playing with two backup quarterbacks essentially? When you got Davis Mills, who we all think is not the franchise guy, and now he's not even playing, and you got Kyle Allen, who hasn't been playing, hasn't been practicing, and now he's being thrown.
Got a QBR of 3 in the last game.
Got a QBR of 3 and has not moved the team at all. And then you got Dameon Pierce, who we've all understood they have good pieces on the offensive line. Larry McTunsil's done well. Kenyon Green he's learning on the job as well. But is this something that Pep Hamilton has kind of exhausted himself? Because I thought he was going to be a great offensive coordinator.
I think the concepts were more creative early on in the season. I don't think he's checked out, but I think the players, the depletion, right?
Yep.
Davis Mills got worse and regressed. That's also on him. Part of that is on him.
Yep.
Brandon Cooks has checked out on you. Dameon Pierce hit his rookie wall, looks like. I mean, just so many of the very few pieces you had to work with on offense, they just have not been able to be sustainable.
No,
right?
And I think
and that's a big part of it.
If you look at this team, especially on the offensive end, who is a leader on this offense?
Oh,
you were hoping
right
Brandon.
Now it's your offensive line. You got Tunsil and Tyler.
But I'm saying
Howard.
in that locker room,
And
who is getting on top of people?
Oh,
and that's the thing is, my guess would have been Brandon Cooks, and if he's checked out, who's doing it? Yeah. I mean, it can't be Davis Mills.
Honestly,
he's the backup quarterback.
It still should be on the O line.
It should be Tunsil.
The O line and the D line are really where your vets are. Because remember, you brought in like Hughes. Remember Jerry Hughes? You brought in a lot of those
That's why he was
guys.
tearing up stuff on the sideline the other day.
And, and I ain't blaming
guys.
this defense because the defense is still playing. Now special teams isn't.
Yeah, I say the defense actually. Like I said, they play hard. Their rush defense is terrible, but they play hard. They force turnovers. So I mean, the Texans at this point they're disappointing because the culture. I thought the culture of it was actually building in the right direction and on the right path. It is not, clearly.
At all. At all.
It's not at all.
At all.
It's not at all. Okay. All right, real quick before because I want to get to our flex segment coming up next. Real quick, the Bucs came up with a very improbable win over the Saints, and they lead the division right now 6-6. How about this? Brady coming up clutch again. So the Bucs were trailing 16-3 with 5.5 minutes remaining in the game, and he scored 2 touchdown drives in the last 5 minutes.
I mean,
to win the game.
That's awful football by the Saints to even give him that
awful,
situation.
but
and then
man.
you saw what Mark Ingram coming up short out of bounds and not getting the first down
Crazy.
to continue to run the clock. But yeah, Brady came back and did what he does. But the thing about it was he was absolutely
terrible.
horrendous.
Yes, he was.
I'm like, what is he? And every time he comes to the sideline yelling at everybody, rah, rah, I'm like, dude, you are throwing picks.
It's called projecting.
You are.
He's projecting his feelings onto other people.
Yes. Somebody sent out a tweet last night. It was like, man, all he needed to do was get rid of Giselle because he's 3-1 and had 2 game-winning drives since the divorce.
They lead the division.
Yes.
How about this? I love this stat.
And they just got to 500.
Yeah, exactly. I love this stat, though, about Tom Brady. This is prior to this season, but it just shows you how clutch he is. So how about this stats from 1999 to 2021? Tom Brady, 11-44 when trailing by 10-plus points in the final 12 minutes of regulation.
Yeah.
Basically, he has a 20% winning percentage when trailing by double digits in the final 12 minutes. The rest of the NFL in that time span, 166 and 3,921, 4% winning percentage.
That's why he's the GOAT.
He's winning 1 out of every 5 games where he trails by 10-plus points in the last 12 minutes. The rest of the NFL, 4%.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So his clutch gene is out of this world.
And you're watching him, and he doesn't even – he's so mad the entire time on the sideline. He was – I know he was ready to fight Todd Bowles when he wanted to go for it on 4th down, and Todd Bowles was like, we're punting. And he goes up, and then at the
He's
end,
like, I'm Jackie Moon.
Yes,
mofo.
right. I got this. I got this. They get the ball back, and after the game, Lisa Salters asked him, "You look like you were a little upset." Todd did what he needed to do. He did what he needed to do. We got the win.
I'm happy that Tom Brady. I'm glad they're going to win this division because, guys, we want to see him in the playoffs.
I don't want to see him as a Cowboy fan because that's who you're lining up to play.
As a football fan,
in a home game,
I want to see the GOAT. And I'm going to make a Black Stradamus prediction. He's going to the 49ers next season. It's done. With the 49ers quarterback issues right now, because Jimmy G's hurt and are going to be a free agent.
And he said he wanted to play one more year.
You know, and a lot of people believe the mofo was Jimmy G.
Well, that mofo broke his foot, and so he's going to try to come back to it.
No, he's not with the 49ers.
No, not Jimmy G. I'm talking about he's going out there to get them.
Exactly. And think about this. And I said it before. The 49ers, they are a 10, but right? They're at 10 if you look at the defense, the offensive line, skill positions, except for the quarterback.
And they're bringing back Sonny Jurgensen to go over there and play because he's that old.
Exactly. Dude, I think Tom Brady's already got his mindset on San Fran. He wants to go back to the West Coast. We already knew that. That's the spot for him.
Well, there was a conversation that was being had in the tunnel yesterday with Aaron Judge. They were talking about going to California.
Get her done.
Yeah.
Hey, Shano, go ahead. Do it this year with Purdy, and then do it next year with Brady. It'll be your first good quarterback you've ever coached in your life.
Well, I don't know if he'll be able to handle that. He's not a reclamation project.
Exactly. What are you going to do?
He don't know, oh, my gosh, what am I doing?
All right, we come back. We got the All-Flex finalists coming up. My man Hard is going to break down the wide receivers for you. Coming back right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Hot Cat Tequila, because it's my favorite new tequila. And with the holiday season upon us, you can bring in the holidays by breaking out the Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave nectar, and tequila. Turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of the holiday party and turn up your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you make Hot Cat a part of your holiday holiday season, you will understand the reason. It's my favorite new tequila. Hot Cat Tequila also makes a great holiday gift for all the tequila lovers in your life. And Hot Cat Tequila is best served chilled for a quick round of shots or to sip on the rocks. So make it a Hot Cat holiday season. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't go back to that old cinnamon whiskey. So this holiday season, bring home Hot Cat for the holidays. Visit cattequila.com. That's cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. Now it's time for our flex segment. It is an all flex day here on 104.9 The Horn, revealing the all flex team finalists. We've gone through quarterback, running back, O-line, D-line, linebackers, kickers, punters, and long snappers as well. And now we are getting ready for wide receivers. My man, Hardball Hard.
That's right. That's right. As somebody that played the quarterback position, I always try to find my wide receiver. And it's not always the ones that you're thinking about, the big names, the guys that everybody's been talking about. There's some guys that are diamonds in the rough. Yep. And that is what we've put this job in, the task that we were put put it to be able to do right now. So we want to go through this list, and I'm going to give it to you right now. Out of Bastrop, we've got Julius Baynard, wide receiver. He had over 1,000 yards receiving, and he also had 10 touchdowns. Bastrop's season was not as good as most would have thought, but it definitely was not because of him. He went out there and balled out. And I'm doing this in alphabetical order, so just so everybody understands. One of the wide receivers that's having a big run right now in the playoffs is Miles Coleman. Miles Coleman, 72 receptions, 1,400 yards, 17.7 yards per reception,
Big play.
and 13 TDs. He
That's why I
finds
like
pay
my
dirt.
wide out. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
right. He likes pay dirt.
I'm all about the touchdowns, man. Give me the money, man.
Got to get me in the end zone. That's why they say chicks love the long ball. They also love TDs.
Yes, they do.
Speaking of somebody that can get into the end zone, Georgetown's wide receiver Drayton Dickman. He has 79 receptions, 1,299 yards, 13 touchdowns, 1,617 yards all purpose.
Wow.
And he helped lead Georgetown into the playoffs as well. I want to give a shout out to Weiss wide receiver Micah Gifford, over 900 yards, 20.5 yards per reception.
He's a hell of a player, man. And if he played safety for them, he would have been one of their best safeties.
He would have
too.
been on your part
no,
of the
no,
he would have been a DB.
Yeah, I watched him play some snaps at safety. He played both ways.
That's right.
They'd play him against like marquee opponents. Legit.
Yeah.
I think he could play safety on next level. No joke.
D1 athlete.
Yeah, no doubt.
Another player that everybody knows around this area, he's from Westlake, Jaden Greathouse. He had 882 yards receiving, 18 yards per reception, and he also had 10 touchdowns. Not only do they use him at wide receiver, they line him up in the Wildcat. He returns punt. He is one of their big play receivers, and he's dealing with an injury right now, so they're trying to figure out if he's going to be back this week. But Jaden Greathouse headed to Notre Dame as of right now.
Yeah, and I'll say
As of
this.
right now.
As of right now, I'm with you. I think we should keep our ears open and
That's
eyes
right.
open for that one. But what I love about him is, man, he is thick.
Yes, he is.
He is just built.
Broad chest.
Yeah, he's built thick.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder, like, going to the next level when he gets into it. And trust me, Westlake has one of the best weight and conditioning, strength and conditioning programs probably in high school football in the country. But get to the next level. I mean, how much weight does he put on? How big does he get?
Right.
And I think that's why there are some people that believe he could be an outlier and a unicorn at the next level where you put him at H-back, you can line him up at tight end, you can line him up as a flex, you can put him out wide.
Yeah.
Could be one of them type of freaks.
Yeah, definitely one of those types
Yeah,
of freaks because
exactly.
he
They
can
already use
stretch
him
it
a lot.
out. That's
Yeah.
right. He can stretch
He's
it
physical,
out.
man.
And I want to make sure I get his name right. Is it Kyle Koch or Kyle Cook, the wide receiver from Dripping Springs? Anyway, whatever you want to call him pay dirt because he got into the end zone too. I'll get it from Derek and him. No disrespect. And if you know how to say it, please hit us up.
How's it spelled?
Koch.
I would go Coke.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Kyle Koch, 67 receptions, over 1,000 yards receiving, 16.2 yards per reception, and 12 TDs. He was someone that you and I were talking about during 7-on-7 when we went out to watch, and he wasn't able to play because he had an accident before the season. And when he came back, that was somebody that Austin Navasab always tried to find. Speaking of Westlake, Keaton Kubeka, big play wide receiver, big-time wide receiver, averaging 15.1 yards per reception, 46 receptions, 9 touchdowns. Obviously, when you're playing with a guy like Jaden Greathouse and you have Jack Kaiser in the backfield, it's kind of hard to be the superstar on that team because everybody on that team seems to be stars.
They've won, how many games were 53?
50, yeah.
53? They got a lot of weapons.
They in there. They in there.
There's a reason they got a lot of weapons out there, right? No doubt.
That's
but
right.
I like him, though. I think Kansas might have found
A diamond in
kind
the
of a
rough.
diamond in the rough.
I
do.
agree with that.
Yeah, because they got on them early, too. And now their program is on the ascent.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And I want to add in Sam Self from Lake Travis. This is a kid that has played wide receiver, and it's pronounced Cook.
Oh, is it
Cook.
really? Oh, my
Okay.
bad.
I like
My bad.
that.
I apologize.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're sitting here, Sam Self, wide receiver, young kid, came up, had to play multiple positions, but when he did get on the field, they made sure that they got him the ball. 7 TDs, 10.7 yards per reception, making big plays. And last but not least, a guy that has been on our list from the very beginning, and he did not disappoint. He's also one of those kids that has played that plays baseball, and he's committed to the University of Texas to play baseball. It is Ed Small from Anderson High School. 60 receptions, over 1,164 yards, 19.4 yards per reception, and of course, he had 15 touchdowns.
Isn't he just a sophomore?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, big play wide receiver who's a big part of their success that they had this year. I know that there's a lot of kids that are probably worthy of this position, but let's just tell you this. When you live in this area and everybody throws the ball nowadays, everybody's going to have some numbers. And for those that aren't on here, doesn't mean that you won't ever be on here. It's just this is what we came up with for our initial All Flex finalist group.
Yeah. No, it's a really nice group. I'm sure that you had some other guys you probably wanted to put on there that we had heated debates,
very heated
discussions
debates about these kids,
these finalists, and that was a really impressive group. It really does show you how much depth and talent there is in the Central Texas area. So go to hornfm.com or go to flxatx.com, and you can check out all of the other Flex finalists that have been revealed up to this point. All positions except for the DBs, last but never least, of course, the DBs. We'll do that and review the wide receivers coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock. We also have return specialists that we're going to reveal as well. The return specialists, the finalists for our All Flex team. All right, so go to flxatx.com or go to hornfm.com or go to flxatx on all of your social media platforms as well, and you can go see the rest of the finalists. All right, we come back. We'll get into some Cowboys discussion. Odell Beckham Jr. visiting the Cowboys. So did Bijan Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what that was all about, and maybe that is foreshadowing the future for the Longhorn legend Bijan Robinson. We'll get into that on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie, right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday. Papa Russell Rolling Stone, we have this conversation often on this show, thanks to Patrick and his great musical themes. A perfect song. A very long song.
Yeah. So first of all, I started this song 2 minutes in. Just let you know, I started 2 minutes in so we could get to some of it.
And we still really hadn't got to deep into it.
And the best part is, this is the single mix.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's the single. The real version of the song is 11, 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's long.
It's like Rapper's Delight.
No, it's like Rapper's
Delight. Hey, here's a fun fact for y'all. Today is our man E. Hogan's birthday.
Shout out E. Hogan.
50 years ago today, he was born. This was the #1 song in America during that time.
A perfect song.
Top of the charts.
I agree.
1972, right, Patrick?
I believe so, yes.
That's right.
Happy birthday, E. Hogan.
That's right.
I
heard Bucky talking about it this morning.
50 years old.
Yep.
Old man Hogan.
Hey, man, hold up, bro.
What do you mean?
Watch how you talk to him, man. Don't forget, my birthday was at the beginning of this year.
Hey, you're old
50.
too.
50.
I think we're all old. I think we need to accept
Me
it.
and E. Hogan, 50.
50.
Hey, I'm young.
Yeah,
I'm young in there.
You're a young
still young.
Thundercat.
I got like a year and a half till I hit 40.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're still young. Yeah. Trust me.
What?
All of us over 40. If you ain't hit 40 yet, you're good.
Yeah, you still a young whippersnapper.
Until
Way
you hit
behind the
40.
ears.
Hey, man,
yeah.
I still drink like it too.
Yeah. Hey, the older
Sometimes
you
you
get,
wake up and you're like, oh, no, hey, all right. Yeah, recalibrate that one for late 30s.
You're right about, and I admire Tom Brady more and more. I have to get up, and I'm 42 now, and I get up and random things hurt, and I'm like, Tom Brady's got to be feeling the same thing.
Right.
He still gets up every damn day.
That's because he's eating avocado.
He's eating that's true.
Yes, he's eating
Tom Brady
avocado.
don't eat Texas barbecue
No,
and
he
Tex-Mex
He does
and
not.
queso and Marks
Nope.
and Bud Light the way Rod B does. So,
Not at all.
Hey, you know what? I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Here we
So,
go.
let's get to it.
Let's get it popping.
We're up at 5:30 for Texas basketball. We'll get into the all-flex finalists for the DBs, review the wide receivers and return specialists as well, coming at the top of the 5 o'clock, and also Texas versus Illinois basketball preview. Big game coming up for Texas men's basketball. All right, big weekend. Week, I should say, because I don't know how long it's going to be there. Big week for the Dallas Cowboys, not because they got to play the Texans, but because Odell Beckham Jr., Harge, is in town. He was in town last night hanging out with, Trevon Diggs and Micah Parsons. I believe Dez Bryant was hanging out with him. I saw Mark Cuban greet him on a video when he went to the Mavs game. He seemed to have gotten the red carpet treatment coming into Dallas. The question is, will the Cowboys decide to sign Odell Beckham Jr.? And this is the thing, too, about Odell, because I'm not sure right now. Like I said, it ain't right now the Cowboys don't need Odell Beckham Jr. They're going to need him for their playoff run, but they don't need him necessarily right now. I think the hope for the Cowboys is that he'll have the same impact he had with the Rams last season. But here's something to consider for the Cowboys. They did ask my man Odell Beckham Jr. how he feels about signing with the Cowboys, and he said, what are his chances of signing with the Cowboys? He said, quote, "It's a good possibility that he signs with the Cowboys." We don't know what that means. Good possibility. I think it's all about how long he wants to sign. I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. wants to be on a mercenary deal. I think he wants good amount of money, but I think for him, it's more about the security, especially with him getting older and now him being on his, third contract. Actually, it might be close to his fourth contract. But I think Odell Beckham Jr. wants security in his older age. We're just talking about old men. We're all getting old. And I don't know if he's going to get that on the mercenary deal from the Cowboys, especially coming off an injury. And there's even a report that he doesn't want to work out for the Cowboys. He just wants to sign. And that's not going to happen either. He's got to work out for the Cowboys, of course. And he may not even be ready when you sign him. He may be a guy that won't be ready for another month or so toward the playoff run for the Cowboys. I guess the question is it worth it?
Yeah. Our man Clarence Hill just said earlier today, he said Jerry Jones doesn't have an optimistic tone when talking about Odell Beckham. He said the medical is the key. By no means are we at a position to say close or where we are right now. We're just discussing our options. And then he also said, I'm not confident at all. And so that's the issue. We realize that the issue is health, and the issue of availability is here every single time. So that is something that if you're looking at it as a Dallas Cowboy fan and you're thinking he's going to be ready, what is it, the 21-day window or something like that, when you get picked up and then you're coming off of an injury.
You have a practice window.
You got that
We're coming off the IR, like Tyron Smith.
Like Tyron Smith
Tyron
is doing
Smith
right
actually,
now.
I think he's coming off his 21-day practice window. He actually could practice
Tomorrow.
potentially for the Texans week,
Yep.
for the Cowboys. They don't know if they're going to do it or not. So if Odell Beckham Jr., so the report was he didn't want to work out, and this would lend some credibility to that report. Why he doesn't want to work out is because he ain't ready.
Right, and that's the thing. He's walking around and acting like he's ready.
But he ain't ready.
But it doesn't seem like he's ready.
And if you saw the reports all leading up to these meetings and like this week of meetings was all OBJ spun media coming out, and all the reports were from him and his camp being like, "Oh, he's coming,
and
he's ready."
Videos of him on the
and it's all that. As soon as he started meeting, every report was he don't even really want to play this year
because he doesn't want to work out.
No, he wants to come back and be like, "Look, if you make a deep playoff run, I'll play like conference championship, Super Bowl, maybe. I'll come and do a couple snaps, but I want a long-term deal. I want a 3-year deal." And you're like, "All right, it's looking like it's Giants because the Giants are the only team that's going to offer him that."
Yeah, and I'm with you. If he's not ready to work out, I definitely ain't signing the guy. I can't work out if he's it's not because work out because he doesn't think he's progressing, but because he's not ready to contribute right away.
Yeah.
And Ed Reuters even reporting, thanks to my man CB, thanks for sending this. The Cowboys have concerns after Odell Beckham Jr.'s physical, that's recovery from torn left ACL in Super Bowl has not progressed enough to ensure he would play before mid-January, and possibility exists signing him would have no benefit until the 2023 season. So to me, I don't sign him.
Yeah, if you're not telling me you can be a solid number 2 by the Eagles game,
I can't do it.
Like if you can't be there for that Eagles Titans game, I just don't think you mess up team chemistry and bring him in to have him be a number 2, number 3 next year when there's more players and you don't even know if he comes back what he's going to be.
Exactly. And I've always said the wide receiver position is the deepest position in football at any level, in my opinion. You can find really good young wide receivers and develop them. Nope. Sorry.
No, and that's the thing. That's why I leading into series last night was I think it's the Giants, because you keep reading reports and you're like, the Giants makes sense. Look, you don't have a number 1 wide receiver there. You don't have a number 2 wide receiver there, really. Mm-hmm. So you sign OBJ, you get him for a couple years, you keep building this young team. That all makes sense.
Yep.
But the Bills and the Cowboys don't make any sense for you to bring in a guy like the Bills. They're like, well, you want to knock down Gabe Davis next year and knock down Ian McKenzie? Or do you want to go to the Cowboys and you want to tell Michael Gallup, we just paid you, but now you're number 3 again?
Makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense. If he's not ready to, if he can't walk on that field and go, yeah, I can be at least ready, like maybe ready to go by that Philly game.
Yeah.
So that's in 3 weeks, because there's still Texans and Jaguars. If you're ready by the Philly game, all right.
Yeah.
If you're not ready by then it's Titans. Maybe, but that's a playoff run. That's
I think
a risk.
the Cowboys now are going to rest their hopes on James Washington potentially coming back, and if he can be an impact player for them. Other than that, now you're talking about the Cowboys deciding, hey, we like our guys. They've always been a we like our guys kind of franchise, and they're gonna really have to depend on their homegrown talent to push them through the playoffs. What this means to me is, like I said, this was a playoff run situation for the Cowboys. You're in a playoff run. You face elite defenses like the Eagles or the 49ers. One of those defenses, even if you get to a Super Bowl, you'll probably face a really good defense, and they would be able to take away a CeeDee Lamb, and they'd be able to potentially take away or neutralize your running game. And then you're going to need other threats to be able to move the ball, move the chains, make big plays, second, third wide receivers in one-on-one situations, or tight ends, and that was the hope that he'd be that third guy. Now you just got to hope that Michael Gallup continues on his trajectory.
He's doing great.
Yep. And you got to find more creative ways now to use the personnel that you do have. You got good tight ends. Your running back room looks like it's paying huge dividends. Find out how to use Tony Pollard in some different ways too. Kevontae Turpin at wide receiver now probably presents a more appealing scenario for you. So I just think they got to get creative, and the guy that's got to get creative is Kellen Moore. And I trust Kellen Moore to be able to rise to the occasion. Some don't, but that's all good. I think he's up to the task.
You throwing jabs, man?
No, no, not at all. Not throwing any jabs.
Just putting the facts out there, just looking at the creativity.
He's been thrown a ton early this year with his starting left tackle going down, Dak going down for a while, injuries to your starting wide receiving core. A lot of different stuff going on for Kellen Moore, and yet, hey, still finding ways to put points on the board. Helps to have a defense that's really good.
Defense doing well.
And even give Fossil some credit. Special teams is pretty good for him, too.
They are really special.
They are really playing complimentary football, so he's getting a lot of help and support, but he's doing his part. He's doing his job, and that's what I'll give him credit for. I think now they need to revamp and start to think, all right, how do we creatively now start to weaponize more of these pieces? We got to push Kevontae Turpin a little bit more. We got to push the tight ends a little bit more. They like those guys, those 13 personnel packages, 14 personnel packages. And you got to, really hope that Michael Gallup and he's doing really well right now, but finds his groove, and then somebody pray that James Washington helps you out, gives you some type of contribution.
And I'm with you on the fact that, Michael Gallup is starting to stand up and make some good plays and being that alternate guy. I love the fact of what they're doing with the tight ends, because you got 3 of them that are making plays for you.
They're making plays for you.
And they may not be, the big-time plays, but they're moving the chains for you. They're really athletic, and they're blocking well. That's the other part of it. They're bringing so many different pieces and, as you say, creativity from Kellen Moore of finding ways to get those guys the ball.
Just saying.
But it all starts with Dak and him being able to get, be efficient and recognizing where the holes are in that defense. Yeah, he's throwing some interceptions, but the offense is still scoring more points now that he's back. But the biggest jump that I want to see is not necessarily on the wide receiver position. It's going to be at that opposite corner of Diggs. I think they need to be out there trying to wine and dine some big cornerback that can go over there and play opposite of him, because Boss Man is not having a good time over there. We just talked about Anthony Brown. Even though he was the starter, he's been hurt. I haven't seen my man Lewis. I mean, there's different
he's out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think he's out for the season too.
And those are the types of things that you're missing, because he was your nickel. He was your guy that was locking people down, that you probably could have pushed him out to go play corner if Anthony Brown was hurt. So that is going to be the biggest part, because we look at what Jalen Hurts is doing on the ground, but he's throwing that thing. Look at what A.J. Brown did last week as a wide receiver, catching 2 touchdowns. Devontae Smith is getting more involved for the Eagles. So when you're going up against those types of teams, you're going to have another guy besides Diggs that's going to be able to lock some people up.
That's a good point. Cowboys secondary now down 2 starters for the season.
Yeah.
Jordan Lewis out for the season. So is Anthony Brown. And Donovan, I would say this, Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker playing really well. They probably still have one of the top 5 best safety groups in the NFL too. And I guess, gentlemen, we got to hope Deron Bland.
He got 2 picks.
Got 2 picks.
Got
Versus
2
Matt
picks.
Ryan. That's like scout. That's like scout team.
We'll get
stuff.
2 more this week against Kyle Allen.
Or Davis Mills.
Or
it doesn't
Davis
matter.
Mills, whoever's going to be out
Davis
there.
Mills has got 11 interceptions in 11 touchdowns, 11 picks in 12 games. So there's a good chance he's going to get one of them too. But no, I think Deron Bland is also another guy you got to hope rises to the occasion and the light goes off for him. But also for the Cowboys.
We trust our guys.
No, but interesting you brought up. Maybe they should go get a guy. I don't know who they can go get, though, at this point.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I think they trust their safeties to be able to fill the void left by Jordan Lewis being out. But you're right. They're going to pick on Deron Bland.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, if I am facing the Cowboys, I start there. I start with the corner opposite Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, for sure.
And I go after that guy, and then I start.
That's who I'm working my way around.
Yeah, run game and opposite corner. So they got 2 places for you to potentially attack. The run defense is getting more improved, I should say, for the Cowboys because I think they put some different pieces in place, playing more guys like Damone Clark, Jonathan Hankins. I think his presence now being felt. So the rush defense is better.
Is that A.J. Bowie? Is that his name?
A.J. Boye?
Boye.
Yeah.
He
played for the Texans.
He's a free agent. He's released right now.
Yeah, he was with the Texans for a while, Jaguars.
Yeah, he was
for
Jacksonville, Denver, and Carolina.
Yeah, he's old now, but
31.
Yeah, well, for a corner, that's old.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta try to find something.
No, but I'm not disagreeing with it. But I mean, that's why he is a free agent right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's considered old. But do you like him better than you like a rookie to run bland? Usually the Cowboys we like our guys.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? That's their statement. We like our guys. And I think they like to run bland. So.
And I'm sitting here looking at this list. It's a lot to be desired out there.
You think there's a corner other than A.J. Boye?
No, that's what I'm looking at. I'm saying, ugh.
Yeah.
Not making me happy. Joe Hayden's out there, but he's 33.
I mean, all the corners.
They're old.
That's exactly. They're old for cornerback years. We're just talking about old men. Man, you might as well be. I mean, you are geriatric if you're in the NFL. And a corner at 33, you're considered really, really old.
Yeah.
So they could do that. I think they're going to stick with the run bland. I do. Yeah. But you can scheme around it. You got a really good cover corner in Trevon Diggs, and you got good safeties. You can scheme around that corner, and you got Dan Quinn, who's one of the better, game planners, X's and O's guys out there.
Yeah.
As a defensive
He's going to
coordinator.
have to make some adjustments. I was just looking at this. Somebody said go sign Richard Sherman. I literally was just looking at Richard Sherman, and in my mind I was going, you can't be going out there and talking about nobody like me. Who are you talking about? Crabtree.
Yeah.
Man, we just going to pick apart that whole Amazon.
Yeah, we talked about Fitzpatrick yesterday. Whitworth.
You know what? Why that doesn't work is because he can't play man anymore.
Yeah.
He's way too old. He can't. That's part of why the old corners they can't play man as well as they used to. They probably are great in zone coverage because they're dropping back. They're reading, route patterns and combinations, reading the quarterback. Their wisdom and football IQ takes over, and they can just diagnose plays. Playing man, I mean, it's a
Richard Sherman is 34, by the way.
Exactly.
He's 34,
playing man.
yeah,
Playing man is really a young man's game. You just got to be. It's about your reaction, how quick you can get out of breaks and react to stuff. And usually older corners are not as. That's why they move older corners to safety.
Yep.
Made him come in as a safety for you potentially, but
we got plenty of them.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, we got plenty of them. We're good right there.
Yeah, we good right there. But I don't know. I mean, they can trade for a corner. I don't know. But Bossman Fats, that's disappointing because you drafted him in the second round, right?
Yeah, man, we knew we were in trouble when he started rapping. You know what I'm saying? We knew he wasn't
Deion
prime
Sanders,
time.
one of the greatest DBs in the history of the NFL, was also a rapper.
And he can't even rap like him nor cover anybody on the side.
Oh, okay. You're saying he don't need to be distracted.
He does not. He needs to be focused on his techniques.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fair. That's a good point. All right.
Yeah.
Just saying. I thought you was holding it against him.
No doubt.
He was rapping.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
Boss
Man Fats.
Boss Man Fats is no bueno to me.
I think that actually is coming back to haunt him a little bit now.
Yeah.
Because they could use, if Boss Man Fats had been developing and he was ascending, that would really help you out right now.
Yeah.
And essentially, you drafting Boss Man Fats was planning for this moment.
Exactly.
And
because you knew you were trying to make a move off of some of your other guys.
Anthony Brown, who was you considered a liability,
Yes.
and it still hasn't worked out for you.
Man.
Someone says play Nation Wright over Joseph.
I'm down with it.
You down with that?
I'm down with anybody over
Deron
him.
Bland's definitely going to play over Joseph.
I'll take it all.
Like
Just get rid of all.
I think
of
Deron
them.
Bland right now is the plan.
Yeah.
Bland is the plan.
Bland is the plan. I got it.
Then I think they'll figure it out from there. But it won't matter. They're playing the Texans.
No, but we got to work on development. This is the time. This is your practice time to get your work. There's nobody that's going to press you on the outsides. Who's your wide receivers right now? Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks has been hurt and
Nico
out and not
Collins.
playing. Nico Collins is your one or your two if Cooks is
Taken
out.
away by
and then
Diggs.
Dorset?
I think you're right.
I think Dorset's your third option there.
It's hard. They never really complete many passes, so it's
That's
it's
right.
a lot of
Exactly.
No, I'm serious. Nico Collins caught 3 receptions for 30-something yards. They don't complete a lot of passes to wide
It is
receivers.
Dorset. And you got Chris Moore and Amari Rodgers.
It's mostly like check downs to running backs and tight ends. So they it's really sad.
Yeah.
But
even your tight ends ain't getting no love. Jordan Atkins caught a pass the other day and got popped.
they're completing more passes to the other team than they're completing to their own players. But no, you're right. The Cowboys will be more challenged in practice than they will be versus the Texans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess they need to figure out who the corner is. I agree with you on that. All right, what you got coming up for Harsh Knock Live?
I'm going to give some updates. There's some news that just came out about Aaron Judge, who, by the way, was at the game last night, but it appears to have possibly found a home. Biggest name in baseball right now that possibly
What's
found
the
a home.
price tag on this
And it
thing?
goes back to what I said at the very beginning of the show. He and Tom Brady might be in the same area next year. And we need to get into the DBs from the flex.
Yeah, we'll do that.
We'll do that in the same segment coming up right now because it's
Nah,
going to be quick, and we're going to go right into that.
Well, no, we'll do it at the top of the 5 o'clock.
We got specialists at the top of the 5.
We got DBs and top.
Okay. All right, perfect then. All right, that's cool.
I love the specialists, but they don't just deserve all the top of 5 o'clock to themselves. So you got your Hard Knock Life to yourself.
Coming
We'll do top of the 5 o'clock. We'll do flex specialists, return specialists, but also the DBs. All right, come back. Hard Knock Life on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Long One, Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Twin Peaks because it's a great time for you to enjoy all of your football action or your football action, your World Cup action. You can enjoy any sporting event. It's that much better when you enjoy it at Twin Peaks. There are lots of things that you can enjoy at Twin Peaks. I love the 29-degree draft brews. It's the perfect way to start your Twin Peaks experience. The 29-degree draft brew, for me, it's Bud Light, but for you, it can be any brew that you choose. But also, big fan of their menu. They have a scratch menu. Every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or for dinner or for those late night eats, don't forget about Twin Peaks. Also, don't forget about happy hour at Twin Peaks. It is the place for all of your happy hours during the holiday season. You can get there Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. and score sweet deals like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. And if you're feeling a little bit snacky, they also have select appetizers available for $2, $4, and $6. And if you're a night owl like me, you're always up late, you can get those late night specials at Twin Peaks. Come back for their specials during their late night hours. You can score great deals there at Twin Peaks. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find out more about their happy hour specials at your local Twin Peaks, the Stassney location, the San Marcos location, or the Round Rock location. That's Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views.
Welcome back to a top of the charts edition of Ball Don't Lie. It's your boy Hardball Hard. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hard. You can follow my man Rod Babers at Rod Babers. And you can follow the man behind the glass at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're part of the show, so hit us up on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. Special shout-out to all the players that have been named on the watch list for Flex ATX. You know, make sure you go to Flex ATX to get all your information. Also, we will have a live show tomorrow night, special Flex edition at Waterloo, 360 and 2222. Snoop Daniels and the entire Flex crew will be at Waterloo. Rod, myself, we're going to stop by and swing by and check out some of these young men that have been named as finalists to the Flex, all Flex team.
Flex.
It's a flex. But I want to get into the transfer portal a little bit, Rob, because
it's popping.
Yeah, it is on and popping, and it's going to continue to be that way.
Yep.
As we talked about last year, and I was talking to a former Texas player. He was part of the group in the early 90s. We were talking about how this all plays out, and we obviously knows that there's no rhyme or reason or how these kids are going to end up in the portal, because everyone wants to really go to that university. You commit to a university, and that's where you want to be. But times have changed, coaches change, situation changed, and we talked about yesterday how Deion Sanders said, hey, if y'all want to hit the portal, go ahead and hit the portal. There's other coaches that have done the same thing.
Yep.
Some coaches have actually gone to the portal to try to build their program. Why do they do that? The reason why they do that is because the pressure of winning is now. If I've got a kid who has tape that has played at a college level and I feel like they're going to come in and help me win right away, that's something different than me going out and getting a 2 or a 3-star, because some schools aren't giving us the patience to win. I mean, we talk about it right now. We were upset at 5-7. He's trying to change the program last year. Still not good enough. Get at 8-4. We still are looking at, that's really not good enough. So the pressure to win with some of these coaches is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
But the problem that I have with the transfer portal is not necessarily that the kids are leaving, because I think free agency is part of what we're doing, and I think it's fair. But I want to know where they're getting their information from. Who are you confining these things to say, I want to get out of this school because of X, Y, Z, and I think this is the best move for me. A lot of times these kids that get into these portals, and we've talked about this before, Rod, I think we actually talked about it at the beginning of the year, where in 2021 and 22, the academic year, the final total was 1,946 scholarship players, and nearly 3,000 FBS players had transferred in a 12-month period. Think about that.
That's crazy.
Throwing your name into the portal is one thing. If you are throwing your name into the portal because of lack of playing time, or you don't like the fit or something, there's so many reasons why kids jump in the portal. But if you think that you're jumping in the portal because the grass is greener, sometimes that's not true. And if you're not a top-of-the-line football player, your choices of where you're going to go is not going to be good for other people.
No.
And it's definitely not going to be good for you. And one of the examples that I wanted to use is I saw a report yesterday, and it hadn't been announced, and it may not even happen, but there was a conversation that was had that Drake May, the quarterback for North Carolina, who was on the top of everybody's mind at one point, is thinking about entering the portal. That to me, yes.
That's crazy.
And you sit there and you wonder, is this now a financial deal? Probably. Is this now one of those thoughts where let me scare them a little bit to see if I can get more money or put me in a different situations? I saw another report that JT Daniels is now in the portal again.
Wow.
How?
Yeah.
How is this possible? I think he's a grad.
You grad transfer, yeah. That's the easy way for it. And I think you can if you hire a lawyer, even Nick Saban said it, there are ways around the transfer portal rules. If you hire a lawyer and dispute it.
Yeah.
Because most of the NCAA does not want to go into any type of courtroom and have, that discussion about players' rights.
And this is a kid that absolutely started at this will be 4 Division I schools that Power 5 that he might be able to start at.
He is running from competition, though. He's running from something. I don't know what he's running from.
What are you running
At one point, I understand you looking for a better opportunity, but some of these guys are just running. They're running from competition. They're running from discomfort. They're running from inconvenience. I don't know what the hell you're running to, but you're running from a lot of stuff.
That's why I said
you need to confront things in your life, not run from
exactly. Not only that, you were a starter at Georgia. You were a starter at West Virginia.
Yeah.
You were a start. Where was he at right before that?
He was USC.
USC.
You
were a starter at USC first.
You talking about Blue Bloods?
You were starting at these universities.
Blue Bloods, bro.
One that is playing in the playoffs and won a national championship last year.
Yeah, that's wild.
And somebody puts this up. It's changed recruiting for JUCOs. It's changed more for the high school student.
That's true.
It put these high school students that they worked their butts off in the off season and all these years and traveling to all these camps to get this opportunity. But now it is definitely changed the way people have looked at recruiting. As a high school kid, if you're not a 4 and a 5 star that can come in and make an impact at whatever university it may be, this may change the way you are being recruited and the way you look at college as well.
Yep.
So this entire cycle, and we talked about it before, about they didn't put guardrails into this transfer portal from the very beginning.
Blame the NCAA.
If you put it in there at the very beginning, I think everybody would have been like, oh, okay. Nobody would have fought it. There would have been some people would disgruntled about it, but there wouldn't have been as much of an uproar to where it's like, all right, I'll put up a good year this year. Let me go see what my free agent market is going to look like. And we also talked about when you're going to school, originally you were going to school obviously to play athletics, but you also wanted to be where you were going to live. Right? You wanted to make sure that you went to a
40-year decision, not a 4-year decision.
Not a 4-year decision. Yeah. And you're looking at it, and I'll use University of Texas obviously as the example. Most people, and even if you go to the league, most people that went to the University of Texas have moved back here.
Yeah.
And got a job in this area and worked with fellow Longhorns. The same thing with Texas A&M people, same thing with OU, wherever you may be or wherever you went to school and you got your degree from, you want to kind of stay in that area. Now it's all about what can you do for me now as opposed to what can we do together later. And it's changed the whole thing. And so as a parent, I'm looking at this coming up in this situation and I'm like, I don't even know what to tell my son at this point. I mean, he's a youngster, but you're still planning these things out. So hopefully by the time his classmates are getting to that point, we'll have some guardrails and some boundaries on there. But I'm sure that there will be some challenges that will be in the mix as well.
No doubt.
Because the game has changed so much. And when you're not talking to your family or your advisors or whoever it may be, you go through it to the point now where it's like, okay, what decisions are we going to make moving forward? Because if you're, like you said, Rod, if you're running from school to school, it's hard for people to track you half the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Scouts aren't coming to see a kid that I don't know if they're going to be committed to this or committed to that because we can't build those opportunities. And now the windows are starting to shrink a little bit more because not only am I competing against Rod Babers, the DB from Houston that used to be at the University of Texas, now I'm competing against a kid from SC that is trying to go to the same schools, and it's a cycle that's going to be never ending. So what I would encourage them to do is talk to their family, talk to their friends, stop looking at it as a meal ticket. But like you said, it's not a 4-year decision; it's a 40-year decision.
Yeah, I'm happy that the guys have a lot more freedom. They do have more player rights overall. They can determine their own fate. It was needed. This transfer portal, kind of revolution was needed. But what was also needed was checks and balances, and the NCAA as we just seen, I mean, they were not up to the task. The NCAA pretty much screwed up the transfer portal and NIL, both of them inextricably linked.
Yep.
And now we have both of them kind of basically going off the rails at 200 miles an hour, and there is no, unfortunately, I don't think there's any oversight in the future, in the near future coming.
Right.
Unless the conferences themselves decide
governing bodies,
exactly
right?
to separate from the NCAA and then almost have this their
college
own,
football playoff.
Yes, and essentially decide to appoint a commissioner and other kind of
Yeah, because I think a lot of it too is just education for these kids. Is that if you're at a school and they tell you, man, the grass ain't greener, man, there isn't money for you out there. You think, oh man, they don't want to pay me and they don't want me to leave.
Right,
exactly
right.
And you need somebody neutral to go, hey man, there isn't money out there for you.
Right.
Just letting you know, like there's offensive linemen leaving Texas, and look, man, if you want to go play and you think you should be playing, I love it. But if you're leaving $50,000 on the table and you think you're gonna get more elsewhere, good luck.
That's exactly
good luck,
right.
because I know it ain't out there.
I know.
And you just see it too much. And like when you see us talking about the Cowboys, we were just talking about the Cowboys, and we're going through defensive backs, and you name whoever you want, and we're like, man, it'd be nice to have to pick from these 10 people.
Right.
Now, if you're the Cowboys,
Exactly.
you're picking one of them 10. So there's people out there telling high school coaches stuff, man, it'd be nice if he was in the portal because we're looking for a DB.
Yep.
And now you're number 9 on that list.
Yep.
They told you to transfer.
Yep.
And now you're in the portal, and you were never even close to getting picked up by that new team.
Nope.
And now you're sitting there like, well, I thought. And now your phone's ringing from schools, from D2 schools,
Yep,
and it's
yep,
ringing
yep.
from smaller schools. And
Yep.
you go, well, so I was at North Carolina, and then I thought maybe I was going to go to Ohio State, and I ended up at Texas State.
Yep.
Somewhere along there, I missed the trend, and you're
Yeah.
like, you still end up at a good school,
Yeah.
but you don't end up. You thought you were going, you moved down a peg,
Yeah.
because you were already playing for an
100%.
ACC championship,
Yep.
and so the grass is not always greener. And I think that education part of like, man, there's a lot of lies in NIL, and a lot of these shady people are telling them because they want their 10%.
Right. Well, and then I go back to I'm gonna use B.J. Foster because he ended up going to Sam Houston, had a great
did.
season,
He
made
did have a
first
good
team
season.
all
Yeah.
whack.
Good for him.
But the thing about it is that's a 5-star recruit that has now thought probably he could go anywhere in the country, and now he's got film out there, and other people are looking at that film saying, I'm gonna go and try to get this other kid because I don't want that what you put on film, and then
Very
he goes
true.
somewhere else. And now he still might get his opportunity to go to the NFL. I'm just using him as that example of a 5-star that was at the University of Texas, and he ended up going to Sam. And I'm not discounting Sam, but it's not University of Texas.
No, I totally agree. And it's
So-
worth mentioning that Logan Parr
Logan Parr just got into
has
the
decided that
Yep.
he's entering the transfer portal.
to Patrick's point.
The offensive line from Texas, yes,
Yep.
and that means he is no longer a part of the Pancake Factory,
Right.
which means he would be getting $50,000 a year.
Right.
As part of his name, image, and likeness deal with that particular entity.
Guess they say all money ain't good money.
Yeah, all offensive linemen that go to Texas get $50,000 as a part of the Pancake Factory. So, yeah, I mean, he's going for other reasons.
Yep.
And he believes he can play, and maybe that means more to him than getting the money from
Yep.
the NIL deal.
Yep.
And, hey, I'm happy for him, but I
Absolutely.
agree. Some of these guys aren't looking at all of their options.
Yeah,
and
and
they
then-
aren't considering all the options, and they aren't looking at the long term.
Agreed.
Like I said, it is a 40-year decision. I just say 4 years.
Because we all think we're going to the league.
Well, and
Everybody
sometimes
does.
you got to
Yeah.
mention some of these kids may just realize, hey man, I don't do well at a big school like Texas. I'd like to go to a smaller place, so my education could be a little bit
Cool.
better because this is just too big of a place for me.
Cool.
I fall through. I get that. Awesome. Like that's why the transfer portal needs to exist. It's because there are a lot of those cases.
Yeah.
So it needs to exist. But yeah, there just needs to be something involved in there other than, hey man, let's go lie to these kids and tell them we're going to pay them $1 million. As soon as they get in, tell them now it's $100,000 if they play the full season.
I think the NCAA.
I'm going to wear number 2, but you're going to get number 21.
Shout out to Tim Brewster. No, I think the NCAA screwed up. I think they should have initially made the transfer portal flexibility and freedom based on GPA. I think if they did it and said, listen, if you have a 3.2 GPA or whatever the hell they want to make it, you can transfer whenever you want to, however you want to, because that's happening anyway, by the way.
Yep.
But if you don't, then you have to sit out a year. That's part of the penalty. And that way they would have prioritized being a student athlete, and they would prioritize academics. But we know they don't give a damn about academics, and they don't give a damn about student athletes. That's why they didn't do that. And they decided to just make it the free market because they wanted people to regret. Regret advocating for the free market to come to major college sports in America. They wanted you to regret name, image, and likeness. They wanted you to regret the transfer portal and then say, man, the NCAA was right.
Hey.
Well, NCAA, ain't nobody saying you was right because nobody like you.
Right.
You were basically a borderline criminal institution.
Right.
And now everybody's happy that you have been gutted and emasculated, and they basically are happy you're on your way out.
And let's note one thing about this NCAA who gave up the name, image, and likeness. That cost them 0 pennies.
Exactly.
Because it ain't their money.
It ain't their
they
money.
said you can go take your own piece of the pie. If y'all want to pay them, y'all pay them. We ain't giving up none of our money.
Yep.
So they're still a bad organization.
Still. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Even by deciding they want to be bystanders and watch this whole thing kind of collapse and happen, they're still being a bad, corrupt organization.
Right.
All right. Good Harsh Knock Life there. Good discussion. We'll come back. We got off the record. This NBA scandal, I believe, finally may have some resolution. We'll get into it on the other side, right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Apple Leasing, because my friends at Apple Leasing, they know that time is money. Well, we all know that. Well, my friends at Apple Leasing not only know it, but they also are in the business of saving you time and money. They have the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. And all it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Apple Leasing's simple interest, easy lease allows you to have a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best. But more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Inflation is through the roof. We all know it. We all feel it. It's never been more expensive to buy a new car, buy a used car, or buy anything for that matter. So leasing actually makes more sense than ever. Call Apple Leasing today. 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977. Or visit them online at appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is time for Off the Record. We'll be quick here. Guys, it looks like the 13-year relationship between Ime Udoka and at one point who was considered to be a sex symbol, Nia Long, who is still smoking hot, by the way. TMZ is reporting, and so are People Magazine reporting. It's over. It is done. Roughly 2 months after Ime Udoka, the 45-year-old coach, was suspended by the Celtics for having an alleged affair. It is now being reported that he lost his 13-year relationship over knocking boots with somebody at the office.
Oh, man.
Done deal, gentlemen. Was it worth it?
No.
No.
I'm like, Rod, not a hard answer on that one. He lost his relationship with the mother of his children.
Yeah.
He's not gonna have to deal with kids. He didn't even get the Nets job because they were like,
right.
"Hey man, this is the most dysfunctional organization in the NBA right now.
And you're more dysfunctional.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so he ain't a head coach anymore. When he was one of the highest,
He was a
fastest
fast riser, man.
rising
He was.
head coach in the
Yeah,
NBA.
he was.
He's out of that now,
He's
and that's
in.
a hard fraternity to get back into because there's always another head coach they'll just find.
That's a great point.
So you have all of that. So your career might be over. You're going to be an analyst probably in like 4 or 5 years when people let it go.
When they let die down.
Let it die down. You lost your girl, and you don't even have the new girl anymore because she was married.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't worth it.
There's a lot that just happened in that, man.
No, he's right.
I'm
It's-
looking
The
at
only good thing is you don't have to live in Boston anymore. Is it worth it for all that to not live in Boston?
No.
Possibly. But no.
Man. I would say the stuff that guys will risk over it. It is undefeated. It really is. I mean, it
Never lost.
It takes that. I mean, you talk about world leaders, all kinds of stuff. I mean, hell, Bill Clinton is one of these guys. Like, it's just like you can.
We just saw it on the news on Good Morning America.
Oh, Good Morning America. He had 3 different affairs happening at one time.
Yeah, Good
He had
Morning
multiple
America.
affairs happening at one time. It's like, what's going on with this dude?
That dude tired.
Man, I guess, man. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's undefeated.
Yeah.
It's undefeated. I'm not gonna judge him.
She's
in that situation.
Man, too many guys in the transfer portal.
He's
But
one
Nia
of them.
Long, Nia Long's a free agent now.
Yeah, she's
That
definitely.
is good news because somebody's gonna be trying to snatch up Nia Long. Because I know she's in her 40s now, but Nia Long is still pretty damn fine.
Man, yeah, they.
And she's 52, actually. My bad.
Yeah, she's.
Damn, she's in her 50s.
She's
She don't
still
look
good,
like
man.
it. She don't look like it. I
She's
thought
still
she was in
good.
her 40s. She looked good. Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad. She's 50s now. But she can get Nia Long. Oh, you know what? Man, maybe Tom Brady can hook up
good
with
Tom.
Nia Long.
I knew
There
y'all
you
was
go.
about to
Boom.
say Tom Brady.
Both. There you go.
I knew both of y'all was
Tom
going
Brady.
with Tom.
You know Tom Brady would get a lot more street cred trying to date Nia Long. We're like, okay, Tom. Okay, Tom.
All the sisters was like, "Ooh,
I had a chance. I had a
chance."
he talk about Brady. He bring the whole black culture on as
my
fans
God.
after that.
Can you imagine Giselle looking out her back patio across that body of water and they're just having a cookout back there?
Oh, yeah. A cookout. Got Nia Long's family out there
They
hanging
better
out.
have the right potato salad. I know
What's
that.
going on out there?
They can have a cookout, but it better not be the wrong potato salad. I
Hey,
promise you that.
That's where you'll get Tom Brady gonna find start eating fried chicken. He gave up the avocado and the TB12 died. He dating Nia Long eating fried chicken. Oh man. Tom Brady's done. It's done. It's done.
Oh my
man.
goodness.
All right, speaking into existence, fellas. Speaking into existence. Hey, Boston, there's a Boston connection there.
There-
You know what
oh
I'm
yeah,
saying?
it goes
Yeah,
all
yeah,
back.
yeah.
And
All right.
Cali.
And Cali
And
connection. So
Cali.
when Tom goes back there, she's already there.
There you
Tom,
go.
Yeah, Tom. I think Tom. Opposite relationship. Tom is better than independent Tom. All right, remember we
Not
learned
in the
about
fourth
this
quarter.
on Seinfeld.
Not
Well,
in the fourth
now I'm just
quarter.
saying, over history tells
like
us
it.
that relationship Tom is better than independent Tom. All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much like George Costanza, who he was better as independent George. All right, learned about on Seinfeld, and now we learned that independent George, relationship George, they could not be in the same room together.
like it.
George divided against itself cannot stand. But I think remember relationship Romo was better than independent Romo.
For sure.
When Romo got something, this hard. A good woman will settle you down in ways you're not. When you're single, that's one thing that prioritizes, right, in
Never
your
lost.
life. When you're single,
Yeah.
you emphasize it, you prioritize it, and you get home every night. You're like, all right, I gotta do this, and I gotta do this. when you're in a relationship, you don't have to worry about that. That's a huge burden lifted off of you as a man when most of your life is consumed with trying to pursue one thing. All right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you got it in-house there, and it's all good.
You
But
got
I
it
was going to
in-house.
focus.
If we've learned one thing from Rocky, women weaken knees, women weaken legs.
Women weaken legs. Women do weaken legs, but I will say sometimes a stable
Oh, no,
relationships-
relationship.
Yeah, well, women in general,
Women.
if you're just out getting one night stands and just hitting it and quitting it, all right, just banging it out, yes, that will weaken your legs. But a good, stable relationship will not weaken legs. Actually, I think it provides strength and support. So I want relationship Brady back.
We want Brady.
I want
We
relationship.
want
Independent
Brady.
Brady's not. You agree? He's not.
Brady's a mess.
He's a mess.
He's a mess.
Look at him, he's aging.
terrible for 55 minutes, but he's going to give you 5 good minutes.
I guess he closes.
He
when
closes.
needs to.
He's
That's what
always
Giselle
the
liked
closer.
about him.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
always found a way to close. All right, we'll come back. We got the All Flex DBs, and we'll review the wide receivers, and we'll reveal the specials
Come
when
on.
we come back.
All
that's
of 'em.
right. The DBs, the money makers. We'll come back with that right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is the All Flex Day right here on 104.9 The Horn, revealing our All Flex team finalists. Oh, blame it on the rain? Oh, wow.
You know they didn't really sing this.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
somebody did.
Milli Vanilli?
Yeah.
Man, well
Turn
done. Okay, I didn't.
Yeah.
You actually stopped me in my tracks with this one on the top of the charts Tuesday.
Yeah, number one song.
It was, yeah.
Just
Milli
not those
Vanilli.
two dudes.
Just not those two dudes. But that was a great PR campaign to try to turn, because it seemed like it'd be those two guys, and they did it. They looked really weird and strange and very 80s at the time, so everybody was like, oh man, Milli Vanilli. And then they performed live a few times. And
Well, that was how they got caught.
They was,
the
right?
tape.
Then
The tape messed up, and they couldn't sing.
Yeah.
No, but then I think they did a tour afterwards with the actual singers.
No. Oh, how they look?
They're just old dudes. They were old soul singers.
Yeah.
Who should, you know what? That's crazy, because I bet they were probably on board and happy about it, because they knew performing wise they wouldn't turn it into a hit either.
Yeah.
Milli Vanilli fit the the image everybody wanted to see with that song, and they had the sound, and they had to pair them together.
Yeah.
Man.
No, they just got a couple guys that had like matching suits with 3 other guys. They got those guys to sing it.
Milli Vanilli. That's a random reference I haven't heard in years. Well done there, Patrick. Well done. Broadening our horizons on the top of the charts Tuesday. But it is an all flex day on 104.9 The Horn, revealing all of the position finalists for our all flex team. Started out with quarterbacks and running backs in the morning. Went to O-line, D-line, linebackers. Actually did kickers and punters and snappers. All of that information, all of those finalists are up at FLXATX.com, FLXATX on all of your social media platforms, but also you can go to hornfm.com. Harge and I were in charge of the wide receivers and DBs.
It's a flex.
It's a flex. You already did your wide receivers, but we can review those. We can review those
definitely
as well.
can.
We'll review those, but let me get to my DBs
Get yours
here.
ready.
My DBs here a little bit. I feel like we should have like some of that flex music
some
going
of
or
that
something.
that flex.
Just like some house music.
Let me see what I can find.
Can we just get that? That's basically all flex music.
That's
is,
all
right?
it is.
It's basically
They
Snoop.
got that beat going.
It's like Snoop went to the club and then decided, oh, this is gonna be the flex music, whatever it is.
It's perfect.
It does.
It's
a
perfect
flex.
for these young kids.
Yeah, no doubt. But my man Snoop does a great job. So go to FLXATX.com. Shout out to Derek and my man Zach Lucero. Shout out to my man Snoop, JJ Don.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yes, there we go. We got the flex music. All right, Cameron also a part of that flex crew. Those guys doing a great job today. Okay, so here are my DBs for the finalists for the all flex watch list. I got 12 of them.
Play your theme music.
I'm not going in any particular order. I'm just listing guys here, just throwing them out there. Okay, so let's go with the Round Rock secondary first. It's one of my favorite secondaries in the area. I said this before the season started. These guys will be pretty damn good. Jalen Gilbert makes it. He's a senior safety for Round Rock, committed to Washington State still. He's been great. Had 5 interceptions last year, but he's a ball hawk. 5 interceptions this year as well. Got a PBU, but he's also scored 3 non-offensive touchdowns. Guy's got a nose for the end zone, so I'm a big fan of his. Also, in that same secondary, Leonard Moore makes it as well as a member of our all-flex finalists. He is just a junior from Round Rock, but I love him. Spectacular athlete.
player.
He's got 3 interceptions, 4 PBUs, a technician. I've watched this young man. Got great technique, plays a ton of man-to-man, likes to play bump and run man-to-man. Reminds Rob B, a little Rob B. I'm just going to throw that out there. But I love those two guys in that Round Rock secondary. Here's another one, too. Justin Strong out of Elgin. Remember, he started, no pun intended, started strong. All right?
Yeah, he did.
Had a huge start to the season. And how about this? So I'll give you some Justin Strong stats, and shout out to the coaches over at Elgin who sent these in. All right, these are great stats. So District 11 5A Defensive Player of the Year, first team all district. He was a wide receiver and a DB. He led the district in receptions and yards. He only played like a third of those snaps. On defense, 113 tackles, 102 solo tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 3 quarterback pressures, 4 interceptions. He had 2 interception return for touchdowns, 14 PBUs, 3 forced fumbles, run fumble recovery, 32 receptions on the offensive side. Might as well give the offensive stats too. 606 yards, 8 touchdowns. He had a 2-point conversion too. I mean, man was just a beast.
Doing his thing.
Playing Iron Man football. Even punted the damn ball too. He was punting. Got 33 punts. 9 inside the 20. He was all over the place. He had some passing stats. Threw for 122 yards, 4 of 6. You talk about a ball player. Justin Strong from Elgin. He is a football and a great baseball player.
Yes, sir.
I thought Hartsville like that. Great baseball player too. So I'm a big fan of his. Been all year long. So thanks to the coach at Elgin for sending those stats. Peyton Morgan from Pflugerville Weiss, also big fan of his. He's a youngster, just a junior, but he's really talented. 85 tackles, a safety, 5 interceptions. He had 5 last year, so he's a bit of a ball hawk, but I think he's got a lot of growth potential, man. He's got a lot of upside. Still really, really young, and you can tell. I think he still got like, kind of young, pre-teen body going on. I think he's got a lot of grown. When he gets his grown man body and starts getting into it, man, he's going to be a beast out there. So he's one of my favorites too. Also on this list, Lane Pat. I hope it's Patek or Paddock. I hope I get it right. If I don't, please hit me up and let me know. But he's a really good player too, out of Wimberley. He's a senior. Got 4 interceptions on the year. He also makes it as a finalist on our All Flex team as a member of the DBs here. Noah Baker, also out of LBJ. He's a senior, good player, played all over the place for LBJ. I like that LBJ secondary, along with Round Rock, one of my favorite secondaries. I really did fight for Christian Watson to make this list too. So now we're talking, he didn't make it. Yep. But I fought for him. I thought he was a really good player that deserved it, but he's really young too. I think he's just a sophomore this year.
He's going to get his shot.
He's an underclassman, so he'll have a shot. He's got a ton of time, but he was a really good player, so I really like that LBJ secondary. A lot of good players there. Will Courtney out of Westlake. I mean, talking about Westlake, they are a football machine that lives on basically devouring the souls of other football programs. Will Courtney, one of the best players on that defense for Westlake. 86 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 6 PBUs. Just a really productive player. You watch the film, you see him all over the place,
Pops
man.
out.
Yeah, he does. He's so active. Yep. I mean, he does try his best to get to the football on every play. He's one of those guys, got a terrific motor. Big fan of Will Courtney. Alex Foster, speaking of guys with a motor, man, Alex Foster, he's just a junior. I cannot believe that, man. Out of Vandergrift, hell of a player. 169 tackles, 5 sacks, 1 interception. He's got 6 pass deflections, 2 fumble recoveries. Man, this dude is all over the place. You don't know if he's a linebacker. You don't know if he's a safety half the time. He's just roaming around making plays for that Vandergrift defense. Big fan of Alex Foster as a member of that Vandergrift Vipers team. He is a finalist on our All-Flex team. Dalton Bradley out of Glenn makes it. He's a senior. He gets some love too on our All-Flex team as a finalist when the showing some love. Also, Colin Brandt. Brandt is out of Liberty Hill, senior, 2 interceptions, 138 tackles, though. It's a guy that's really good in the run game. 4 tackles for loss. You can put him in the box, man. Almost works like another linebacker for you out of Liberty Hill. Good player there. David Jeffrey, probably my 3rd favorite secondary in the Central Texas area. Love that Maynard secondary. As a matter of fact, there another guy, DJ Shaw, who didn't make the team as a finalist. I was a big fan of him, so I was bleeding the block for him. I was beating the block for him. Really wanted that guy to make the list, but we just got a lot of good players out there. So shout out to DJ Shaw, who was a member of that Maynard secondary. But the one who actually did make it for us for Maynard was David Jeffrey. Talk about ball hawk. 7 interceptions on the season. 7, 58 tackles, 5 pass deflections. He's 5'11", 180. He's a senior. Really interested to see if this guy's going to get a shot at the next level. I just love that he plays with great instincts out there. Oh, when the ball's in the air, he believes he got a claim to it. He believes that ball is his when it's in the air. The other last but not least member of our finalists for the secondary of our All-Flex team, Nathan Mitchell, is out of Temple. Nathan Mitchell, 5'10", but he's a really good player. New Mexico State commit actually right now. 4 interceptions, 1 fumble recovery. Really, really good player out of Temple. And I was happy that our flex area spread as wide as Temple because I wanted to get some love to Nathan Mitchell.
And we really had to get the 254 involved.
The 254?
There we go.
Had to get involved. But there you go. Those are the finalists for our secondary for our All-Flex team. You got 12 of them. Really good players. It's going to be I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be hard, man. It's gonna be tough to try to narrow that group
Finalize it
down to
Yep.
4 of them. It's a really good group. Really proud of those guys. So congratulations to all of those players. You can go to flxatx.com, flxatx on all your social media platforms. Also, you can go to hornfm.com and go get the final list there. But we ain't done.
Nope. We still got some more going right now. We're going to keep it going and keep giving all these kids their love that they really deserve. And we're going to hit the return specialist, Rod. I'm sure you returned some punts.
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
So did I. Had a lot of fun doing that. We're going to start with Round Rock again. Our man, Leonard Moore. Every time he touched the ball, he had an opportunity to take it to the house. And that's what we saw. Walked into one of the games. Soon as I walked through the gate, he was already taking it out the gate, through the back. Made that move. We got Bryson Batts from Austin High, making big things happen, continuing to return and making big plays. We got Ethan Helton from Lago Vista. They just finished out in the playoffs. They was going after him. He was a big play returner. Heath McCree doing the same thing for Westlake, making big plays. Miles Brophy from Cedar Ridge. Of course, the man that always can take it to the house, the TCU commit, our man, Cameron Cook. Big play Cook. He could have been on a bunch of positions out here. But we got him on the return team. But there was a lot of arguing about him as well.
He was one of those players that we debated about and argued about. And I will just say that I agreed with Snoop at the time that we probably should have put him on the list of running backs as our finalists. But we got a lot of great backs up there, man. You can make the case for all of them. But honestly, that's what it's all about, having the healthy debate and argument. That's how much talent there is in this Central Texas area. The Flex wants to show love to all those guys.
And don't forget, it's always a flex when you're talking about that. Make sure you get out tomorrow. Go to Waterloo on 360
I'm gonna be there.
22. The shows will be going on. Snoop and the entire crew will be there tomorrow starting at 3 o'clock. They're going to be handing out all the certificates for everyone that is a finalist. So make sure if you can come out there and your child was named or you're listening and you were a player, they've hit us up on all the social medias. Make sure you come out there and get your certificate.
Zach says, Peyton Morgan texted me to tell you 6 picks, man. 2 pick sixes. Well done. All right. You know what? I'm correcting my notes right now, Peyton. I'm correcting it right now. All right. 2 pick sixes. I got to put that in there. There you go. I appreciate that. Yeah. Please let us know. All of our stats are not completely up to date because we're trying to piecemeal them here and there. We don't get a chance to see all these really great players. We'd love to get eyes on these guys, though. And I've seen most of these DBs. You guys know I've been obsessed with DBs. So I've been watching film on these guys, cyber stalking them a little bit. And, man, we got some great players. I'm excited about what the future holds for these guys, excited about what the future holds for Flex. So congratulations to all the finalists on our All Flex team, man. We know you guys put your heart and soul into this season, and we want to just show you love. Trust me, the Flex crew, they put their heart and soul into this too.
Absolutely.
And even the folks who weren't listed and who didn't make it as a member of our finalists of our All Flex team, trust me, you were appreciated and discussed in heated debates about who should have made the team. But I love what the Flex is doing, and I love that these young men are getting some love here. So go to flxatx.com or go to flxatx on all of your social media platforms. Like Hart said, tomorrow at the Waterloo Ice House, 360 and 2222. The festivities start up at 3 p.m. But hell, man, the party's going to be going all the way to 9 or 10 o'clock.
That's right. They're going to do a live show from 7 to 9 o'clock.
That's exactly right. And then I'm coming actually out there after our show is done.
Absolutely.
Snoop's going to do some live call-ins with us, but after I'm done, I'm going to head out there to go check out what's happening with the Flex crew. Hopefully get to meet some of these really outstanding student athletes.
Cannot wait, man.
I cannot wait. It's going to be fantastic, and I know Snoop is really excited about it. He's been giddy about it. Nobody more passionate about it. This is his passion project. My man Snoop, JJ Dunn leading the way, but now the team that he's built is a fantastic team, so really proud of those guys. All right, let's get to a little Texas-Illinois preview while we got some time. We got a couple of minutes here, so we can throw out a couple of factoids, and we got the official pregame coming up for you in about 5 minutes for now, or about 10 minutes actually, for the Texas-Illinois basketball game happening for the Jimmy V Classic. Gentlemen, I think one of the most compelling storylines, though, is that, the best player for Illinois, who's been fantastic all season long, the short season they've had so far, Terrence Shannon Jr., is a former Chris Beard guy with Texas Tech, and now he's leading them in points per game, career highs, on shooting, I think, nearly 49% from the field, nearly 39% from three-point range. Texas they've been really good early on at neutralizing perimeter players, especially key perimeter players, primary perimeter players for their opponents. What do you guys think the game plan is going to be? We know there's a extensive, detailed scouting report that Chris Beard has on this guy because he knows Terrence Shannon, from his time there, and he knows his skill set really well. Do you think that Terrence Shannon Jr., because he is the straw that stirs the drink, do you think he's a guy that can have success versus this really vaunted Texas defense?
I think he can have success, but the one thing about it is sometimes when you're too excited about playing against a team, you get yourself amped up. You're playing in Madison Square Garden.
It's true.
You're in the mecca of college. Of basketball.
Hype,
period.
Yeah.
And you got an opportunity to go up against your former coach, and he's going to try to take things away from you. You're going to try to take things away from him. So his main thing is to stay under control as he's getting ready for this game. The other part of it is Texas has got to go out there and continue to create turnovers. Yep. Mm-hmm. Both sides create turnovers, and they got to score points off of those turnovers. And last but not least, who's going to shoot the ball better from three? Which team is going to be better from three? They're shooting. Illinois is shooting, I believe, 35% from three. They make 9 3-pointers away from there. So this is what Texas is going to have to go out there and perform at a very high level of making sure that they don't get all them shots up, but also creating those turnovers and making their own shots.
Yeah, and a thing we've seen in the Chris Beard defense this season, and it's kind of been a thing that he's done a lot before, which is if you're going to have one guy go and try and beat us, he'll usually have an okay game.
Yeah.
But no one else on your team is really going to be able to go off.
Yep.
And with a team like this, they have a lot of even scoring because Terrence Shannon leads with close to 20 points a game. Everybody else there's a number of guys around 10 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go, hey man, all those guys are going to have 5.
Yeah.
And you may hit 20, Terrence Shannon, because you're going to be the best player on the court who can maybe get some shots off. You're going to hit some. You're going to take more. But we're going to try and take away everything else on this court and let you have 20 and everybody else have 5, and we win by 30 on that. So it's just a Chris Beard concept of why allocate all of our resources on one guy. We have to double team every time, and it allows the rest of their guys to start getting hot.
Yeah.
We can play man-to-man on every single other guy on here. That's the one guy we're going to have to help out a little bit, but we don't want to help too much because then we're letting up too much other stuff happen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I like it.
And don't forget, we talked about Texas defense. Illinois is a really good defense, too.
Yeah.
One of the better defense in the country. You talked about this, Horace. They ranked 12th in the country with a 83.4 defensive rating. So do we think this is the best defensive team Texas has faced as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely. By far.
And then facing it on the road, too. First big road test for them.
And most physical team.
Yeah.
Most physical. Creighton and Gonzaga had big men that would take you inside, but they're not physical on both ends of the court. Illinois will be physical on both ends of the court.
Yeah. It'll be a really interesting test for Chris Beard. And Texas is deep, so I wonder if that'll help him, too, now on the neutral site game, I should say, more than anything, in that Jimmy V Classic. So I think Texas will win. I think they're favored by 2.5, you said?
2.5. I'm looking at it right now.
They cover that number?
Man, I'm just going to stay away from it, but I hope that I know they get the victory. They get the victory.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm going to say they cover the number.
Yeah, I would think they do.
It's up to 3 now.
That
no.
point.
I think they do. I think this is going to be – it's just going to be the question of, man, can they continue to score points in the second half when things start to get tightened up?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Well, I just took them.
You just said, there you go.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I just took them because y'all tried to convince me, and I'm going with you.
I like that. All right, keep hope alive. All right, I want thanks to my man Horace. Thanks to my man Patrick. Thanks to Derek and Snoop and Zach and Cameron and Nolan, the scene, everybody with the Flex crew. It's a flex, and congrats to all the Flex finalists out there. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. We'll talk about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves. More importantly, take care of each other. Peace.